I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 15th, 2026, and we have a very interesting day on our hands. We came out here, Korea started doing good, and then you had Asmil sparking the chip earnings. They actually did very good. A couple of the banks, Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, they didn't get in the way. Even Johnson & Johnson did good. Overall, the earnings were good. It further sparked the chips in momentum. People are liking it, and then you got your PPI data back-to-back. Even yesterday, CPI came in lower. PPI came in this morning, and it was the lowest or biggest decline since COVID. So people are feeling good off of that. You still got some of the war headlines. Oil still kind of chilling. We even got the Air Baba, QN, Apple, and a bunch of other stuff. But when it's all said and done, I think now we are going through feeling a lot better than some of the other days. I don't know if that's going to move the market because now we are getting ready for Netflix earnings tomorrow. A little red light until we get the green light. And then we're also even going to hear from Kevin Warsh again for day 2. So, Chatadonia, we got a lot in store. We got a lot of activity. I think it's going to be a fun time. Oh, hello. But my friends, before we begin, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country for real. God bless and thank every single one of you. Thank you for your commitment and sacrifice for all of our collective freedom. I hope you know we love and appreciate you, and I do hope you get a long term. I hope anything we do here could help with whether it's knowledge, info, house, you name it, man. But for real, I do hope you get a long term, but at the same time, I do hope you know we love you, and this is our way of saying thank you at the very least. But I do hope every single one of you, if you haven't served, man, I don't know what you feel about war. Not trying to make you a warmonger or support it, but I support the people, and I do believe you could never take away the honor from somebody who has given up so much for their country and the collective freedom of people they have never even met. So veterans, active service, past service, the families, God bless every single one of you, and thank you for your commitment. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to church! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Horda! Oh, my goodness. Oh, happy Wednesday. Happy pre-earnings, dude. You're really in earnings. You got Netflix tomorrow. Oh, Chad, you better wake up or go back to bed. I have a play off the morning. I told the guys. I told even the locked in. I might give it to all of you, so I'd be there. I think we got some moves to make little by little. I think make sure you keep some ammo. Learn from the ant, my friend. Learn from the ant. But what time? We got 2 minutes? Nice. So we got good time. I'm going to be watching Asmil, Checkpoint, Cyber, Zscaler, Lion. They also got another buyout offer. Again, Netflix and then Alibaba. And then just keep an eye on Mag 7. Any follow-up there on the banks. I do think you only get like one conference call that happens after the bell. So if you guys remember yesterday, that Citi, that late conference call, that was a play. Even though we picked the wrong direction, you saw how that moved things. I think Progressive, that's the only conference call that starts at the bell. Otherwise, yeah, we're probably going to be chilling. Oh, Rose, at the bell, baby! Oh, my goodness. Oh, my good morning. They woke up with some hype, baby. Oh, yeah. So it's going to be a good day, a big day. we'll see, but it might be boring. So get ready, be prepared for 7 hours to nowhere. Again, we have to just get through the earnings and look ahead, and that's what we were talking about. Red light, green light. We're waiting till Netflix. After Netflix, you'll get a green light, and then it's a red light until the next big set of earnings, and then we're into the next week, and then, yeah, we start to play that game. So I hope you're ready for it, but Chad, it's the morning, so if you have any questions, let me know. Don't pump on the homies. Call out any good information, and we'll have a good time. And then, yeah, that's it. I think Morgan Stanley's call is still going right now. And then Progressive starts right at the bell. Jesus.
Praise God. Amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You can have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear.
30 seconds, Chad. Are you ready?
My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Need cheat, chop ski, can't beach on the arm. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, little bro, you a child.
All right, baby, 5 seconds.
Find ways
Get
to
ready.
continue to be doing the durable, long-term franchise business with clients.
3, 2,
so that's
1.
part of the that's part of what's in the elixir here. But we got our eyes.
Fight. So yeah, the Morgan Stanley call is right now. I don't know if I'm looking for that. Remember yesterday we got the guidance, so that was kind of that big thing there. So yeah, see how that plays out. You got JNJ off the bat. I mean, SPY opening up very solid. IBM, chips, and a lot of other everything green. NASDAQ is the one leading right now. So we're going to have to see. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Oh, they really just jacked those up? That's crazy. All right. They won't feel me. They hate me. Why do they hate me? Feel me. Thank you. Alrighty. We out here. I'm gonna do 2 sets of one. Oh, I don't think I can though. Yeah, these are already moving. Boo. Alright, they filled, I guess. Alright. So yeah, I like this one. I'm probably gonna make a video on this one. So like I'm saying, for some of you you should pay attention right now, because I like this one. The only downside, we're gonna get washed if they upgrade or downgrade this one too early, but I'm a fan. And then SPY's going up. Oh, I forgot about crowd, dude. Yo, so I haven't looked. I've only been getting this play to start, but oh, I forgot. Those might be, I don't know though. There's less time. It is only Wednesday, but yeah, I totally forgot about those. Oh shit, those ripped again. Okay, yeah, crowds are up 2,700%. $7 into 2 something. I might sell one more of those just because I want to book a 3,000. These are 3,000% now. Okay, I just sold another crowd at 3,000% from yesterday. I still have some. Woohoo! Isn't that fun? All right, but here's your play. I'll tell everybody, I guess, even locked in or not. Locked in, I'll give you guys the exact strike. Everybody else, I want you to be a little careful. But Z-scaler. So... But yeah, I like it as my favorite lagger. But yeah, Z-scaler, make sure the contracts cover earnings. I still think it's a big risk. Like I'm saying, if they get upgraded or downgraded before, we're fucked. Unless it works in our favor. But yeah, I like the cyber laggers. And I think these are what we've been kind of building on. I know if you've noticed, some of the plays, I've grabbed some of the software and cyber we've been building around it. So I like it. Spy's still going here in that first couple minutes. Again, there's crowd if you still have those. That is a 3,000% play. I think a little more now. Yalla, habibi. Yalla. Wow, well, thank you, crowd. And then Paulette is up a little. Oh, so what happened with that? Where's the other cybersecurity, actually? I think Sentinel's even going up there. You just switched to ZS at work from Cisco? Oh, no way. Well, there you go. Well, that's what I say. It's weird. ZS is something you all know about, but you don't. You interact with it, but most people just don't really, you know, you don't really know what it is, but it's used a lot. But again, I love the cyber thing. I can't, unfortunately, I'm getting too into it, but that's what I was saying. If this earnings season goes good, I think cyber is going to be a wave we want to ride. So we've been acquiring a lot of these different ones, so that's why it's just a matter of seeing where this takes us. But for now, I like it, brother. I don't think a problem. Lucid pumping. All right, then Oracle, and then Bank of America. I don't know. You guys still have that. I think that'll be the last one. Crowd came down. So, again, hopefully you do something with those. You still have 2 days of time if it's on the weekly. That's the crazy part. But, yeah, that got a little jumpy there in the morning. Those already chilled out somewhat. Yeah, they went back down to 2,500%. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Where is everything else? Palan, where's IGV? IGV's up 1.7. Chips are only up by 0.2. So again, keep in mind that back and forth. Just remember yesterday you were there. And then APP, Morgan Stanley. Oh, I forgot. Did I turn it off? I don't know. That one too. They don't have slides on it. But if that had slides, whenever they get to the, I think the presentation's over. So then maybe they already gave their guidance. Because as I was saying yesterday, any of that guidance update, it really moved things. SPY is going too, man. Hi. Let's get our VWAP. But yeah, it's a decent open. Again, I mean, people pretty much focused on ASML. And then Korea did good. None of the war stuff got in the way. But yeah, so far, like I said, even though we are waiting for tomorrow's earnings, you still kind of have the ability to melt a little bit. And then where is this the highest we've been all last couple weeks? Holy shit. So yeah, you're approaching that one level, and we'll see where it takes us. The upper lower bound on the VWAP, I just never used it. I'm just used to one VWAP and call it a day. There's Googly. Let me see the Bank of Americas. Yeah, those Bank of Americas went up. I don't know if you want to keep them. They have a lot of time. right, Phil. I sold the Bank of America just under 100%. I made them free, so I'm still holding some because they have a lot of time. Where's the other cyber plays? Where's Crowd? There's Snow, Polyalti. They kind of chilled out. Again, Checkpoint got a downgrade today, so they're still climbing up, but they're red. That's what I'm saying on some of these other cyber plays. That is going to be some of your bigger risks. That's Service Now still? No, and then MO. I mean, watch out if Staples come up. So remember, yesterday, Staples were down as we kind of did our thing. But yeah, XLP is going up here. Now Broadcom taking off. The ZS. I forgot to go over the strike price, so I already talked about it. I think maybe we'll cover the strike price tonight. But like I'm telling you, idea-wise, time, making sure covers earnings at minimum. You can't go a little ahead of earnings if you want to take more risk, but yeah, I like it as a lagger. So we'll see tonight. I'm sure people are going to ask about it, so I'll do the max strike and all that tonight if you haven't already decided. But that's what I'm saying. I do hope you can make a decision on your own and just use the last couple months. If you're going to follow blindly, just be careful. I mean, yeah, I think we've got to see how that has both worked and not worked out for people. Oh, I forgot we got PayPal in the long term. You know, you're right. That you do get that buyout news. That one was weird. Again, 15%. We haven't got any other updates. FCC said to repeal TV audience cap and win for Nexstar. I don't know what this one is. Alibaba, again, Kenview. Value names are on the high. Again, Alibaba, they have some Apple news today with their AI and Apple. Intel on the low now. Intel went red. And NVIDIA is going red right now. Again, chips are down. IGV is green, but that's coming down. Again, Cyber's coming down. And then value. The Pfizers, the J&Js, the MOs. It's, again, a little different than yesterday. And then KC with the candle. Again, KC got the order. They could buy the Chinese or the NVIDIA chips. They've been going back and forth. Yeah, J&J, their earnings wasn't bad. J&J, people were just, you know, they're always kind of hesitant towards some of those value stocks. Or they just, I don't know, they're very bougie with them. But yeah, J&J earnings wasn't bad. PNR, that was an early announcement. They got murdered. But yeah, I see more value on the high. Even Kimberly, I know it's all value right now. And then, yeah, the problem is just yesterday as we like really rallied with momentum, value didn't do shit. It's very fascinating where we are at right now. Qubits. Where is it? ENB, NASA. The low ticker's actually picking up. Again, XLP, XLV, financials are even in the green there too. So again, Morgan Stanley's right at break even. Fortunately, the call didn't have much. Unless there's like an analyst move. Maybe we'll get lucky on that. Otherwise, I'd say banks are kind of done. Who else? Progressive. Progressive, let me see if they're on. Because Progressive earnings were terrible too. Remember I was just telling you I liked insurance companies? They're undercrowded, but like some of them ran so much. But yeah, Progressive's earnings was kind of terrible. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Where's Kevin? I forgot, you guys. We're going to get Kevin. Where is Kevin? Oh, Kevin. Yeah, no one really cares about day 2. But it should be the same thing. Apple on the high. But yeah, let me see. And then Rubrik, Cyber on the low. Where is Kevin? Governor Barr. Yeah, I don't think he has. I think it's the same pre-written statement from yesterday. SK Hynix. Again, Apple 2. Remember, chips there just chilled. Rubrik, Okta. I think Cyber is starting to sell off. And then Apple. And then Cintas. I think they reported today. Yeah, some more than other. Again, Crowd is still up. Crowd actually gave that up. I mean, that was literally a, what, $7 move already? And then Google's ripping. Asmil's flipping, but you got Google and Apple. I mean, and NVIDIA, kind of. So, if you get anything else playing. But Apple's doing pretty good, 320. That is not small, brother. That is not small. Warsh v Pocahontas. Is that today? Wow. And then the Google, Alibaba still, that headline keeps getting recirculated. Not Google, Alibaba and Apple. And then now UNH. Again, Google and Apple right now, that like low-key kind of saved the SPY. And then you got JP Morgan moving up here. But a couple of pieces are moving around. What time is it? 5:45. Been about 15 minutes. Let's see. So 15 minutes in, Bank of Canada, they keep rates the same. 330 or 302 in the green on the SPY. Dow Jones 18 green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ 69 green, 31 in the red. And then yeah, Google and Apple. So you have more names that are green than red than red, but you also got two mega caps moving. But then you got Microsoft coming down right now. Again, cyber and software. Those are actually giving up, but then you don't have the, I don't really know if it's the chips. I think you're broadening back out a little bit. But Google. And then Amazon's up, but coming down intraday. Palantir got an upgrade. Well, yeah, the program just flipped, what's it called? Software and cyber. That was their first don't buy candle. So again, that's the only thing I don't like about the cyber plays is that they've all been on fire the last couple of days. So you're eventually going to get a slow day. But yeah, the program just triggered where those all just started going down. And then the money went to Google and Apple. But everywhere else is still kind of hesitant. Apple's really going. The Bank of American. Yeah, chips are already down again. The ones even with the green. So just see at this point though, I think it's helping out value, staples. That's where the money seems to be going. I haven't looked at the dollar. And then oil, bonds. Bonds are still actually doing pretty decent. SpaceX, SK high. Com's on the high now. T-Mobile, Verizon, Alibaba. So SPY, new low of the day. You're only up by a quarter now. Everything's still green. NASDAQ, actually. That gave up a lot. NASDAQ is only up by 0.08. NASDAQ was up by 0.8 in the morning. So, yeah, NASDAQ is almost sold off 1%. Russell's kind of matched up with it, but SPY and Dow are doing great. Apple new again. You're getting Apple, Alibaba, and then Google. But then yeah, Apple's going crazy, and then just communications, and then a couple of staples like BMY and Walmart. A little different, but those are both moving now. Kroger, Sprouts got a downgrade today. Gap we saw yesterday too. Again, a Verizon, brother, the big value rotation. So yeah, Verizon and AT&T just ripped like 1.5% right now. NASDAQ is about to go red. Auto clothing. Again, Macy's, Gap. We saw Gap yesterday. Bros on the high. Who was it? I think Kava got the upgrade today. So restaurants are doing pretty good. Again, Staples, just yesterday was a bad day for Staples. So I guess it balances out. Healthcare is still red. So even some of the rotations are still a little odd. At the end of the day, it just, you started here with the chips. Who was it? Asmil. So yeah, I think they started coming down first. And then we'll see Broadcom. I mean, all it takes is a Mag 7 move beyond just Apple and Google for now. So yeah, if NVIDIA makes a big move up or down, same thing, Microsoft. Even Amazon. Amazon's up 1% though. But other than that though, it's still about 300 or 60, 70% of the market. Still leaning one way, but that also means we have a lot of room to move in either direction. And UNH and a couple healthcare, more China, Futu. NASDAQ just went red right now, so now it's at 0.01 red. You were up at 0.8. More Staples and, dude, Verizon. Like, I'm going to keep Verizon up there, but I don't know. Let me see if there's a call or something. And then we are going to get Kevin Warsh, like I was just babbling about. Where is homeboy? They have two of them. Oh, Kevin. You don't think the calls are too expensive? Oh, I think they are. I mean, like I said, I like the idea. I like the play. I'm giving you guys enough time to think about it and make your own decision. So if it's too expensive for you, don't touch it. If you're going to get mad after a week if it doesn't hit, don't touch it. I'm telling you guys, so we're just going to keep pushing forward, but I do think you guys got a nice little crash course after last earnings. So I'm going to try my best to not explain them to you in the moment because like I'm saying, we just got to move through, but you got time to decide until you don't. So, you know, understand the pre-run-up idea, what we're looking for, if you've been paying attention to some of the cybersecurity stuff we've been saying. But like I'm telling you, if you got to choose, you're going to regret it either way. So you might as well choose your regret now and decide what it is and try to understand it. That's what I'm telling you. I do think, you know, even last quarter, a lot of you lied to me. It's okay. I forgive you. But like I'm saying, there's plays, the laggers. There were so many of them that, like I'm telling you, you understand the play, they're easy. And it's very easy to follow along, even understanding what I'm doing. But if you just take the idea, blindly follow, and you're not really understanding it, it's not, I mean, it's going to be annoying for both of us. So I would choose, I like the stock right now. It's up a little bit off of the lows. And then, yeah, it's playing earnings. It's tied into the, it's tied into cybersecurity, and like I showed on the watch list last night, there's five. I think there's about 5 or 6 cybersecurity laggers. So they could keep lagging, or they're going to come up. And then again, you got to see last quarter what happened with the laggers. They worked. 2 of them worked in the beginning, and then 1 of them got clapped. And then you were even able to double dip them again, but it was still very, very difficult depending on how you did the timing and again the price. So just keep that in mind, but think about it now, make a decision, and yeah, we're still very early into this earnings season. The cash open is when the market opens, like right when it's open. So like the pre-market, that's the after hours. The cash open is the right at the ding ding. It's where real money starts trading. Dividend aristocrats, would you dollar cost into multi-year highs? Not if there's still good quality names and even dividend aristocrats that aren't there. So if we ever go to a world where there's no more value, yeah. But, you know, at the same time, right now, if there's Kimberly Clark is a dividend aristocrat that is near multi-year lows. So I'm going to opt in favor of those above the ones at highs. I don't know if PayPal will take the deal. I feel like that PayPal deal has circulated for quite some time, you know? Zscale, I already moved 3%. Tessie. Sentinel. So Cyber's still green, but that touched negative real quick. That moved again. Like I'm saying, software is not too bad, but chips are down 1 now. It's crazy because chips had the ASML momentum, and they had more. They were just looking good off of Korea. Whereas yesterday, chips, they had the same strength, but that one kept running. This morning, they didn't really hold it. But again, one Mag 7, one set of some of these, they could really move things. NVO's moving. Again, there was an article out this morning saying that their Ozempic pill is doing better than Eli Lilly. Korea did great. They did 6%. I don't know how EWY is. EWY flipped here, but last night Korea did good. Bank of Canada drops reference to cut, and they have dropped reference to consecutive hikes. Starbucks, 7 highs. That's just happening now, red to green. I like IBM. I don't know about like right now. Just relative value. I think there's other deals out there. But, you know, if it stays there, and we'll see, I could consider it. So I said it yesterday, you guys. I said it on the watch list, but... And I don't know. Locked in, guys. Do you think what I told you yesterday, was that an accurate prediction of the future? Because I think I could predict the future, you guys. I could tell you one part about the future that's going to happen. Would you like to hear it? I could tell you in the next 45 days, I could explain to you what's going to happen. Are you interested? Are you interested in bubbles? Can I interest you in a bubble? Would you like to know what I have to say? Because I think this is fascinating. But if you have the awareness right now to think about it, just like where I'm telling you with the plays, where I'm giving you a play idea, I hope you have the awareness to think about it now, and think about which way it could go now, and think about pricing now. That's what I'm telling. Just have the awareness. Understand, be aware of what you're playing and why. Understand, why would I buy a cybersecurity stock on the low? Because the other 99 of them are on the fucking high. You know what I'm saying? So understand this. I'm telling you. Okay? But here's the future assessment I'm telling you right now. Because I was looking at the long term, and we're looking at all these plays. We're looking at the cash. The cash is up. All of that. And I'm just telling you, in the next 45 days, after this earnings is done, you are either going to love. You're going to, 45 days from now, if you have a bunch of cash, depending on how this all plays out, you're going to love it. And you're going to be like, oh my gosh, all these discounts. I saved all this cash. You're going to be ecstatic. Or 45 days from now, depending on how this earnings plays out, oh, you're going to regret holding all of that cash. Oh yeah, you're gonna feel like you did at the beginning, in April and May, where you're like, was that the midterm low? Is that the low? Oh my God. Yeah, oil's taking a stick down. So yeah, that's your future prediction. Just keep that in mind, and I hope you think about it now. Think about your long-term look ahead. But yeah, however this earnings plays out, these catalysts, I mean, you're either gonna go back to run it hot melt-up mode and we keep going, or if things come down. So depending on your cash levels, and if you make or don't make a move, you might very well regret it either way. But I would think about that. I keep planning and not looking where the bottom is, baby. Amen. And that's the best way to do it, dude. That's why I'm saying, pretty much, if you haven't realized, we get our deposit, we look at what's down. We buy what's valuable or more valuable at the time when we have it ready to go, and just keep chugging along. The draft classes switch, and yeah. There is discounts, right? There's over 200. I mean, you have several. I mean, again, I think over half of the S&P is trading negative on the year, let alone below 200-day moving averages, let alone in a bear market. So there's a shit ton of opportunities. That's why I'm saying I'm going to go for that before averaging up. I'm going to go for all of those before a lot of things. And then, yeah, the next 45 days, maybe some of those names aren't there anymore. Or maybe we have more, but point is, you should think about it now. Understand after this earnings are done, it's going to change things, and things are going to start moving. So it would be of the utmost benefit to decide early. Is there taco chatter? Yeah, I mean, the oil's dropping. Oil just took a fat stick. 2 sticks down. SPY has not moved. People saying there's some taco chatter. But yeah, oil just took a stick and a pop now. Iran called a while ago. They want to make a deal, says Trump. I'm telling you, they called me. I said hello. No, maybe we'll do a deal. I don't know. They're begging. They begged me. I said, say uncle. Say uncle. Say it. Say it. Where is a Kevin? I X out to the Kevin. Where is a Kevin, brother? Where's a Kevin? A Kevin War. Oh, I guess it's going to start in 30 minutes. There's no one in the room yet. The bargain bin. We love a good bargain bin. Yeah, Zillow did actually open up pretty good, surprisingly. Inshallah, Habibi. Another 10% move before August could help us. Otherwise, it's the one that let me down. But those Sentinels are fire. I looked at them the other day. Because remember, I gave the Sentinel play was around there, but it was super easy. Because I just told you could have grabbed any Sentinel leap. And if you look at those, some of them are just insane. But that whole entire chain. But yeah, Zillow's the one that hasn't done shit for us. Those crowds came down too, you guys. They're still at 1,000%, but yeah, that 3,000 this morning was crazy. But yeah, Zillow, I don't know why Zillow's up 4.5 right now. Let me see if they got an upgrade or something. Because that is kind of unusual, considering software is not even doing that hot. Oh, shit. Now we have Z-Scale. Fuck, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't tell people about Z-Scaler. I just realized it's one letter off from Zillow. I don't know if that's good vibes. No, Zillow's guidance hasn't moved up. And then VST, again, crowd, again, SPY's working up. I see a lot of China on the high, but what is this? Apple's still green. Meta's now starting to work up. Nvidia, again, you had Google. You just need Microsoft and Amazon, and both of them are there. So, yeah, Mag 7's coming back. Even Cyber a little bit, too. So, not bad. Netflix screaming a buy? Oh, no way. Wow, is it screaming? Oh, somebody help him. Disney. Yeah, I have a play on Zillow and Sentinel. That's literally ZS. And then the Sentinel killed it. The Zillow died. What does that mean for ZS now? I'm so perplexed. I'm so discombobulated. What do I do? A Zillow Scaler. Or Zillow Sentinel. But I thought it was supposed to be Z-Scaler. Yeah, Microsoft and Meta and Amazon, they all took off right now. So literally, this is all Mag 7 after you just had chips give up quite a decent amount after that open. Again, technically you have chips rotating with software, but yeah, that last like 10 minutes was kind of weird, but now all you had was big tech take off and we are good to go, it looks like. Other one. AXP. Again, K-Web, I have that up. That's pretty big. And now Futu. That's what I was looking at, K-Web. I'm like, wait a minute, bro, 27. But we obviously need to get to the 30s. But yeah, you're getting back to that little weird gap range. Again, a 28. If we get to the 28s on there, that'll start to change it. But it shouldn't be doing that good. Gap, Microsoft now. That's helping you. And then Futu. And Apple, Habibi. Apple 2.5%, brother. You know, it's a very big. Yeah, General Mills, ever since they like had that little guide down and then that update at that conference, it was right when their yield hit like 7.9 or something. Then it just took off. And then Microsoft, Macy's, again, the China move is quite fascinating, to be honest. You even have Staples still into the high, man. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they're all kind of going a little crazy. And then, like I'm telling you, the K-Web move, and then even Zillow. Zillow with really big volume right now. Hold up. It's not unusual for the multi-day, but yeah, even then, intraday though, you just had that. I have no idea why. Like I'm telling you, I look, there's no upgrade or anything, but Zillow's outperforming even the rest of the software. Now Zoom. So again, some of these other shittier software plays see. And then now Netflix as well. And then Netflix kind of going vertical. And then Microsofting. 393. Microsoft all over the place, brother. Thomson Reuters. And then AT&T and Verizon, though. Microsoft really going. And now Adobe. Now Workday. IGV is going to start triggering back on again. They're saying they turned off cyber, but now they turned on more like software. Remember, software and cyber are kind of the same, but yeah, they're going at different speeds. IGV and XLP green. Yeah, that's kind of fascinating. Apple 52-week high now, 322. That's insane. ASON, another smaller software play. Oh, is Oracle getting love? It looks like it. No way. Oh, and then Zillow. Oh, come on, Sentinel. Meta now, too. Meta just took off. So Meta, Google, Microsoft. You have Mag 7, and then you got a bunch of other smaller names that are hooking you up right now. So we are right near the high of the day, but it's just NASDAQ back to a quarter. Everything's about 0.3 to 0.4. It's really not too crazy just yet. Let's see if that moved around the checkup. So Dow Jones, 19 green, 11 in the red. NASDAQ, 50-50. No shit. And then SPY, 290 green, some 310-ish in the red. So very fascinating. Yeah, Meta. Habibi. I don't think Kevin Powell is on, no. Again, Microsoft, Meta, whatever skew is, but shit, man, 2 big 7s is enough sometimes. Well, I think all of them are up. I think, is Tesla? No, even Tesla's in the green. I think all of the Mag 7 is up except for NVIDIA. Well, then you have other chips that are kind of getting it now. So, yeah, that's going to help out a decent amount. Quant. Again, Netflix started to go straight up as well, too. Yeah, there was that Lionsgate Netflix one a while ago, but they denied it. And then they just said they're exploring sale today for Lionsgate. I haven't looked at it yet. Oh, still up 7. That's quite a bit. Well, again, Meta now, Habibi. Look at these people, brother. Look at these people. Crowd came down. That was really nice in the morning. I thought he was gonna go buku. The Zillow premium so bad. Just depends how close you are and how far, but yeah, the real reason is because we bought it like a month ago and it did nothing. So yeah, we burned a third of the time value on that contract. That's the real reality. But we still could get lucky on it, but for the most part, like I've been saying, I kind of wrote that one off. But then again, if software keeps coming up, Mania reignites. Thankfully, that play does cover earnings. Like I said, you might get lucky, but yeah, we've already worked our way around on that one. At least the other two it was paired with did well. Again, a couple more software, but Meta and Microsoft, dude. Meta, Microsoft, Google, now SanDisk on the low. So that sucks because, like I was telling you, NVIDIA, that's your only Mag 7 that's down right now, but unfortunately, you're getting a couple other chips and memories on the low while all the other big tech is going up. It's putting us near the high. I mean, we've only moved about 0.3 to 0.4, but interesting spot we are in. TTD, Gap, a couple of smaller plays catching bids. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't like Open Door. I think they're dog shit, but all the real estate stocks are spiking for some odd reason. I don't know why. Anything even related to like real estate in general is just doing extremely well today. So yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, even the bonds are up, but like even like real estate services. Oh, is it on?
Change to expand its mandate.
Nice.
That same discipline should guide the Fed's approach to bank regulation. The U.S. banking system is sound and resilient, but we cannot take that for granted.
PayPal.
Preserving that strength requires regulation and supervision that are clear, appropriately tailored, and focused on real risks. According to the July 2026 Monetary Policy Report, bank capital is near historically high levels. As the Fed finalizes Basel III Endgame and other capital rules, it should pursue better calibrated requirements that preserve resilience without unnecessarily restricting lending. When capital is stuck on the sidelines, a family in Irmo, South Carolina may find it very difficult to get a mortgage. A small business may find it hard to get a loan. A community bank may spend more time satisfying Washington than serving its own customers. That is why this committee will continue pressing for regulations that protect the system without cutting off access to credit. I want the Fed to be very successful. We need the Fed to be successful. Prices become more stable when your job is done well. Markets gain confidence, wages grow, and more families have the opportunity to save, invest, buy a home, and live their version of the American dream. Welcome today. Ranking Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Mr. Warsh. So about 2 months ago, you appeared in front of this committee for your nomination hearing, and you refused to answer basic factual questions.
You know that, Elizabeth? You look
I
great in
assume
teal.
Because you were afraid of
my favorite woman in the
contradicting
world.
President Trump.
I have my
Your answers
girlfriend
during
watch
the hearing
her
were
videos,
so troubling
and I say, can you
that
try
this
to
committee
replicate her mannerisms?
had a party line
I told my
vote for
girlfriend
Fed
this is
chair
who I want her to be
for the
when she
first
grows
time
up.
ever in
I
our
don't-
history. You were confirmed by the
This is
Senate
what I
in the
hope
tightest
you
vote for a
accomplish in
Fed
life.
chair in U.S. history.
I even got
So
her a nice
you
little
now
Cherokee
face
hat.
an uphill battle to
I don't know
show
if I'm
that
allowed to
you
do
have
that,
the
but I did
independence
it.
needed to run America's central bank and to serve American families and not just President Trump and his billionaire friends. Now, President Trump's corruption and failed economic agenda is raising costs across the board. Inflation has kept real wages from growing for the third consecutive
Okay, so cyber's still down, but Sentinel's going.
In the Trump economy,
we hit 2150, dog. We're going to party.
Spend every day
but then if it stops after here,
high interest
that might be
rates
done.
are making mortgages, auto loans, and credit cards more expensive. More and more people are falling behind on their bills. 95% of Americans believe that the U.S. is suffering an affordability crisis,
got washed during
while
earnings.
President Trump continues to call affordability a hoax, telling Americans their concerns about the cost of living are made up.
Now, okay, a couple more cyber names are starting to pop.
Some relief to families, but the Fed hasn't lowered interest rates and may be forced to raise rates even more, all because of one man, President Trump. Now, the president knows this, so instead of changing course, he wants to take over the Fed. Installing you as Fed chair was a critical part of his plan. You reportedly told the president exactly what he wanted to hear in your Oval Office interview, and Trump confirmed it afterwards, saying, quote, Warsh thinks you have to lower interest rates. Now, for your part, you were the only member of the last Fed meeting
big volume
who
on the downside, down 3.
Projections.
Again, they've had a lot of FDA drama
supposed to show how the Fed's decisions under your leadership are likely to affect American consumers and American workers. People might look at that and conclude that you don't want to tell the truth about inflation under Trump.
Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Trump may have you in his pocket,
I love you.
but he will not stop until he controls the Fed. And he just needs one more seat to do that. And that's why he has had his Department of Justice open bogus criminal investigations into both Governor Lisa Cook and former Chair Jerome Powell. And that is why he illegally tried to fire Fed Governor Cook. His own Supreme Court recently blocked the firing, at least for now, but Trump has vowed to try again to fire Governor Cook. The fight for control is a fight over interest rates, but it is also about corruption. President Trump likes to play king, and the Fed offers many appealing opportunities for the president to enrich himself while he fleeces the American people. Start with crypto. Trump's family crypto company is World Liberty Financial, the centerpiece of the crypto enterprise that let him rake in $1.4 billion in 2025 alone. Now it is currently applying for a bank charter. After that charter is granted by Trump's own bank regulator, World Liberty could seek special privileges from the Federal Reserve to juice its own profits, like a master account that would give Trump's own company direct access to the Fed's core payment rails. And there's more. If he can control the Fed, Trump could threaten to revoke banks' access to Fed services if they refuse to do his bidding. He could hijack the Fed's extraordinary powers to bail out financial markets, making sure that he rewards his friends and punishes his enemies in a crisis. And you better bet that Trump will turbocharge the Wall Street deregulation that is already underway, juicing mega bank profits and CEO bonuses,
Apple, Microsoft,
knowing
Meta
that American taxpayers
and Amazon
will be on the hook once again if there's another devastating financial crash. Congress and the American people will be watching closely whether you serve the public or whether you become yet another instrument of Donald Trump's corruption. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chairman Warsh, thank you for being with us. The floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Warren, other members of the committee, good morning. It's a privilege to join you. It's my first appearance before this panel as chairman, and I'm particularly honored to represent my superb colleagues from across the Federal Reserve System. In submitting the monetary policy report, I can't help but think of a long line of central bank chiefs who came before the Congress in keeping with the Federal Reserve Act, and I can't help but think of the best of the Fed's traditions. As a country, we just marked our 250th year. And when Americans count our blessings, we can include an economy predicated on the brilliance of our constitutional design and system of ordered liberty, an economy without equal in all it's done for human flourishing. Some forms of communication, including some that the ranking member
Senior
referenced,
American
are
official
discretionary.
talks between U.S.,
But not
Israel,
this
and
one,
Lebanon have
and for good
concluded after
reason.
2 days of
It's a
fruitful
prudent
discussion
and wisely
in Rome.
conceived obligation designed to keep
Hold
the
on.
Fed responsible.
Have you guys heard about this?
accountable, And
That might be one of the new war narratives. They're saying it talks in Rome. But yeah, they just said they ended a 2-day talk about it. That's what I'm saying.
with
I
the
don't know if
Fed's
that was
rightful independence in the conduct of monetary policy.
it. Mike, it is off.
Today, we're at a hinge point in history, and it's up to each of us, myself included, to meet this moment. The Fed's number one objective is to get monetary policy right. That's our clear and constant aim, the star by which we steer by. And if we get policy right, and we will, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past. Just a month ago, I chaired my very first FOMC meeting. My colleagues and I recognize that high inflation has been an undue burden on American households and businesses. And while monthly fluctuations are inevitable, especially in an unsettled world, underlying inflation over longer-term horizons is determined largely by monetary policy. As I've said before and will say today, inflation is a choice.
Bro, the Netflix plays
The members
are
of our
too
committee have no
balanced.
tolerance for persistently
The calls
elevated
and puts are just
inflation,
inversing
and
each
we
other
share
perfectly.
a resolute commitment to restore price stability. That was our focus when we met a month ago, at which we decided to hold the target range in the federal funds rate at 3.5 to 3.75%. Naturally,
Okay, you
our
got
work at the
value
Fed
coming
demands a
up here,
proper
too.
reading of
There's
economic
a little
conditions.
bit more broadening out, but
As you might have seen
you
in our
have more
report,
chips on the
economic
low. Chips have
activity is
not
expanding
stopped.
at a solid pace.
So you got chips
showing
selling off, Mag
resilience in
7,
the
and
face
everyone
of
else
recent
catching the bid.
developments. Household consumption,
That's what I'm saying. When
growth
chips
is
stop, it'll
moderate,
change. But for now,
and manufacturing
that's where
output
your
has
red's
moved
coming
up steadily
from. Low
this
tickers,
year.
all chips in
The
memory.
housing sector, however,
High ticker,
strikes
Netflix,
a different note. It gives
Value,
a different picture and
Microsoft,
continues to
Zillow,
lag.
for crying out loud.
I want to highlight the most striking feature of our economy right now, and it's business investment. It is a surge in capital expenditures. Compare that to what we've seen for a long, long period of financial engineering. This is a better situation. The rapid pace of CapEx, which appears to be accelerating, reflects in large part the construction of infrastructure, including in and
The high
around
ticker
AI
is gassing,
and the
dude. It's
immense
just only
demand
chips
for
and,
AI-related equipment and
random
software.
momentum on the low.
Investment in equipment overall increased about 8% for the year in the first quarter. Within that category, high-tech spending logged an especially impressive growth rate of about 25%. We don't yet know the extent to which the economy will benefit from this build-out. Yet it seems inevitable, at least to me, that what is now called AI investment will soon just be called investment. Even so, new opportunities for the economy introduce new challenges for policymakers. We at the Fed are monitoring the implications for the inflation and for the labor market. That brings me to the supply side of the economy, a subject worthy of equal attention, where productivity growth has been strong. And I'll note that this productivity growth predates gains from AI adoption. America's labor force appears to be broadly stable. Job creation has kept pace with the workforce. The unemployment rate low and has changed little, quite frankly, over the last year.
Okay,
We're seeing
more
relatively
more
few
software,
layoffs
not
and
cyber,
only slight
though.
variance in the rate of
That's
job
the difference,
vacancies.
you guys.
Solid
So
growth
cyber
in
is
nominal
holding up,
wages,
but it's
too.
not catching the it's software.
I've been heartened by the
It's
welcome
like
I've
Team
received and by the
anything
encouragement
software-related
of my
that's not
colleagues.
cyber. But
We
then
have a
chips are
duty to
still
point the
down, and then
institution
Mag 7.
forward, to take a fresh look
Nasdaq's
at
the only
current
thing in the red,
practices,
but down by 0.09.
to make sure we're serving
Everything's up by
our
0.4,
objectives, and we're going about it systematically. As the chairman referenced, I appointed a task force in each of 5 areas that are central
Meta with
to
a
the
candle.
conduct of monetary policy.
$2, $3
I'll
on that Meta
just
candle.
reference them and close. First, Fed communications. Second, our balance sheet policy. Third, our use of existing data. Fourth, productivity and jobs. And finally, the Fed's inflation framework. Our purpose here is to make better decisions in the conduct of monetary policy and put these years of high inflation behind us. We are the Federal Reserve, Mr. Chairman, and as determined as ever to fulfill our mission. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Okay, so watch. If the
Thank you,
Mag
Chairman.
7
Each
start
member will
going
have
down
5 minutes to ask
with the
questions
chips, I
and
mean,
get
you're just losing
answers,
the
and I'll
momentum
start
or
that
the
off.
chips
And
are weighing
I'll start
without
off
now
with
Mag
your
7
working
driving
groups.
you up.
I think credibility.
But yeah, that last
equals
like 10 minutes, that was a big rotation.
And the names that I've seen on
between pushing and pulling.
your working groups, from Doug McMillian, former CEO of Walmart, to Mark Andreessen on productivity and AI, tells me that you're serious about getting real world experience and expertise involved in making decisions at the Fed. I want to give you just a minute of my time to walk us through perhaps one or two pieces of that, as we talked about the importance of having contrast on the committee, on the working groups. Really important from my perspective. I think it lends itself to having more confidence in the Federal Reserve. I want to give you a minute to talk about one part of it, and then I want to move quickly to
SPY
AI.
dropping now.
Right,
You just lost
let
the
me
Meta,
be brief,
the
Mr.
Google,
Chairman.
the
But
that's what I'm saying.
You're
Mag 7
highlighting
stopped
something that's awfully
advancing.
important.
All of those heavy
All
chips are
institutions,
starting to
including
hit
the Federal
now.
Reserve, which I am so proud to lead, filled with great people. On occasion, we need to bring new ideas to the fore.
Bebzi,
And after
Stapel.
63 months of inflation above the Fed's target, it struck me that any new leader should arrive at this organization and look to the very best minds that we could find. There's a lot of great ones at the Fed, but there's a lot of great ones that aren't even in the economics profession. And I reached out to 15 people who I have known and trusted with a diversity of views to see whether they would take the most important questions that are going to be the determinants of monetary policy and the determinants of the economy in the next 5 years,
Okay,
and see if
medical
they
devices
could
and
sharpen
value
their
now are
pencils and do
taking
their
over
best
a little
work.
bit more.
It's a move towards transparency and new ideas. I'll just give one example before turning it back to you. In the last couple of days, we've gotten data on consumer price index, today on the producer price index. Any central bank would be happy to have the data going in the right direction. My view is these are all imperfect measures of the state of
high tickers
underlying
moving fast,
inflation.
and the low
So one of the
just chips
task
now
forces is
selling
going to
off,
see
even
whether
SK
we can
Hynix
do
on the low.
better, have better data
Non-chips
from
are on the
external
high.
sources,
Energy's
and even
going
better
lower.
ideas as to how important organizations like the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Bureau of Economic Affairs might think about how they could do a better job in an evolving economy.
Thank you. We met just a few weeks ago with Dr. Phelan, who's slated to be the head of the president's economic advisors, and we talked a lot about artificial intelligence and the impact it will have
And then Uber
on our
working
economy,
its way
and
up. Dollar
whether or not it
Tree,
will destroy
AXB,
jobs,
Visa
create
was
jobs,
already
and
running.
ultimately, at the end
These
of
are
the
the
day,
rotations.
its
It's all
conclusion
chips on the
will
low,
create
man.
more jobs. Artificial intelligence has
Chips
an
and a
opportunity
couple of
to
energy
change
names, and
how
now
we
even
do
fucking Brent crude
so
on the
many
low.
things, and much of the debate for me can be bifurcated into automation. Things go away in augmentation. People
Cintas
make more money
post-earnings,
because production
all right, you
goes
got
up,
one
and you've
SPY.
argued that perhaps there's a way for us to see
which,
a
Mag
reduction
7
in interest
turns on.
rates because of that increase in productivity. One of the things standing in the way of that conversation is what's happening in South Carolina, where data centers are meeting real headwinds. New York has basically banned them. We have a moratorium in parts of South Carolina because of issues like
IBM on the
electricity
low,
bills,
Qualcomm.
water use, aesthetics. So getting to the future that we're talking about, and frankly, beating China in this AI race might come down to something as important as electricity bills and water usage, which could prevent us from having a serious conversation about productivity gains. Thoughts?
Yeah, I can't think, Mr. Chairman, of a more consequential change to the U.S. and global economy in my adult lifetime than the surge of investment and the potential in around AI.
Potential.
That's part of the reason why one of my task forces is to focus on what's the effect of this general purpose technology on both parts of the Fed's mandate, on ensuring stable prices, but also on full employment.
chips
You
just-
gave
it
us
seems
both
like they
parts of
kinda did
that.
a Asmil
We don't have
sell
any
the
legislative orphans at the
report, but
Fed.
the
There's no
chip vibe was good
disfavored
in the
part.
morning.
I would say it
Then we
is
just kind
a
of reversed
huge
it,
opportunity,
and
but it's
then
not
we
without
rotated back
challenges.
to the
I'll make
things
two
that
other
didn't do
brief
as well
points.
yesterday.
I think the United
Mag
States
7, the
is
big driver today.
extremely well positioned to be at the cutting edge and extract more productivity, which should be good for U.S. companies and U.S. workers, than any other country in the world. Any other country would exchange positions with us in a moment. Second thing is, I do want to make it clear, that in the near term, I think this investment is probably quite good for jobs as we're building out the infrastructure. And over the long term, my best guess is that this will improve American productivity and will improve the real wages and will help us on full employment. But between the short term and the long term, it can have a disruptive effect. And we're attuned to that. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to shed some new light on it with some outsiders.
My time is up, but I will submit one question for the record.
Red light, green light on the SPY will be red light, green light on
indexing our regulatory thresholds. We've seen so much growth in the since 2019 that our institutions might need to see a little recalibration on the thresholds that we have put upon them. Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Federal Reserve has long been plagued by a culture of corruption and coziness with Wall Street. Over the last 5 years, at least 6 senior Fed officials have been implicated in serious ethics scandals related to personal stock trading and self-dealing.
Tell him, Elizabeth.
Instead of trying to repair this broken culture, I'm concerned that you seem to be embracing it. At the time of your nomination, you owned more than $100 million worth of shares in private investment vehicles called the Juggernaut Funds and THSDFS LLC. And you refused to disclose the underlying assets to the Senate and to the public. You say now that you've sold those shares. In other words, somebody wrote you a check for more than $100 million days before you entered office. Chair Walsh, who wrote that check?
Senator Warren, this is a discussion you and I had in the public square 7 weeks ago, and I'm thrilled to tell you that I have fully honored the obligations I had under the agreement I had with the Office of Government Ethics.
Yeah,
and there is continued disclosure, which I'm happy to make as consistent with the agreement.
I asked a very specific question. Who gave you $100 million right before you were sworn in? Was it a billionaire who has business with the Fed? Was it Stanley Druckenmiller, who's made billions of dollars betting on what the Fed does? Or was it a different billionaire? Who gave you the money?
I will fully comply with the Office of Government Ethics.
That's not an answer.
Well, it is an answer, actually, Senator, because there are obligations,
and
I will satisfy them completely.
$100 million that you got just before you were sworn in, and you won't tell the American people where it came from. Let's go to another incident. As you know, the Fed imposes a blackout period where senior Fed officials are prohibited from talking about economic issues with outsiders. The idea is to, quote, reinforce the public's confidence in the transparency and integrity of the monetary policy process. In other words, no one gets some special insider information from the Fed. But shortly after your first FOMC meeting as chair, right in the middle of the blackout period, the Fed's vice chair for supervision, Michelle Bowman, was reportedly the featured guest at a secret dinner hosted by Bank of America.
I agree with you, Elizabeth.
Fund and Wall Street
That's what I'm saying.
clients.
Why y'all like this is all under Powell, not
dinner,
Kevin.
She reportedly spoke about both monetary policy topics and regulatory policy. Now, I've called on the Inspector General to review her conduct, but you're the guy in charge. As chair, you set the tone on culture. Did Vice Chair Bowman provide any non-public information to the attendees at that secret dinner or discuss any regulatory policy matters that are subject to open comment periods?
Senator, I agree with one of the premises of your question, which is I do set the culture.
Good.
After my very first week at the Fed, I sent a letter to the 21,000 people at the Fed outlining our culture.
I appreciate that, but we have very limited time and a very strict chairman. So can you just answer the question about the vice chair and her secret meeting?
Sure, I'm happy to the extent I can share it with you. The vice chair has been an excellent colleague in my first 7 weeks. I'm aware of the letter you sent to the Inspector General. Out of an enormous respect for him, his investigation, what he chooses to do with it, I'm going to leave to him to do without trying to micromanage that.
So
I'd be interested in the judgments that he comes to.
So you will support his investigation. Have you made your own investigation? Did you ask her if she spoke at a secret meeting during the blackout period?
I agree with the suggestion that the Inspector General is an independent actor, and I'd be very interested in his decision.
You just said you're the guy in charge. Did you ask her about the secret meeting that took place? Did you ask her?
I can answer a simple question,
all
which is
under
I
Powell.
wasn't at the meeting.
Powell hired them.
No one
But I'd be
thinks you
very
were.
interested
Did you
in the
ask
fact
about
finding.
the
This is why I can't be. I would yell at
Fair
these
enough
meetings.
to
Jack.
ask,
I
how
would be
can you
yelling at
chair and
Elizabeth
not
right
ask
now
your own
with the
vice
same
chair
exact voice you just
whether
heard.
or not she violated the blackout period, violated the law?
I think it'd be inappropriate for me to prejudge facts that are being discovered by an independent
I don't know how you
actor.
prejudge them if you don't ask.
Well, I don't
Morgan
know how
Stanley
to prejudge them if I wasn't in the
So just
attendance
tell
of a
me,
meeting.
did you ask?
She's been an excellent colleague.
Did you ask?
I've asked her a lot of things
Did you
about
ask?
supervision and regulation.
Yeah,
because we've
I
been
think
busy
that's one
doing
more
a lot of
question
real
you
work
don't
over
want
the last
answered.
7
I gotta
weeks.
say, I'm gonna take the same time you did. I just gotta say,
You hope so.
the tone that you are setting is one that seems to invite corruption, and that's going to be a real problem.
Why didn't you
We've
say
had,
any of
we've
this
had
to
7
Powell?
weeks, Senator Warren, and we've set a tone of performance, accountability, responsibility, and integrity.
that's
And
crazy.
I'm
Takes
ready.
the floor.
Dog,
you,
it's
Mr.
just-
Chairman.
Actually, she's like, do you realize you're setting
Mr.
the
Warsh,
tone for
welcome
corruption?
to your first meeting.
Thank you,
She's
sir.
like, I just got here.
Let me give you an
I don't even
opportunity.
fucking know
I think
fucking Bowman.
I've got some
You
questions that
hired
I think
Bowman.
are
You
important with
confirmed
regard
Bowman.
to Basel
Why the
III
fuck-
and what we're going to do with it. But before we get into that, I think you've been basically harassed a little bit in terms of making accusations to you. Let me give you just a minute to perhaps respond in a just straightforward manner to some of this stuff. Anybody give you $100 million?
No, Senator. No one did any such thing.
Possible that you may have had assets that were sold based upon an agreement that you had as you became the nominee for the chairmanship?
Yes, I had earned assets over a long period of time and went over and above any ethics agreements and have sold or in the process of selling, have nearly completely sold everything that I had earned during that period and have rolled those into the equivalent of cash and T-bills.
So basically, away from investments
Big bonga,
based
huh?
upon the market and back to treasuries.
Yes, exactly
You
right.
just
I thought
answered
that was the
$100 million
prudent thing to do,
question.
given the responsibilities and the importance
Gold
of setting
Coast
the tone at the
gasoline
top.
stocks fell
Culture
to the
is the
lowest
big
since
driver of a
September
lot of things, and in my
2017.
first 7
PayPal
weeks,
and
Senator,
Chime on the high.
we're
SanDisk
doing
on
our
the
very
low,
best
so watch
in
out.
the best of the
We're
Fed's
back at
traditions
VWAP,
to
a
get
couple
the
names
culture
moving,
right,
but
to get the
Intel,
strategy
Dell,
right, and to get
all of
policy
the
right.
chips are on the
and
low
if we can
again,
do
so you're
those
gonna do that
things, all of
dynamic.
which are to the
Bobo.
left of the decimal point, might not be of such great interest to people that are trading on Wall Street. And I think the decisions we make to the right of the decimal point can be better, so we can do a better job of fulfilling the mandate
And
you gave
Amazon
us.
now.
Yeah,
so again, you're getting your big tech running,
The
and
ranking
the chips
member
are dying.
had asked a question with regard to another member on the committee, Nikki Bowman, and you indicated that if there was an accusation being made as to an inappropriate meeting, that if the inspector general was doing it, that you were going to be hands off on it. It seems to me that that's pretty appropriate. Because if you would have gotten involved in it, the accusation from some members on this committee would have been that you were trying to influence it.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the logic? Am I on the right track with regard to the reasoning that you have for allowing the Inspector General to do the job that they were asked to do in the first place by members on this committee?
Apple hunts
Yes,
for
Senator,
AI
you're
chip
exactly on the
acquisitions.
right track. I'll just say more broadly that my fellow governors, my Reserve Bank presidents, they've received me incredibly warmly. I admit that I show up with a lot of ideas for reform in monetary policy and supervision,
admit.
regulation, and payments. I've only been there a short while, for 7 weeks. But instead of an institution acting inert, what I've found is my colleagues are really open-minded to change. What I found is we're going to have a good family fight. I'm not imposing ideas. That's part of the idea of the task forces the chairman referenced. But we're going to try to be better at our jobs, fulfill our mission, be accountable, be responsible, and do it all with the utmost integrity. That's my intention. We're early into this.
Great
I don't want to prejudge outcomes. We made a lot of progress in a short period of time, and frankly, I'm proud of it.
I like the idea that you're putting together working groups. I think that will give an opportunity for a fresh look at a lot of things going on. As I shared with you in a phone call earlier, it's not a matter of being necessarily vindictive or angry with previous chairs or previous members. It's a matter of making things better for the American people, and that's really what we ought to be talking about today. So let me just, in the minute and 14 seconds that I've got left on mine, talk a little bit about Basel III.
So you just had Meta, Amazon, and I think Google.
I think you and Vice Chairman Bowman and the respective financial regulators, I think you've done a good job in terms of your roles with regard to the Basel III re-proposal that was issued this March. The 2023 proposal would have substantially increased common equity capital requirements for Category 1 and Category 2 banks by approximately 19%, failing to strike a balance between maintaining resiliency of our banking system and doing so without hampering lending.
Cyber's on the low, so this might be our
really
first
critical
cyber
item.
sell day.
And next to what artificial intelligence is going to do in terms of our productivity, I think it's one of the biggest issues out there. With the June 18th comment deadline now behind us, are there any other categories of feedback that you're weighing more heavily than others, such as the adjustments to leverage ratios or anything along that line? And if I could, is there going to be a go-live date this year sometime? Any idea when you might actually be able to talk about when this thing's going to go public for us?
Senator, well, thank you for your question on supervision regulation. As I mentioned before, I've shown up with a lot of ideas for reform, not just in monetary policy, but in supervision and regulation too.
Very sneaky.
Before this committee, some 20 years ago, there was a debate about what the Basel process should be. Boy, we should get to the bottom of that 20 years later, and we should end up with a set of reforms in the United States that makes our financial system and our banks safer, sounder, and more competitive. It is that competition which provides better and more agile credit to the real economy. The Basel endgame, Senator, is not America's endgame. I am happy to work with international regulators to try to find common views, but we're going to do the right thing for the U.S. economy. As you mentioned, we're out for public comment. I'll be very interested in the comments before we go final with the proposed final rule.
Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile.
This
Those
is already off to a good
rotation,
start.
at least for today. Coca-Cola, XLP,
We're gonna stay around 5
Kimberly,
minutes.
Pepsi, Colgate.
Period.
Those are TAP,
Senator Reid, the
PG.
floor is yours.
It's all Max 7
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman Walsh, I want to see if I put a cap on this discussion.
So yeah, watch. The
between
SPY will
Senator
stop
Warren
going
and
down when
Senator
SMH
Rounds.
stops going down.
When will you
and then
disclose
you'll probably just
who
go back and
bought
forth.
your
Or if SMH
assets?
keeps going down and then Max 7 comes down, this will come down.
I believe there's periodic requirements under the ethics laws, and I'll fully comply with them. I think the next reporting requirement is at some point in the next quarter or so.
And you will
No,
fully
Mike, just
disclose
Max
who you
7
sold your
rotation.
assets to.
I'll fully
I don't know how to
comply with
describe it,
the
but
law
no.
and the ethics agreement.
No real
Thank
headlines.
you. AI
Max
is making
7's
a
the
huge
winner today.
impact on everything we do, particularly the banking system. And as you're aware, an interagency governmental group, Commerce, Treasury, Energy, et cetera, has authorized the major banks, the 8 major banks, to use Mythos to evaluate their security. Would you agree that it's important for all financial institutions to have access to these types of AI tools so that they could analyze their operations for cyber vulnerabilities?
Yes, I think the broad financial system has new vulnerabilities with these new technologies. I wouldn't want to just isolate Mythos, though. The other large language models have rival products. The efficient frontier has changed even in the last month. But as these new models find their way more broadly, our banking system and frankly the Federal Reserve needs to do all we can to patch any vulnerabilities that we have.
What are you doing to ensure that these mid-size and smaller banking institutions have access to whatever AI tool is appropriate as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so I share the sentiment, Senator Reid. We are not the deciders as to who has access, but I have not been shy in sharing my views with authorities across the government about the vulnerabilities and have been asking for access, not just for the Federal Reserve, but for other institutions, to a whole range of these new artificial intelligence models so that they can protect themselves. If you said to me, what worries you over the course of the next several months, I want to make sure that we're as protected as we can be from foreign actors that want to do us harm.
Well, let me stay with AI, but change the focus a moment. Recently, Governor Waller and New York Fed President John Williams have warned that AI investments may be increasing inflation, and many economists have similar warnings. So are AI investments current drivers of inflation?
This is one of the good family fights. Let me give my own view on it, which might be somewhat nuanced from the way you just described it and some of my colleagues. The shock of AI, the supply shock of AI, has an effect on demand and supply. We see the effect on demand much more quickly. We see it in the capital investment I referenced. We see it in the prices of chips that are going up. We're inferring, which is just a fancy word for guessing, when the effects will happen on the supply side of the economy. I don't view a one-time change in prices as necessarily being inflationary, because I think there's a supply response. In that way, this is different from a foreign conflict and what it might do, which tends to reduce the supply side of the economy. Will it increase measured prices over the course of the next 12 months? I suspect it will be. Whether that's inflationary or not, that's up to the Federal Reserve, and we're going to have something to say about that.
Okay. Now, one of the interesting things about our economy is becoming more and more productive. But one of the disappointing things is that household pay is not rising relative to that productivity. And we're seeing less benefit from productivity gains. So what's driving this trend?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't have a perfect answer to it. Like you, we think a lot about real take-home pay. The part that the Fed can do a lot about is the real part. If inflation were lower, real take-home pay would be higher. That's just the arithmetic. Mm-hmm. Your other question's a broader one, which is what are we going to see the productivity improvements lead to a surge in wages? Wages have moved up at a reasonable pace, but it's likely that as productivity moves up more, we should see wages move more. Getting that timing right, understanding when that happens, that's a puzzle, and it's a puzzle we're going to continue to work on.
In the last 10 seconds,
a couple financials are starting to move up. KRE, and then like Apollo, KKR.
Rate?
So
Again,
you're asking me to prejudge the task force. My short answer is over the long term, absolutely not. I believe that this is a long-term job creator, but will it be disruptive? And will some people have their jobs at jeopardy because of the new technologies? On that, I can't offer any sort of guarantee or comfort.
Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair, thank you so much for being here with us today. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation, and obviously so early in your tenure in this new role. In this year's monetary policy report, one of the most encouraging themes is the increased in business investment that we're seeing across the country. In Alabama and many places, we're seeing companies expand, manufacturers grow, and communities are benefiting from that investment. I believe that these are good signs and that they're also important for the future because they help us determine whether America remains the most competitive economy in the world. My question for you is, as you look at the economy, what data tells you that today's investments are laying the groundwork and the foundation for a stronger long-term growth and greater American competitiveness?
So it's a great question, and thanks for highlighting the capital investment boom. This is what most countries are
I don't know if
searching for.
Progressive's call started yet.
This is the seed corn for the next group of job creation and productivity. To be honest, over the last dozen or so years, we have been waiting for the surge in business investment.
They were down
I know in some academic accounting sense, this is leading to a surge in prices in the next 12 months. I don't want to sound dismissive of it. The surge in prices is real. But I'd sure rather the most successful companies in the world investing in property, plant, and equipment than doing a share buyback. Mm-hmm. So I'm encouraged by it. The trend is our friend here, and this business capital investment is contributing massively to the GDP we've seen in the last 12 months. My colleagues know I'm not big for forward guidance, but I would guess that trend continues. What gives me optimism about it? Well, when the private sector deploys this amount of capital, they must see something shiny at the other end of that rainbow. They must see a very good return on investment. That's why they're taking this capital and they're putting it to work.
Spending the money
I tend
instead
to
of
think that
buybacks.
private
He is
investment has a
talking about it right now.
multiplier way higher than 1. I'll let you and others judge whether that's true of government spending too.
I'm going to go ahead and switch gears because I know we're on a tight time frame today, which I appreciate. And I'm going to follow up on a question that the chairman asked. I'd like to get you to kind of dig into this. Some banks are already approaching and crossing into new tailoring categories, and they're making staffing and compliance and long-term business decisions based on thresholds that haven't been updated since 2019. At the same time, the Federal Reserve continues to rely on those categories and other regulatory frameworks. So my question is, how are you thinking about updating these tailoring frameworks when it comes to what banks can expect to see and proposals in the future?
So it's a great question, one I take seriously. To be candid with you and the chairman and the other members of the committee, monetary policy has distracted me a bit in the first 7 weeks, but the Federal Reserve chairman is supposed to be the chairman of monetary policy and payments and consumer affairs and supervision and regulation. But I can tell you this, Vice Chairman Bowman has been working on these initiatives. She has briefed me about them. And broadly, I'll step back and say modernizing our banking system, streamlining regulations so that the rules that apply to the systemically important financial institutions are not one size fits all for every other. The secret to the American economy is we have a few thousand banks and other providers of credit who
That's
know
weird.
their
PGR
smaller
hasn't
markets
started
bigger.
yet.
I'd rather have that
I was wondering
system
why
than
that
what
hasn't
most of our
moved, so you might
G20
get
peers have, where they have a half a dozen institutions implicitly backed by their government. I think reform is coming to supervision and regulation. I have my own ideas that might be as dramatic as I've already shared on monetary policy here. And I think the sooner we can get to the bottom of it, the better. If I could say one more thing, the reforms we've been putting in place over the last 15 years coming out of Dodd-Frank, as we learned in the Silicon Valley Bank example and the First Republic example, they didn't work perfectly. My predecessors had very little choice but then to do another overall bailout. We don't want that to happen again. So we want to tailor the rules and the capital so they serve the best interests of the U.S. economy, which I describe as a system that is safe, sound, and competitive.
And I just hope, given what you've said, we double down on reviewing the framework. We know how important tailoring is, and also just the need for regulatory certainty. So thank you for that. In my last remaining seconds, I just want to say thank you for your commitment in the first 7 weeks, almost 2 months. You said it earlier, but to performance, to accountability, to responsibility, and to integrity. Appreciate what you're doing and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Synchrony is another financial.
Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, it's good to see you again. 7 weeks in, you got a hell of a job. Inflation's still too high. How you predict the president's chaotic foreign policy, wars in the Middle East. I'm going to come to an AI question, but let me be clear. As I said to you yesterday, I didn't vote for you. But we're going to find a lot of common ground to work together. I am going to hold you, and I've been appreciative of your comments about inflation, about the Fed's independence.
Let me make
but I
this
think
clear.
there are many,
I don't
many
like
common
your
areas
ad.
we can work together on and look forward to that. I want to hit, when one of the things that most impressed me in our first meeting was your recognition that probably the biggest issue you're going to face is AI. My 2 cents is I think it is going to have long-term, I agree with you, it's going to be job creation. Very short-term, I think you may see some upsurge in terms of energy production and data center build out. Years 2 through 5, 2 through 6, I think there could be massive economic disruption, particularly towards new college grads. It's a policymaker's job, but if this is going to have the potential effect, I hope I'm wrong, but I'd take a bet with you that 3 years out, we could see 30% recent college grad unemployment. If we see that, what do you see as the Fed's role is in terms of urging your actions, but also helping us sort that out?
Senator, first of all, I appreciate it. I promised to this.
Don't say nice things about me. He's got me on a clock. Answer my question.
All right, good. Well, let me just say.
I do indeed.
Let me just say this. I appreciate that you haven't given up on me. I haven't given up on you. I haven't given up on your colleagues. I'm the independent head of a central bank. No matter how people voted, I'm going to be serving all of you.
This doesn't count against my time.
AI. Let me get to the core of your question. I am more confident that there will be a surge in output because the U.S. is at the cutting edge of AI than any certainty about the effect on the labor market in the next few years. The United States will be a winner. That is my informed judgment. But this is a time filled with both challenges and risks. We take both parts of our dual mandate seriously. Do I believe that the productivity improvements over time will be structurally disinflationary? I do. I believe everything technology touches ultimately gets cheaper. Your background, I think, would be consistent with that. What are going to be the effect on the labor markets in years 2 through 5? It's a fair question. The way I would frame it to you on college graduates, if you're a new college graduate, AI is probably native to you. You've been playing with AI effectively since your high school years. I feel as though you likely have the skills and the intuitions, the same way that people of my generation or younger were native to the internet. If you've already been in the workforce for a while and you're a little resistant to change, that's where the encouragement needs to be to think about how these skills can make you more productive. These are fair questions. I don't have easy answers, but I do have a task force that's going to be thinking about it.
We have to work together on it because if we hit this bump, and I think it's going to come, we got to collaborate. Now, Senator Reid asked a very good question about Mythos, and I 100% agree. Mythos is already yesterday's news,
right?
Because these models are coming out so quickly and they pose such security risks. I think it's incumbent because of the risk it provides to our financial system that at some point you're going to be. And I'm asking you now. I think, personally, I believe we need some level of mandatory testing pre-release because of the potentially draconian and dramatic effects. Now, how long, who's on that panel is critical, but what do you think about pre-testing release regime going forward, more than just the voluntary willingness of a company to come forward?
Yeah, so two things. First, these models are in their capabilities are growing at an exponential rate. In technology, we would say hyper Moore's law. It wasn't long ago people sitting in my position thought that the U.S. was a time of secular stagnation. All the good stuff had been invented. Boy, that seems awfully anachronistic. We're moving fast. So what can we do? I don't have, as it currently structured, decision rights as to who has access. But I do have a bully pulpit, as you mentioned, and I'm unafraid to share my views with the Treasury Secretary and others. The cutting edge is moving very quickly. Key institutions are vulnerable. The sooner they can mitigate their vulnerabilities, the better. I'm looking forward to working with you.
I hope that you will be willing to advocate moving on beyond a voluntary regime because the downside risk. 12 seconds, quickly address the role of all of the Federal Reserve banks and your vision of what the role they should play.
So very quickly, I'll just say this. We should be good stewards of taxpayer money. We should be consolidating functions where we can. But my mental model, Senator, as I mentioned to you yesterday, is we should have 12 centers of excellence. I've got more than 12 problems on my plate. And if each reserve bank were to develop an expertise on something that matters to our remit and the American economy, I'd encourage them to develop that advantage.
Senator Ricketts.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Every
Chairman Warsh, great to see you.
Every
Thank
regional
you
Fed
for
should
being here, and
represent
congratulations
like a
on your first
specialty.
semi-annual report. It's good to see you here again. We got some good news this week. Inflation was down, and that's progress under this administration
oil's
and
low.
under
See if any of the other
your new
airlines,
leadership
I don't see
at the
like
Fed.
a big candle on JetBlue.
During the Biden administration, we saw reckless spending that drove prices up and left Nebraska families to foot the bill. 2019, the
we still have
federal
that
deficit was
defense
roughly
thing, too,
$900
from the
billion.
White House later
By
tonight.
2024, that was $1.9 trillion. And we saw inflation go up 20%, really stressing Nebraska families at the grocery store. Cleaning out this mess is going to take discipline and it's going to take reform. Chairman Warsh, we discussed in our meeting also how to implement some reforms, such as process improvement. We talked specifically about Lean Six Sigma and the opportunity there. You promised to have a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, and we're willing to break up or make a break from some of the mistakes of the past. I commend you for that.
I was waiting for it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and
girls. One of the most important
girls.
places to start
It is
is with the
here.
Fed's balance sheet.
Bradley Frizzle
and
and the
consistently raised with
Peach.
Other Fed governors.
Oh,
The Fed expanded its balance sheet dramatically during the pandemic. peaking at nearly $9 trillion.
Oh, Peach Nation.
Since 2022, the Fed has shrunk
How
it down
are
to
you,
about
brother?
$6.5 trillion
Oh,
in December
I know
2025.
we were missing something.
And I'm glad
The
to see
freeze,
the Fed was
baby.
making progress over the last few years, but the balance sheet is still not down to pre-COVID levels. Actually, the balance sheet is rising again and now stands at around $6.7 trillion today. Chairman Warsh, do you see the balance sheet increasing again as a trend in the right direction or the wrong direction?
Senator, thank you for the question. I've been focused on the Fed's balance sheet, frankly, since my last day at the Fed, some 15 years ago into the present.
He say, I've been focusing
I don't
on
wanna
balance sheet
prejudge
since Bradley Frizzo dropped the
conclusions
first
of this
peach.
balance sheet task
Son.
force, whereas the chairman said I put together a team of rivals to fiddle with it, to evaluate it, to come up with their own judgments.
Yelp,
but I'll give
2
you my
candles.
predilections. Monetary policy is made currently through at least 2 material
2%.
instruments: interest rates and the balance sheet. In fact, we grew the balance sheet, created quantitative easing when I served the last time in the darkest days of the crisis because we'd already cut rates to 0. So expanding the balance sheet had the intent of helping markets clear, but it was also another tool of monetary policy. I still believe that is true.
Wasn't that supposed to be temporary?
Indeed, that was our entry principle, was that we would get out of that business. The central bank has not, for a whole range of reasons, gotten out of that business. My general view is, as we think about inflation risks and we think about the conduct of monetary policy writ large, we have 2 instruments that we should be thinking about. The balance sheet is one of them. I'll make only one other point. Monetary policy needs to be architected, needs to be designed by the policymakers around the FOMC. The plumbing, the operations, how we do that is conducted by the New York Fed.
Bradley is
I want
spoken.
the architecture to drive the plumbing, not the plumbing to drive the architecture. We're going to make a monetary policy decision with respect to the balance sheet. I'm very open-minded to changes, and any changes we make will be well discussed, well shared, and I think quite deliberate. And the financial markets, who have seen the balance sheet grow effectively for a generation, they'll have plenty of time to adjust if we make changes.
I know you said you just wanted to make that one comment, but I'm going to push you to ask for a little more. What do you believe is the smallest balance sheet that the Fed could operate with?
My predilection, my inclination is interest rate policy should be the driver of monetary policy. The balance sheet should be as small as practicable to conduct operations. And the balance sheet can expand when there's a crisis. The balance sheet can also expand
now. Those are
if an
dropping below
institution
1,000%
needs
on the
liquidity.
remaining
That's
ones.
part of the reason why we've created
a 3,000 in the
a
morning,
discount
but that was
window.
it.
But a permanently large balance sheet with a duration of
all the
assets
cybers
that
are
are
down now. Yeah,
larger than
cyber
the
flipped
duration of
first
assets
down
of
day here in the
treasuries,
last,
for
like, what,
example,
week and a half, 2
that are
weeks?
held in the
If it holds.
broader public
Yeah, it's
markets.
down pretty decently.
Boy, that sure seems a little bit more like fiscal policy that I'm comfortable with. So I would like us to have a leaner, meaner balance sheet, but it's a discussion for my colleagues.
now
and I've got 3
Sentinel had
real
way more
pros that are
cushion,
going to
though.
help us think it through.
All right, well, I have run out of time, and I'm sure the chair will be happy that I'm going to maybe get done before it reaches 0.
Thank you.
But I do have a question I'll follow up with
B-Rad,
for the record
Bradley's
on
Unite.
scams, because this is something that the banking industry is telling me they're increasingly seeing, and it's costing people who have deposits a lot of money. So I'll follow up with that.
Senator, we're opposed to scams, but I'm happy to follow up.
I see Jet Blue still going.
Good to hear. Good to hear. This is great. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr.
Elizabeth
Chairman.
Warren
And
chuckle in
Mr.
the
Chairman,
background.
we agree on that point. Let me turn to the headline inflation
Do we get to
numbers
hear
that came
from
out
Kennedy?
yesterday at 3.5%, above the Fed's 2.2% target. Prices are too high for families, and we need to get them down. I think we can agree on that. At your press conference a few weeks ago, you said that higher inflation, in part, and I quote, reflects supply shocks that have driven price increases in certain sectors, including energy, unquote. In other words, a reason that we're seeing prices go up is that the supply of products and services has dropped in some areas of the economy, right?
Yes.
And I do think it's important that the public understand the causes of some of these supply shocks. You would agree, would you not, Mr. Chairman, that the war in Iran has caused a supply shock in the energy markets?
Yeah, the military conflicts have caused the price of oil to be higher than it otherwise would.
Absolutely right. And Americans are paying the burden of that as we go. We've also seen supply shocks in other areas. Last year, your colleague, Austin Goolsbee, president of the Chicago Fed, said that, and I quote, "A tariff is like a negative supply shock," unquote. And we've seen plenty of tariffs. Obviously, we have the Supreme Court decision that may bring those down over time, the impact of it. But the negative supply shocks have been real and can be traced to the Trump administration agenda. So when you say that supply shocks are part of the reason prices are going up, you would acknowledge that they're the result of decisions that have been made by the president, like going to war with Iran, right?
So what I'd say is particular price shocks happen to particular prices that we don't have control over, but I don't want to suggest we don't have control over inflation in the medium term. That's our job. But screwworm affects beef prices. Other things affect oil prices and milk prices. And I understand that has an effect on people's household budgets.
Indeed, it does. And I think we've seen the price of energy go up by billions and billions of dollars. And the American people are essentially paying for that at the pump and other places in their pocketbooks. As you know, your predecessor as chairman was regularly harassed and berated by the President of the United States on social media with respect to interest rates. At least so far, you seem to have escaped that fate. But I do think it's important that we have an understanding of whether or not the president is trying to influence Fed conduct. I know you were asked recently at your last press conference about any communications with the president. I think your response was, "On the president, I don't have anything for you." Mr. Chairman, was that a yes or a no with respect to whether you've had communications with President Trump?
So I like what I said the first time. Senator, I don't have anything for you. I will say this, though. I do meet with the Treasury Secretary weekly. I talk to him often between that.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure
I'll make my own decisions as monetary policy.
I just want to understand the answer. Mm-hmm. Have you or have you not had communications with President Trump since you took this position?
I just don't want to be in the business of sharing discussions that the president and I have.
Okay.
I will tell you what I've said to the president repeatedly and said to the Treasury Secretary. They chose an independent guy to do an independent job, and that's exactly what I plan on doing.
Okay.
And I'd like to think over the last 7 weeks, given the decisions we've made and the things we've done, that it's not just words, it's actions now to start to demonstrate that.
So Mr. Chairman, I think it's important I take from your answer you had communications. You don't want to disclose the content. Will you commit to do what your predecessor did, which was to release your appointment schedule and conversations with President Trump?
I don't know what the past practice was. I will be in full compliance with the law. As I understand it, there's an ongoing FOIA request on my calendar, and I will share it consistent with the law.
Well,
I believe the first one's already come out.
I think this was this wasn't in response
Somebody
to
put a Freedom of Information Act on Kevin Warsh's schedule.
It was a
That's
question
amazing.
of transparency. And I do think, given the president's past record of trying to influence Fed behavior via social media, with respect to your predecessor, if he's trying to influence Fed behavior through private conversations with you, I think that needs to be something the public is aware of. And I'm asking you whether you will commit to disclosing when you have conversations with the President of the United States.
Senator, I can offer you this assurance. The president has not, before I took this office, before I raised my right hand, he has not tried to influence the conduct of monetary policy. And if he tried to, I would continue to keep my head down and do the job.
Okay.
I don't have a long record.
I made those metas
but I've got
free
a
at
7-week record, and
60%.
before
I
that,
like
I had a
them,
25-year record. And I think that should count for something.
I appreciate that. I hope you'll just follow the precedent your predecessor.
Senator Kennedy, the floor is yours.
Well, Senator Van Hollen's my buddy, so I don't. This is not meant toward him, but I always get a kick out of my Democratic friends talking about transparency. You know, toward the end, God bless him, you could bake a Thanksgiving turkey in the time that it took President Biden to walk across the stage, and they kept it quiet. Till they couldn't.
It quiet.
I'm sorry it was in that condition, but this transparency stuff cuts both ways. What's wrong with you talking to the President of the United States?
Good question.
So, Senator, I've got
What's
a wide
wrong
lens.
with you
I'm interested
talking
in
to
hearing
him?
points of view from a whole range of people. We have a narrow remit. I'm interested in what's happening in the world, in the Middle
But
East
I mean,
and
is
elsewhere.
there anything wrong with it? Do you have to, when you do it, do you have to like go out and look for the last phone booth in Washington and put a bag over your head and sneak in there and call him? Or return his call? Is there anything wrong with that?
I certainly don't feel uncomfortable receiving a call from the chairman of this committee or the president of the United States.
Okay. Do you think Ben Bernanke ever talked to the president?
When I was a governor, I recall several conversations and
How
frequent
about Alan
meetings.
Greenspan?
When I was a young staffer in the White House, I remember being honored by him coming into the White House and meeting with the president and the president's advisors quite frequently.
Okay. I think what would give me concern, and I think it's the basis for my colleagues' concern, is that you just do whatever the president says, but you're not going to do that, are you, or are you?
Senator, I'm going to call it the best I see it. The president never asked me to do anything inappropriate, and if he did, I wouldn't do it. I'm going
Okay.
to follow the law and do my best to follow the remit you gave us.
Okay, so in the last year or so, recent past, I'll say, the Fed cut
DraftKings
rates
and
3 times
Flutter.
because they were worried about the labor market. Is that a fair assessment?
That's my sense of what
And
they did
it
before my
worked.
arrival.
It worked, correct?
Well, that's a longer discussion. They did
Well, is
cut
the
rates.
labor market in a mess today?
The labor market's in good shape, but I
Yeah,
wouldn't want to
okay.
draw
So
that causal connection.
So I don't have much time, Mr. Chairman. I love you like a taco, but I'm gonna.
I love you
don't
like a
filibuster
taco.
on me. So it worked. Okay. Now we have inflation. Okay. What caused it? In 20 seconds.
In 20 seconds, inflation is caused when a one-time change in price is brought out.
I know what inflation is.
And the
Mr.
Federal
Chairman.
and the
Tell me
Federal
what
Reserve,
caused it.
monetary policy, sir.
Okay. Well, I would say what causing it is AI,
Oh. Wow.
the conflict with Iran,
Meta, you guys. I had to make it free. I had to unlock it.
and probably the residual effect of the fact that some imports have become more expensive. Okay?
Oh, where's Netflix?
And I think any fair-minded person would conclude that. There was a lot of economists said, the impact of inflation on the rise in the cost of imports would be a one-shot
They'll just go
deal.
100%. Fuck me.
You can
They
teach
did.
that one round or flat.
So I sold them. I
don't
made them
know.
free
I
at
think it's
60.
probably
They're at
having its
112 now.
residual effect. Okay, is
love
it
you like a taco,
temporary or is
Chad.
it permanent?
I love you like
The
a
inflation.
taco.
It's not going to be permanent under my watch, Senator.
Okay, what are you going to do about it?
So we're going to do 3 things. One is for those people in markets that think the Fed really was comfortable with a higher level of inflation, we're doing our best to disabuse them of
Okay,
that.
you're going to talk about it. What's the second thing you're going to do?
We're going to take ownership of it. We're going to say we have the power to do something.
Okay, you're going to own it.
That's
What's the third thing you're going to do?
We're going to look at our tools in the changing economy, both balance sheet and
All right,
interest
I
rate,
sold the
and see
last
whether we
Meta.
need to
I just
adjust
got like
policy
200
to
for it. I don't
take
know
it head
how.
on.
You're going to look
I'm
at your
down.
tools. That's the third thing.
I sold the free ones.
I'm not asking you what action the Fed's going to take. That would be improper, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't do that, and you wouldn't tell me anyway. Get specifically,
Taco.
like you're talking to a 10th grader, okay? Not. What are your options? Leave it alone, right? Leave rates alone.
Bro, those metas keep climbing.
This is
Jeez.
one option.
That is an option, Senator.
Every time I sell
Raise
them, they
rates.
just pop another
Another
30%. So I sold the last one.
Cut rates.
I have those old ones that
a
are
third
dead.
option,
We made those
a
free last week.
non-exclusive list of options, but yet
Well,
yeah,
and a lot
those
of it
are
depends
running.
on whether it's temporary or permanent. So how do you decide whether it's temporary or permanent? I got that in with 6 seconds left.
Well done.
you use 5 task forces to get to the big and hard questions instead of trying to paper it over with policies that have not been proven as successful.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, good to see you again. Thank you
to
for
see you,
meeting
sir.
with me.
Thank you.
You've talked about the task forces. What's the timeline for getting reports from the task forces?
So
Bro, those metas.
I'm not a very patient person. People
not
have
a
said that
patient
to do all this good work, you'll need years. I gave them 6 months.
Wonderful. Thank you. And that will be made public?
Yeah, the details, even much of the deliberations, I want to do that in the public square because we all own these decisions at the end of the day. Ultimately, decisions will be made by my FOMC colleagues. I think they'll start to get briefings on some of the early reports from the task force, early indications, hopefully as early as September, with my expectation and hope by year end, we're going to hear their conclusions and decide what to do with it.
Thank you.
Again,
and then
did
just
really
for clarification,
bad,
in
but it's already moving
January
up
of
a lot.
2025,
That could go in
do you
either way.
recall the inflation rate?
But
It was
yeah,
about
any
3%,
big conference
correct?
call update will move that.
I'm going to have to take your word for the precise number, but I knew inflation was still well above target.
Yeah, it was about 3%, and that's when Joe Biden left office. And the current inflation rate right now is about 3.5%, is that correct?
There are various measures.
There's no news
I'm
of Meta. I was
confident
just playing
telling
the
you
rotation.
It's been above
It was
target for
kinda
63
outperforming
months.
there.
It's
Is it
not where we
above
want it to be.
3%?
It's just
By
clear
some
that Mag
measures, by
7
other
chips
measures, it's
down
not. But I don't want to
until that
suggest I'm
dynamic
happy with
shifts.
any
And
of
it's
those
our
measures.
first
I'm not.
down Cyber
Okay,
Day.
I appreciate it.
As I found my final cyber
Let me
laggard.
talk a little bit about an
yeah,
area that is
IGB 's
important
still
for
green,
me,
but
and I
cyber
think
finally
many
went down
states
here.
that deal with a hospitality tourism industry. Unfortunately, under this administration, we've seen significant declines in the number of international visitors to the U.S. The current situation has actually led to our travel trade deficit in this country going from a $51 billion surplus in
SpaceX
2019
CEO
to a
meeting
$72
SpaceX
billion deficit today. How does the Federal Reserve governors consider the specific impact of higher unemployment, lower wages, and reduced
kind of moving, a
economic
little bit of volume.
activities in communities
Might
with
get some.
large
Again, airlines
tourism
are still
economies like
going.
Las
Energy's
Vegas?
still on the low.
So we are consumers of this information. We are keenly interested in the good side of the economy and the services side of the economy. My view, which is not universally shared in the economics profession, is that there's no limit to what this economy can grow.
ACHC,
Productivity-led
52-week high.
growth can move
So those
higher, and
plays
that doesn't
are
tell
up.
me it's
There's just a fat
inflationary.
spread.
But
So
we
if
care
you
about
don't-
the services part of
if
the
the
economy,
one day
and we're
down
trying to
freaks
take
you
that
out,
into account. And we're trying to make
I would sell
decisions
those.
about the dual mandate.
So
Well,
I'm
I
only saying
appreciate
that because I just
because
don't
you're
want to
right.
hear
Your dual
from you about
mandate
it.
is maintain
But like
stable
I'm saying,
prices
that
and
play is
full
technically
employment.
up.
Let me tell you what's
So
happening in the
if you want out
hospitality
of it,
industry
just
because of the policies of this
between the
administration.
spread.
When you talk about full employment, it is not happening. What I am hearing from people in my state is that it's not necessarily full employment with good wages and livable wages. They're patching
low.
together multiple
and then
low-wage
energy,
jobs
nuclear
because
energy
they're
on the low.
taking down from full
Now
employment
Micron.
to part-time employment. Do
So
you
yeah,
consider
unfortunately,
that
and
in
gold
your
and
analysis,
silver, you've
going
still
from
got Mag
full-time
7
employment
doing
to
great,
part-time,
but-
and many individuals having
more chips
several
selling off with
part-time
NVIDIA leading
jobs?
the
How
way.
do you calculate that into your analysis?
So we think hard about it. You heard in my opening statement the clear judgment of my colleagues and me, which is the labor market broadly looks in balance, but I don't want to make that sound like it's easy for hardworking Americans in your state and other places. There's a lot of dynamism happening in the economy. There's a lot of structural change. And during periods of transition, it's often true that the labor markets
ARM and AMD too.
in aggregate
Probably
look better than
Intel.
people feel
Yeah.
in different parts. And during disruption, they try to recreate a
Okay,
job
new
they
low
had
of the
before.
day. You're still
through,
green. I think
the
Nasdaq's
gig
the only one in
economy
the
and other
Nasdaq's almost down
means.
1%.
We take it into account.
So that's moved
Overall,
1.5.
I would say the labor market
You
part
got
of our
another, like,
mandate
quarter of a
looks
point to fill the
pretty
gap. We
good.
did
The
hit
price
the high of the
stability
range
part
today.
of our mandate looks less good.
All right, and I am concerned because not just Las Vegas, but many tourism-based industries and hospitality, what we're seeing is
Okay, I need to go to
lower
the bathroom.
full employment.
Follow
And
me
I
on
would
Instagram
hope-
at
and
the
this
Trade
is
and
a conversation
Fraternity.
I've had with previous chairs
Be
as well.
careful.
I would hope that you're considering that it is a large sector of employment across the country. And I know you made a statement that rise in prices is not necessarily inflationary, correct? At what point do you consider it to be inflationary? Is there a timeline associated with that?
So when an increase in prices in a particular category like oil or like milk or eggs, when we see that broaden out and affect the generalized price level, that's something we can do something about. That's the way I think of inflation. When prices go up, I know it hits your constituents every day. I'm not trying to sound dismissive of it, but I also don't want to say that there's much that we can do about cattle prices or milk prices today. But there's a lot we can do to make sure that the entire grocery aisle doesn't have higher prices, and that's what we're committed to do.
Thank you.
Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, on July 18th, almost a year ago today, President Trump signed my legislation, the Genius Act, into law. A thorough rulemaking process is absolutely vital to ensure that U.S. dollar dominance exists here in the digital age. And I look forward to seeing the Federal Reserve's ongoing work in this matter. I just want to make that point clear. It's important, it needs to be done, and very much appreciate the Fed's attention to it. I want to turn now, though, to a broader concern, and that has to do with the independence of monetary policy. You've had a number of conversations with my colleagues about this. I want to emphasize something that I think is quite important. The special insulation that the Fed receives with regard to monetary policy, I think as far as I'm concerned, it shouldn't extend to every other function of what the Fed does. I think it should be limited to monetary policy. For example, you think about bank regulations and supervision. That's entirely distinct from monetary policy. Regulation requires normative policy judgments about capital, about credit availability, about risk, economic growth, the structure of the banking system. All of these considerations need to roll into it. And you think about what's happened in recent years, regulation has even strayed far afield. You think about what's happened with respect to climate policy, or Michael Barr's failed Basel III proposal. These decisions are not the same as setting interest rates or managing the Fed's balance sheet. And quite simply, I think they're forms of executive regulatory power. The Supreme Court has clarified, for example, that the FDIC is subject to ordinary principles of executive accountability. Comparable regulatory functions at the Fed shouldn't be held to a different standard, in my view, simply because they sit within the central bank. So my question is this, Mr. Chairman, do you agree that the Federal Reserve's independence should be narrowly tied to its monetary
You should be on the radio.
Senator, thank you for the question. Like you said, independence is at its peak in the conduct of monetary policy. I believe that when I showed up at the Fed in 2006. I believed at my confirmation hearing 7 or 8 weeks ago. I believe it now. In the conduct of bank and regulatory policy on things like the Genius Act, my general view is we should be working with our bank regulators, the other bank regulators, the OCC and the FDIC, see if we can't put out our rules together. What I don't think we want is any kind of regulatory arbitrage where firms are trying to game who's got the lightest regulation and race there. I don't think there's anything wrong with us working together with other bank regulators to try to figure out what's the best policy.
It was 130.
I've got some extraordinary colleagues at the Fed. They've been able to think hard about these issues. I think those discussions should happen and do happen.
I don't disagree at all with that, and I like your approach in terms of coordination. But there's something deeper that I'm concerned about, Mr. Chairman, and that is, and just make an example. Let's suppose a future Congress decides to embed some sort of regulatory function inside the Fed.
It will if you start seeing the stock move randomly.
From our supervision, from our
weird.
oversight.
I don't know what they're doing with that.
In some way, that could become a backdoor that I don't think any of us want to see. And what I'm trying to make clear is that beyond monetary policy.
Okay, low ticker active again.
I'll ask you the question.
Same rotation.
Special insulation applies to other regulatory and supervisory types of functions.
So I spent 8 weeks as a summer associate at a law firm, so I'm probably not best positioned to opine on the Supreme Court. Senator Warren could do a better job than I. I do recall in the most recent opinion a footnote from the majority that says we are not suggesting that if other things went to the Federal Reserve, it would get any insulation. Beyond that, I'm on shaky ground in trying to opine on what the Supreme Court opinion means prospectively.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for your legal opinion, but I do just think as a matter of common sense, I wanted to get that on the record, that there is a real distinction here, and I appreciate that. I'm going to turn to another important matter, and that's the monetary policy report that
starting to go up.
That you work with. The most recent monetary policy report added a new aggregate to the measurements, the M2 aggregate, and I just wanted to ask you to explain why this metric is useful and why it's been added.
Thank you, Senator. That was an Easter egg that we hid in there to see if anyone read these monetary policy reports. So I'm encouraged that you did. There is almost a page talking about M2 and monetary aggregates. That was done with a purpose. I do not show up here as a monetarist. I do not show up and say the secret to inflation is if we only knew M2, everything would be swell. But monetary aggregates had been taken out of the monetary policy report probably about a decade ago, maybe a bit longer. My view is that a modern central banker should have a mosaic of information and should not be allergic to any data that happens to be inconsistent with dogma that he or she might have been taught in Econ 1. I have this old-fashioned view.
Remember, even after COVID,
that monetary
they stopped giving you
policy has
updated
something
data
to
on
do
that.
with money. I remember an old professor of mine that said, who was a proper Keynesian economist.
Okay, low ticker
He said,
picking
"Well,
up
I don't
again. It's
understand
maxed out on the 1 minute.
how to think about
Cyber's on the low.
inflation in a place like Zimbabwe without talking about money." So I think money matters. What we witnessed when we looked at some of the monetary aggregates is they are not perfect. We don't measure money very well. We don't measure the velocity of money very well. But it's a pretty good cross-check. And had we seen the surge and paid attention to the surge in inflation and money in 21-22, we might have seen this problem sooner. I apologize, Mr.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member.
You got a couple names
Chair
rotating. It's a
Warsh,
lot less, mainly
welcome to the
healthcare
committee.
and staples
so
now.
You
Mag
may
7
know
holding
that
up, but SPY near the
Minnesota
low.
Senator Hubert Humphrey, who's once held the seat that I now occupy for Minnesota, led the charge in Congress to include maximum employment as part of the Fed's dual mandate. And we can probably agree that keeping these two goals of maximum employment and stable prices within the confines of the monetary policy power that the Fed wields, that just makes sense. Because it's a strategy that delivers stable prices, a strategy that delivers stable prices while working people can't find jobs or can't afford their lives. I mean, that's not a healthy economy. I expect you to agree with that.
And I do. Thank you.
So I was very interested in the task forces that you established last month to advise you on reform and modernization. And I want to just ask you about one of them in particular. You've created a task force looking at productivity and jobs. And that's really good, it seems to me. This task force should be able to get at the power of the Fed's dual mandate and ask also some of the big questions that everyone is asking about the power, the impact of AI on wages and people's income and employment. So let me just ask about this particular task force on productivity and jobs. So as I understand it, it is led by three people, venture capitalist and investor Mark Andreessen, who's made billions from AI and is a major Trump donor, another tech executive who recently laid off thousands of people, and then an academic economist from my alma mater, Stanford University, who is currently on leave to do research at Anthropic. So I want to ask about this. Is there anyone on the task force who has experience in the labor market, or somebody who can bring the perspective of an employer rather than an investor to the questions that are going to be asked and hopefully answered by this task force?
So if I could say two things. One is those three people you referenced are three of the smartest people that I know. And I've been...
I'm not disputing that. I'm wondering how you intend to bring into this work the perspective of people who are working people, bring in the perspective of labor and not just investors.
I think it's a fair question. I've got 18 colleagues who are going to join me and consume the deliberations they have in the report. And we're the ones that have the dual mandate. And as I said to your colleague, there is no disfavored part of our mandate, and we're awfully focused on full employment. So that's my commitment to you. We haven't outsourced this decision to three people. What we've outsourced to is a bunch of thinking about this massive technology shock. And I'll only note one other thing. Chad Jones, that professor that you mentioned, his academic work, he's an academic, I'll admit that. But
I'm not opposed to that. I'm just trying to figure out...
But his academic work has been very, very focused on what is the effect of the labor markets of these technology shocks, both the good and the bad. And I think that history he can bring to bear to the work of the task force.
We should read it.
Can you understand why a task force
whoever's in charge of that AI task force, if he has like academic shit,
in large part who are likely to get richer by AI might not be the most credible people.
Again, you got the rotation
folks on the ground
and the
who
Eli
are doing
Lilly
the work,
headline
who are
this
worried
morning
about what impact this AI is going to have on their jobs. And there's the concern, of course, is that the productivity that is expected to be delivered by AI, if that actually happens, that the benefits of that productivity are going to accrue to capital and not to labor. And that, it seems to me, the credibility
of this today it's going
task
to
force
rotations and Mag 7. For
hearing
now, it's still
the
only been 2 hours.
Of working
that being
folks
said, do a push-up, baby.
I would expect before they come to their conclusions, they are going to hear from folks that will be affected. They are going to hear from employers that are getting struck with this technology shock and have disruption in their labor force. But I don't want to suggest to you that in any of these task forces that we have the 19 people of all different backgrounds. But what I want to tell you is if you think they have a credibility deficit, I don't. I think they're incredibly talented, and we will make sure to take both parts of our dual mandate in consideration of their output.
I think the issue, sir, is that when there are the big guys sitting at the table, is there anybody sitting at the table who's bringing the perspective of working people to those really important questions? There are labor leaders, there are labor economists, they are folks whose expertise is in issues around wage stagnation and how that impacts working people. And I would ask you to consider bringing that perspective, not to be heard on the side, but to be actually at the table with the big guys. I think that is a credibility issue that you could address very easily. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah. Senator Tillis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think you're doing a great job today. I appreciate your composure. Mr. Warsh, a quick question on just immigration. You know, some people are proudly discussing how we had almost net zero immigration in the last quarter, but we're starting to look a little bit like China, Japan, European countries in terms of our replacement rate, in terms of natural replacement rate. So if net immigration were to remain near zero for an extended period, how would that change your estimates on GDP, the neutral interest rate, and the amount of non-inflationary job growth the economy can sustain?
Coming weeks.
And in some ways, it touches on, I think, Senator Cortez Masto's question, too, about jobs unfilled, but just curious.
Thank you, Senator. You sure didn't toss up a softball there. The way I think about it is immigration policy is set by you and the administration, but we are...
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to talk about policy. What I'm trying to do is communicate to the American people we can make the mistake of Western Europe, Japan, and other industrialized nations, or we can fix this population growth problem. If we don't, these are policies, then how does that make your job more difficult if we were to sustain the current trajectory?
The way those decisions affect us is it affects potential GDP. The biggest, hardest decision we make is what can this economy produce? How fast can we grow? Potential GDP is a function of two things. How many hours are we working? People in this country working.
So just in a word, because I want to ask a few other questions.
And then second, productivity.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
if the worker hours are constant, we need a productivity boom.
Just a real quick question. Would you be thrilled to know that we could guarantee zero net growth for the next decade because that would make your job easier?
We're going to take the number of hours the American people and your policies produce, and we're going to do with it the best we can.
We got a problem. You can't fix it. But what I'm saying is if we're trying to make your job easier, having this on the agenda is not going to make your job easier. And I understand the position you have to take, but I want to point to something that people are high-fiving and
think about what I told you with growth,
immigration growth, as if it's a good thing. It's
the
only a good
way
thing
you
if
get
you
out
want
of
to
this
repeat
is
the
growth.
mistakes of Western Europe,
So he's
Japan,
saying you can't,
China, and
he's
other
saying
nations
you're
that didn't
not
get
going
their
to get growth
replacement
without
rate right.
immigrants.
You know, bringing in
he's low-key advocating the great
that may have
replacement
been
theory,
born in
but
Colombia.
he's telling you
aspire
you're
to
not going
become
to
a
get any
senator, for
growth
example.
without immigration.
Those sorts of things.
So it's actually more important than you think because
I mean, you didn't get it right
think about
every
some of the
time,
broader
but,
themes I've been telling you about in terms of where growth
Mr. Warsh, I told you
into
also
the final results of this
and
giant
just for the
bet.
American people, do you have a magic wand where you can just walk in and convince 7 people of the FOMC to vote exactly the way you want them to?
Perhaps I wish I do, but I do not have such a wand.
So you are one of a body where you have to gain consensus to make an interest rate move, right? Monetary policy move, right?
Yes, and it's a consensus-led organization.
And based on some of the comments from even Governor Waller, who we'd consider to be pretty hawkish just this week, he's not guaranteeing that we're going to be able to lower interest rates anytime soon based on data-driven decisions. Did that just occur this week? In a speech, I think, up in New York?
There are a diversity of views. I wouldn't want to dwell on any one of them in particular.
No, it's okay. But what I'm trying to explain to people who think the president can give you a call, you make a decision, it happens, that never happens. Wouldn't have happened under Powell, wouldn't happen under you, wouldn't happen under anybody who's responsible chairman. I just wanted to make that point. The last thing, if you could just tell me, I know you don't want to get in. I think Senator Britt asked you some questions. I love the fact that you're doing reform. I would like to see the project charter for the task forces, if you have that. If people are managing this, milestones, any sort of dashboard you have, the things that any well put together set of task forces would have assembled for a 6-month project. I'd like to just track it, not necessarily for the record, but if you could commit to have a meeting with the people running it with me, I'd like to see that just to watch the mechanics play out over the next 6 months. And then lastly,
true?
if you can,
I don't know.
I believe Silicon Valley Bank is
in a pre-AI world,
classic example.
You needed
of why
immigration
the Fed
for growth.
Needs to have its independence on monetary
depending
policy,
on how AI
on
plays
bank
out, I don't
examination,
know. I
supervision.
genuinely don't know the
I believe
answer
a U.S.
to that.
senator should minimally be able to go into a SCIF and understand why banks like Silicon Valley Bank had multiple matters requiring attention.
Yeah,
and
I don't
then
like
matters
Tillis, but he
requiring
does.
Immediate attention
He does
well
know
before
ball.
they fail.
He's one of your more
and
smarter
nobody
ones.
knew except some examiner and likely
I
people
hold a higher
in
standard
San
to the smart
Francisco,
ones.
in the San Francisco
You see,
Fed.
Elizabeth, I fucking love her.
That stuff has got to change.
You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
see any rational basis for
Like, why would
that
I ever get
independence,
mad
and
at
we've got some
Elizabeth? I
legislation
fucking
I'd
love
like to talk
Elizabeth.
with you about. Thank
in
you,
so
Mr.
many
Chair.
ways.
Thank
He's so
you.
cute. But like he knows,
The
like
chair
he's smart. He's a
recognizes
smart
Mr.
guy. I have a high
Warnock.
standard for the smarties.
Well, thank you so very much.
Z-scaler on the low. My career
the
is
American
over.
economy is heavily leveraged on the success
Cybersecurity on the
of
low.
artificial
Rubric.
intelligence.
Oh,
And
man,
this is an
my
issue
bright
that
career
I'm
has ended.
very interested in, been engaging and talking to folks in the industry and
Raphael
folks outside
Warnock.
of the industry,
Who
various
said you-
stakeholders.
who
According
said a
to
pastor won't tell you to
Bloomberg
get an
analysis,
abortion?
AI
Come
spending
on,
most
open your
recently
mind.
climbed to about 8% of the U.S. gross domestic product, driving the country's economic growth.
I'm sorry.
Chair Walsh, you have long been bullish on AI. However, up to now, despite investors betting big on them,
Bell now.
none of the
Google.
major
It was a
AI
Meta,
models have been
Meta break,
meaningfully
and then a
profitable.
Google, and now
What
Google
are the
and
consequences to our
Apple.
economy if none of these companies ever become profitable?
So if they were to disappoint investors, I think the capital markets would dry up for them, and
Deutsche
some
Bank?
of that capital investment
2%.
would be curtailed.
I guess that's one way of putting it. I guess I'm getting at where ordinary folks are in the midst of that. The markets, behind the markets are real people who have retirement savings and who are trying to make their present as well as their
That's a
future
weird
work.
one on
American
Deutsche Bank.
retirement accounts are increasingly tied to AI. And
Only
so there's
important.
the human
White House is considering
driven by
extending the
massive
Jones Act
increases in the
waivers.
stock prices of chip and AI companies. You might talk about the current markets in a way. It's sort of it's tall and narrow. Let's imagine if we are in an AI bubble. What would happen to our economy and more specifically Americans' retirement savings if that bubble popped?
So I think it's a fair question, Senator. I take it seriously. I'm not in the business of providing a Wall Street newsletter, but I'll say broadly to your question about the effects on the economy. Booms and busts do not help the real economy, and they don't make the central bank's job
that's
easier.
another one.
What the central bank
yeah,
is trying to
cyber's selling off.
achieve
They're
is
getting
price
our first bad
stability,
cyber
full
day.
employment, all in the context of financial stability. On the question of these AI companies, certainly the surge
has
in their
price
investment
increase?
and the surge in their
It's
valuations
getting volume on that again.
is
That's the
notable.
earnings
But I'll
winner.
also note one of
Literally
the
at
things,
break even.
Senator. Over the course of the last couple of months,
Plans price
we've
increases
seen the
for
market
chip-making
cap, both of
equipment.
the public
That's hitting the
companies
wire.
and of private companies, under some pressure. At the overall indices, we do seem to see a broadening out. Now, why is that? Because earnings now for the last several quarters more broadly are moving up. I don't want to suggest that that should give us any complacency, but what the Fed's looking for is economic strength to broaden and the inflation that we talked about earlier to become more narrow.
So I'd be worried about a massive economic slowdown. You know, the impact of Wall Street on Main Street, and I'd be worried about job losses. Stock prices tumbling would mean Americans could not retire as planned. And I don't want to see taxpayers holding the bag should this AI bubble pop. I'm not against AI. AI is not going anywhere. Right. It has both promise and peril. I just want us to be thinking critically about this from all angles. Earlier this month, you announced a new task force to assess the effect of AI on productivity and jobs. The 3 individuals you chose for the task force are tech executives who have directly worked for or with AI labs, all 3 of them. Yes or no, will the Fed include anyone on this task force with an alternative viewpoint on AI? For example, anyone who represents the workers whose lives may be upended by increased adoption of AI tools and technology?
So, Senator, it's a fair question. As I mentioned to your colleague a few moments ago, what I'd say is one of the people on those task forces is an academic. Now, I don't want to suggest that the academic is representing some
You don't want to suggest that the academic is being academic.
I don't want to suggest that, but this isn't a faculty lounge discussion. What I do want to suggest is that academics' work has spent a lot of time talking about prior technology shocks and the displacement that it has on labor. The assurance I can give you is that these 3 people on that task force, like the other task forces, they're not the deciders. You're talking to one of the deciders.
Right.
The 19 of us around the FOMC with a breadth of backgrounds and interest, we're going to decide what we think of their conclusions.
Yeah, as a decision maker, I always want various viewpoints. I certainly have nothing against an academic expertise.
iPad,
I think that's important and it's too often ignored in some of the appointments that we've seen around here lately. But here's my problem. Americans are worried about what AI will mean for the economy. I'm wrapping up, sir. And I'm worried that this viewpoint isn't represented at the Fed, and I would look to broaden.
Senator Lummis, your time is yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions
Iran
about bank
Foreign Ministry
supervision before we
spokesperson,
go
no
to
plans for
monetary
negotiations
policy.
at the moment.
The first
we are focused
one
on
is
defense. TASM.
Vice Chair Bowman has ordered an
investment will
independent
continue to target
review
Iran procurement
of the
networks.
supervision of Silicon Bank and signature banks, and I think that's a really good thing. I applaud her and support
No
her
news
efforts
on Dell,
there.
just these chips.
So have
all
you
kind of selling off
instructed
this
your
morning.
staff,
Even though Asmil was
including
good,
the attorneys
chip
in the
vibe was
legal
actually good in the
division,
morning.
To cooperate with this independent review?
Yeah. So thank you, Senator
And
Lummis.
Bitcoin
This
is at the high.
call for a review of what happened around Silicon Valley Bank preceded my time at the Fed.
Yes, it did.
But I'm certainly aware of the ongoing investigation. And my general rule is that we should be cooperative to investigations, and we should try to get to the bottom of the facts of on regulatory and supervisory issues.
You know, there are rumors that there may have been destruction of records by some of the staff at the Division of Bank Supervision, and of course that's a crime. So if records relating to the supervision of these
JetBlue now,
banks
there
were
you go, another high. It's just
intentionally
been melted.
deleted by staff before
Again, in
you
Staples,
were
they
at the
chilled
Fed,
out, but a
before you
couple
ever
of, like,
became
big box
chairman,
retailers.
will you order
time
your
eight
staff
bought
to
it.
assist in recovery of these records and cooperate with law enforcement?
Yeah, so I made a bold statement to one of your colleagues before that I was opposed to scams. I can make a bold statement I'm opposed to criminal activity. I have no reason to believe there's any criminal activity here. But I think we want to get to the bottom of an investigation. If there's an ongoing investigation and investigators generally want access to things, there's no reason why they shouldn't have access.
Thank you. I want to turn to a proposed rule that is being considered and ask for your thoughts on the proposed rule. And it has to
Remember,
do
red light
with
till
the
Netflix.
Federal Reserve Board's
like I said,
payment
we
accounts.
can still move a little bit, but
skinny
remember,
master
we're still in the
accounts
waiting
is
zone
kind of
now
a
between the
term
next
that's
catalyst
used.
and
You know, my staff has
digesting
told
what
me
we have
that
now. I
if
mean, you've already seen a
doctor
reverse digestion
submits,
off of Asmil.
statements to
Again, and we kind of did the reverse with software
an
yesterday.
insurance company. They have two choices. They can pay 5% in bank fees or wait 90 to 120 days for a paper check. It seems to me that the Federal Reserve is really on to something by trying to join other countries that restrict access to the payment system to consumer-facing banks. We're the only major country in the world that restricts access to the payment system to the consumer-facing banks. So I think you're on the right track to expand the opportunities to serve consumers. And I'm curious about what your thoughts are about the proposal, how it's going, when you expect the rule to be finalized.
Yeah, so as I understand it, this skinnier master account proposal's out for comment. It was sent out before I arrived, but I'm keenly interested in what the comments are. My mental model is that the critical infrastructure, the rails that the Fed runs, should be available to those that are applicable, that can comply with our rules and regulations. If I were to draw a hard distinction, this is a public good, and it's a public good that should be used by intermediaries. I don't want the public good to be used by consumers, by people that are on the front lines. But if financial institutions, new and old, want to comply with our regulations and take advantage of this public good, my general predilection is to encourage it.
Well, I think that's admirable and important. So that it's out for comment now. Do you anticipate finalizing sometime this year?
I owe you a better answer on the timeline from here, and I pledge to give it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I share a concern that was expressed by my colleague, Mr. Haggerty, that monetary policy should enjoy the committee not having to be as transparent about its process. I agree with Senator Haggerty also that the bank supervision component should not enjoy that same level of non-scrutiny. I think we need to scrutinize bank supervision. I'm concerned that that area
I don't know if
was
Trump is
sort of
speaking.
hidden
There's
from
like
public view for too
a
long.
White House defense
And so I wanna
event that
just
was supposed to be at
echo
12
what
today.
Mr. Haggerty said.
But
Thanks,
yeah, I don't know how it's going to play
Yes,
out.
ma'am. Senator Kim.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And Chairman, thank you for coming on out. I actually wanted to build on something that Senator Warnock was going into about AI. And I guess I wanted to ask you, I've seen some public reporting that there was a report produced by Treasury staff for Secretary Besson, the Federal Reserve, and other financial regulators that outlines the risks associated with the AI boom. Are you familiar with this report?
I can't say that I've read that report, but it's certainly a discussion that the Secretary and I have had.
Is that something we can follow up on, get a sense of where the status of this report is?
Yeah, I'd be happy to both engage in the report and share with you my views.
Yeah, but regardless of the report itself, from what I understand, it's raising concerns that that much of our financial system right now rests upon AI meeting expectations for productivity gains as profitability, and as well as raising concerns about the concentration in a small number of firms that are heavily reliant on private market financing, specifically invested in data centers in particular. I wanted to just get a sense, do you agree with these underlying economic risks, or do you believe that that analysis is overstating the risks?
So I think this is the most important change in our economy in my adult lifetime. I think it has plenty of opportunities and also plenty of risks, and I take both of them seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I'm trying to grapple with too. So I'm not expecting that you have a fully baked answer right now, but I hope we can work on this together, because I do think when we're looking at that future, trying to think through the data, I'm trying to think through what data is going to allow us to understand how exposed we are, what the concerns are. And I guess I would just ask you, as you're looking at the data, how would you assess our economy, the state of our economy, if you were to isolate out AI, which I know is driving so much of our growth right now? How is the rest of our economy doing?
So it's a fair question. We can start to do a little bit of that. So I mentioned in my opening statement the importance of capital expenditures to aggregate GDP. A good share of that CapEx boom is broadly in or around infrastructure related to artificial intelligence. Not exclusively, but it's part of the real story here. If I were to fast forward 12 months, whether these AI models continue to grow in their efficacy on some exponential curve or not, most of this CapEx is going into things like data centers, new sources of energy. And let's say there was a disappointment on the returns and what AI could do. Many of these investments have alternative uses. But if the question is really how much productivity do we expect to ultimately get from AI, the answer is I don't know. But I'm optimistic that over a longer time horizon, it'll be quite good for the United States and good for both parts of the dual mandate.
You guys just hear
lower
that?
Prices and a stronger labor force.
Well, I hope we can work on this together and try to get a clearer understanding of just how much risk there is.
You guys hear that?
Look, I'm glad to hear about this, this task force that you're putting together about the productivity side. I will just say the concern amongst young people in particular is very potent and very real. And we
because you guys are
we have to
scaring them
come
with
up
bullshit.
with an answer to them to help them feel reassured right now. Because
Stop
I get
lying
it, they
to them.
are, as you said, more
It's very
native in
simple.
the technology. But that doesn't necessarily help them when the companies themselves are saying, we don't need to hire as many junior associates or
he
or
said a
other
lot about
jobs,
energy,
especially on the
but he said
entry level
something
side of
crazy
things.
there.
No matter how much native fluency that they have or understanding and skills,
All right,
if the
well, thank you,
business is
Danny. I'll play it. But dude, did you guys not hear that? Let me simplify it for you. Kevin Warsh pretty much just said, and I'm sure he believes that all of this money being spent on like AI, mainly the infrastructure and the data centers, he believes all of these companies will be able to Mark Zuckerberg, worst case scenario. That's insane. I get so now, dude, they really believe. I never really thought about it like that because, we've seen it happen, but I didn't. So think about it. Why are all of these people so willing to spend all of this cash flow? Do you get it? They're saying even if, I don't know if you just heard him. He said even if AI doesn't have productivity, they think those data centers are still going to be valuable and create some sort of value. Just like how, again, what happened with Mark Zuckerberg. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg thought you were going to be wearing fucking goggles right now, living in the metaverse next to Snoop Dogg. And Mark Zuckerberg was like, yo, let's change the name to Meta. And then he bought all those graphics cards and started building data centers for the metaverse. And he spent all that money, and for the metaverse, it was a waste of money. But if you were going to put it for AI, now Mark Zuckerberg looked like a genius. Boom, the stock goes up 700%. Ta-da! So Kevin Warsh, the Fed, and I'm assuming the rest of the government, I think they have this in the back of their mind, is that they're all just saying, well, yeah, let's just spend all the money on this. And if you're not too worried about, they're not worried about the CapEx, because they're like, yeah, worst case scenario, if AI doesn't have productivity, I guess we could just surveil the people. You can make money off of that.
Of course, you watch that,
What
because
the
if you
fuck
had
did
a
you say?
massive deposit flight, that would be a problem, correct?
I worry about it, but I also use it as a helpful input.
They don't know
when
what it would
average
be, but they
deposit
even think the
balances
whole
are
AI
up. Sometimes that could be for
has a
good or bad
parachute
reasons.
built
My
into it.
sense of the underlying growth is more good than bad.
Right, but as a banker, if the bankers want deposits to go up.
They sure do.
And I just find that interesting as a data point, Mr. Chairman, because we've talked about, or we've had testimony anecdotally from the bank CEOs saying that stablecoins were going to drop deposits in banks. And I just want to point out for the record that the exact opposite has happened. So as they say, that was a bunch of blankety blank argument. Okay, you have two mandates. Let's talk about full employment for a second. If we have incentives that we put in place here legislatively for Americans not to work, does that round counter to your objective of full employment?
It doesn't make the Fed's life any easier.
Right. So if we actually incentivize somebody from actually participating and being productive in a workforce, that's not good. Things like, for example, we did in the Working Families Tax Cuts last year, which is to put in place where you have to verify twice a year whether you're working, volunteering, or studying, would be a positive,
kind of sad
demotivator for not working, correct? Meaning it encourages work.
I can't opine on the policies you make, but for the implications...
let me put it this way. The Fed is ready for an AI flop. That's what he was again, it's kind of, like I was telling you, This is sad because AGI, there may not be AGI. Because even if there's no AGI, they're just going to use it for something else.
Challenge of full employment more difficult also, correct?
I'm going to steer clear from immigration policy and leave it with you and the administration.
So pretend they're just naturally grown humans on the soil of America. If you have dramatically more humans in the United States looking for work, by definition, it makes full employment more difficult, correct?
So if those people are employed and are working and are productive, that's a good thing.
No, if they're not employed.
Well, that can be a challenge to one, if not both parts of our mandate.
Okay, let's talk about data centers really quick. So if you felt, or the Federal Reserve felt, that data center investment was
NVL
driving
headline,
inflation,
more with Govy pills.
what is the
later
tool
half.
that you could use
Again, the headline
to
this morning, they're
combat that?
doing better than Lilly.
So
that helped a
I
lot,
think
but
that
healthcare's
investment in data
Bitcoin at the high.
centers and in AI generally do affect the demand side of the economy, and we can see it, and we can see prices move up. But unlike some of these other shocks, with a lag, it also affects the supply side.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you felt that you had to do something about it, would it be accurate to say, really, you don't have a lot of tools? I think some of my colleagues think that you do have a magic wand, but ultimately you'd have to raise interest rates. The idea would be you're going to make it more expensive to borrow money to build these things. Ultimately, that's basically the tool that you have, just roughly speaking, correct?
We have powerful tools to deal with what we deem to be inflation above target.
Right. So you would raise interest rates if you really is the tool that you'd use. Does it make any sense for us to be thinking that inflation is being caused by data center investment?
So like you would just do this.
And the answer would be to look to the Fed to raise interest rates, when in reality you have government that's providing tax subsidies, which is lowering the cost and thus encouraging more irrational investment. Doesn't it make more sense to say, let's not do any tax subsidies? Now, we can't do that here at the federal level because a lot of these subsidies are coming from cities, counties, and states. I actually believe, and I think, Chairman, we should think about providing 100% federal tax on these subsidies so that if a company wants to take subsidies from some state, tax it at the federal level 100% to discourage it, because I think it is absolutely insanity for us to use taxpayer dollars to subsidize multi-billion-dollar companies. And by the way, those incentives don't exist. Would you agree that
by the way, those don't
seems
exist.
reasonable?
Fiscal policy is your decision. I'm going to let you guys fight that one out.
Good.
Early. Thank you. Senator Alsobrooks.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair Scott and Ranking Member Warren, for holding today's hearing. And Chairman Warsh, it's good to see you again. Before we talk about the economy, I want to briefly return to your confirmation hearing, where under questioning from Senator Gallego and myself, you said that the president never, quote, generally or specifically instructed you to lower interest rates. And your testimony at the time did contradict reporting by the Wall Street Journal. So Senator Gallego and I sent you a letter on April 26th clarifying your testimony, and we have not yet received a response. So as we stated in our letter, President Trump told the Wall Street Journal that he thinks you have to lower, his quote was, he thinks you have to lower interest rates. And under your sworn testimony in this committee, you said that the president never generally or specifically instructed you on interest rates. And so I wonder whether you will just commit to responding to our letter.
Sure. I stand by every word that I said at my confirmation hearing, and now I have a 7-week track record subsequent to that, and you can judge not just my words but my actions. And I'm happy to continue the discussion with you about this topic if you think it's fruitful. I will say I've spent 7 weeks doing a lot of hard business of reform, but I'm happy to continue to engage.
Okay, and you will respond to the letter that Senator Gallego and I sent to you.
I'm happy to find the letter. I think it came to me before I was confirmed to the Fed. I'm happy to find it and work with you and your colleagues and answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Now, federal Governor Christopher Waller recently announced a framework to radically transform the Fed systems of 12 regional reserve banks, and Congress deliberately created a centralized system of 12 regional banks to ensure that regional economies and communities are represented when the Fed makes consequential decisions. The Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, which serves Maryland, employs over 100 of my constituents at the bank's Baltimore branch, and I share our ranking member's concern that these changes are being pursued without consideration of Congress. And so do you agree that regional presidents and board directors are responsible for day-to-day operations under the Federal Reserve Act and not the Federal Reserve Board in Washington?
So I love the structure of the Board of Governors and the Reserve Banks in the Federal Reserve Act, and I love the Humphrey Hawkins testimony. I am obligated to give it to you. As the Federal Reserve Act makes clear, as you know, is the reserve banks run operations and their budgets are reviewed and approved by the Board of Governors. With respect more broadly to the proposal you suggested,
it is. We're moving kind of
need
slow,
to try to do
but
two things at the same
it's a
time.
very good observation.
Be
The
good
low ticker
stewards
is
of
almost
taxpayer
maxed out.
money
You're
and
near the
continue
low.
to drive efficiencies
So I
throughout
don't know
the
if it's
system. And at the same time,
Apple,
respect
Google
the
dynamic
independence of the
and all that
Reserve
keeping
banks
you up,
so that
but
they can show up
it
in
could just be
Washington at
everything but
FOMC
chips
meeting
selling
and
off.
feel as though they have
But yeah,
the
watch out for
resources
that,
at their
though. Low ticker is
disposal
very
to
active right
argue
now.
their point of view. My addition to what's already been said publicly is my view is the 12 reserve banks should be 12 centers of excellence. And if there is some savings that we're necessarily driving through consolidation of overlapping functions, they should at the same time be able to build out
Final
capabilities
warning,
and solve any
Stop
of a
don't
number of
pump
problems
shit,
of
don't tell them what
economic
to do. You
policy
can
that are
post
inside
your
of our
plays, that's
remit.
fine, Brad,
I've encouraged
but
the 12 reserve banks
that,
to
and then
think
don't ask
about
what
what
we're
they
looking
could
for,
do
all
to have a
that.
center of
Okay,
excellence.
So,
Last
Mr. Chair,
warning, brother. Last
your
warning.
answer is yes, you do agree.
Thank you for shopping
that
at
the
Stock
regional
Market Live.
presidents and board directors are
Welcome to earnings
responsible
season.
for day-to-day operations under that act.
I do believe that's subject to the oversight of the Board of Governors in the statute.
Okay. Just one last question. Now, you've suggested that artificial intelligence will generate productivity gains that will reduce inflation and help lower interest rates. And I'm optimistic as well about the promise of AI, but we need to be really clear-eyed, I think, in considering the whole economy and the impact there. The Fed has two mandates, low inflation and maximum employment, and you've spoken often about AI's impact on prices and inflation, but inflation is still high.
Meta's coming back up.
So it's important that the Fed also addresses the employment piece of this mandate, and just as urgently, the Fed should consider who benefits from AI. So some economic models for AI's economic effects foresee gigantic returns for capital holders, but stagnant wages and job losses for workers. So as it relates to AI, what specifically is the Fed doing, studying, or preparing for under your maximum employment mandate?
So I endorse both parts of the dual mandate, and I don't want to suggest that productivity and the AI wave only impacts one part of it. We've got no legislative orphans, and I think that the effect on the labor markets is real and something we're thinking long and hard about, short-term, medium-term, and long-term.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Banks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Warsh, welcome back to the committee for the first time as the chairman of the Federal Reserve. I was proud to vote for your confirmation back in May, and
Again,
it's great
that's
to
part
have
of
you come
some
back.
of the
I understand
healthcare.
we do
Healthcare's
this
still kinda
on the
slow.
committee, Mr. Chairman, twice a year. I'm looking forward to continued dialogues with you and before this committee for many years to come. You're very familiar with my state, Indiana. We've talked about Indiana a great deal. There's no state in America that has a stronger manufacturing base than Indiana. Manufacturing jobs are the biggest share of our workforce in our state and accounts for about a quarter of our state's economy. For decades, though, policymakers here in Washington have turned a blind eye as foreign countries erode our manufacturing base and rely on artificially cheap labor. But under President Trump, we have a renewed focus on fighting back and protecting America's manufacturing edge. In addition to President Trump's tariffs, we are helping American companies compete against foreign competition by investing in new
like 2%.
technologies
That candle's
that
big.
help
I don't know what
American
it is.
workers make
I don't even
better
know if they had
quality
earnings recently. It was
goods
down.
more
BTSG.
efficiently than countries that rely on cheap labor. Mr. Chairman, business
they
investment
just
in the
jacked
U.S.
up the ask.
is
Somebody just ripped
surging
one of the
right
five
now.
centers.
Fixed investment
But
grew
the
at a rate
spread
of
is extremely wide. Those are in the
10.1%
money. That
in the
keeps
first
going.
quarter
I
of
don't have a headline on it.
2026. Can you talk more about that and about how rising investment in new technologies like AI and robotics
Trump meeting
can
with
strengthen
Netanyahu for
America's
next week?
competitive position against the rest of the world, especially
Why
when it
does
comes
BTSG
to
sound so
manufacturing?
familiar? It's healthcare?
So thank you, Senator Banks.
Preliminary
the
results
CapEx
highlight
surge
surgery
is
volumes.
remarkable. This is a
they're
CapEx
added to the
investment
mid-cap
boom
400 or
that
600.
the country hasn't seen in more than a generation. It is the seed corn for productivity and GDP improvement over the next decade. The way these waves typically go historically, which doesn't mean it has to happen this time, is a surge in CapEx with some lag leads to stronger economic potential, stronger growth, higher wages, and more productivity.
Low ticker is picking up.
This surge is different. It's happened faster. It's probably going to be bigger, and it's accelerating in real time. The effect on the Fed's mandate is something we're taking very seriously. But I would far rather have a capital expenditure boom than have large corporate profits go back into share buybacks and dividends. Investing here is a good thing. And all other things being equal, it's going to have fruits for the American economy.
Good. Later this year, bank regulators are expected to finalize new rules covering capital and stress testing. The Fed's new rules are a world away from the harmful Basel Endgame proposal that the Biden regulators tried to jam through, which would have hit working families in Indiana with a hidden tax on every mortgage and small business loan. But the transition still has to be handled well. These capital rules touch every part of a bank's planning. Implementing the new rules with a clear and organized timeline is critical. Will you commit to coordinating the rollout of these new rules across all major bank regulators so community banks especially can rely on clear guidance to follow?
Yeah, I think clarity here is really important.
I mean,
these rules, as you know, are out for comment. I'm keenly interested in the comments as they come in.
Yeah, unfortunately, and the breakdown is still
I think it is a very good thing if the bank regulators can speak with one voice. What we saw going into the 2008 financial crisis was a lot of regulatory arbitrage where institutions were choosing the regulator that best served their needs. I would love to have one standard.
Nasdaq's still
50-50,
Dow,
to see if
SPY's
we can achieve
50-50 now, about 50
I'll just
names
make one
went
other
red.
point. You referenced the stress tests.
But yeah,
the stress tests were a design and idea that we came up with one dark evening
even
in the
though the
2008
morning
financial
was
crisis.
good for chips. We'll talk
stress
about it when
tests
it's
have
done.
been used from that year till this year.
You're back to break even. Gap now filled on the
SPY. The stress tests aren't merely a compliance exercise.
Dow and Russell still
but help
green.
reveal both to the regulator and institutions what would really happen under a series of stresses.
Good. When you were here during the confirmation hearing, you and I talked about the China threat, something that you focused on for years. I know you're only 2 months into the job as chairman, but any updates or on how you can assess the threat that China poses to the dollar's role as the world's reserve economy?
So they're pacing power. They are the AI. The fight over AI is one of a proxy fight between these two economies that are striving for significance and influence over the next decade.
Going down for the last hour.
I think we are on the front end of those technologies, but I don't want to sound complacent about it. And like with all technologies, they can be used by friends or adversaries. And so if there's a subject upon which I've been focused related to this in my first 7 weeks, is making sure the institutions we regulate and the Fed itself is aware of our vulnerabilities. And I still think we've got some work to do on that.
Good. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Warren. It's good to see you, Chairman Warsh.
Okay, low tick, bro, it's still maxed out. It's all
I've
chips,
been in and out of the room because I have 4 committees happening at the
Meanwhile,
exact same
Apple
time.
at the high,
and
Microsoft,
so going back
Google,
and forth. And I know
Amazon
a lot
and
of the
Meta are
things
just
that I
off of
wanted
there,
to
but
talk
yeah.
about or questions I wanted to ask. Some have already been asked, so I may not use the whole time.
Low
but
ticker's still good. It's all
when
chips
we
momentum, the same
talked
things that got
before
juice
during your
yesterday.
confirmation hearing, I raised questions about primarily
It's the
3
NASDAQ,
things.
bro.
One
SPY is
was
still at break
the
even. NASDAQ
independence
just dropped
of the
another quarter.
Federal Reserve, and you've spoken a lot about that today in the hearing. I talked about transparency around reforms and what does regime change mean, and how does this connect with our regional Federal Reserve boards? And then I also shared with you
SpaceX
just my
drops below
real
135
deep concerns,
IPO for first
about
time.
The impact of AI as well as the opportunities for AI and just the changing landscape, particularly when we talk about that mandate of full employment, maximum employment. And Lastly, I would also
so
say,
again, that's part of the momentum.
Really
like we're
important
saying,
to me,
chips,
and I
memory,
share that
and
with
then
you
again,
as well.
Even all this
is
space,
that the focus,
some of the energy AI momentum,
primarily
that's
a
not
lot
doing
of times
good.
what is talked about is the Wall Street side,
But then your
and
big
not the Main
Mag
Street
7s
side.
are beautiful.
And so how
not to mention
Main
a lot of
Street
software
has equal footing to Wall Street. And so a lot of the questions that have come, one of the things that you shared in your testimony was about the task forces that you have established, which I think is a really good idea. And I think the choices of things that you're focused on, from communication, to AI and the influence, all of those things are really important. And I think some of my other colleagues might have asked questions. I was on the AI one in particular. I hope that there will be the inclusion of other voices beyond economic experts and tech individuals, but actually families, businesses, people that are actually both consuming and impacted by AI. So if you could talk a little bit more
Micron
about
down 9.
the
NVIDIA's
makeup
only down 2. It's given up yesterday.
that one
but
in particular, and
yeah,
how
Micron
you
and
will
SanDisk,
include
not
people
pretty.
both in the task force and how you will include Main Street in your ongoing work at the Fed, because
what
before
would
we
today
had the
look
Fed
like without
listens,
the Mag
tours,
7?
and I heard
Yikes.
positive from both folks on the Federal Reserve side as
Bonds
well
are
as
just
the
holding, but yeah, they're not doing
community
much. The
side.
dollar's
So
down.
could you talk
I mean,
about
oil stopped
the
moving.
inclusion of
This
Main
is just
Street
chips,
on the task
sadly.
forces,
This
and
is
then
just what happens when the chips
ongoing
move.
in your work? How will
This
you
is an
include
unwind of
Main Street?
yesterday's little
So
momentum
let me address
spark.
both those questions, Senator. First, on the task forces,
All right, well, thank you. Here, well, again, we're hitting a low now. If you've heard me all day with this Mag 7 thing, but yeah, the only weird part about today, but then this is what happened yesterday. Remember how software was bad, cyber was bad in the morning yesterday, chips were good because people were freaking out off of the IBM. That sparked momentum in memory. But then a lot of what happened in the morning just did the opposite yesterday. So today, you had good ASML. The ASML earnings were actually really good. The chip, all of that demand stuff, Korea was good. We were feeling great on chips in the morning. It was actually leaning more towards there. But yeah, that just flipped off the morning, and then you actually went to software, and then one of the leaders, cyber, they gave up. But yeah, today is just a giant rotation kind of back from yesterday, playing out a little different. But yeah, you're just going to all of the big Mag 7 minus NVIDIA, and then the chips are moving down after moving up a lot yesterday. And then you have a lot of the rotations from earlier this month returning. So healthcare, financials, the staples, those are all running up there today. So unfortunately, even though it seems like shit's going on, I mean, remember, red light, green light, red light ahead of Netflix earnings tomorrow. But yeah, this move, I mean, even though it's kind of going down after we hit the top end, this is literally the leadership changing. You're just, again, today is now chips taking a step back, the other one's taking a step forward. Meanwhile, yesterday, chips took the step forward after taking steps back, and then everything else. So just keep that in mind. Unfortunately, though, this is that red light, green light ahead of earnings, my friends. But again, that leadership, remember, I think 40 companies or 10 companies make up like 60 or 70% of the S&P. So
respond to data that's happening in the real economy,
all of that,
rather than somehow suggest that we're going to be focused on Wall Street. So you have my commitment to focus on Main Street because it matters mostly
There's
to our
Google,
dual
there's
mandate.
Amazon,
Well, I
Microsoft,
appreciate
those
the
are all on the
time.
high.
I
Everything
will
else is on
also
the
follow
low.
up with
The
questions
SPY
for the
bounced a little
record,
bit.
and also particularly on the data piece as well. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record,
Is that it?
please do so by Wednesday, July 22nd. The chairman will have 45 days from that day to submit your responses to questions for the record. This has been a great hearing. Thank you. Well done so far, so good. We look forward to even more time that we could
doesn't
spend
seem as
together.
excited.
And I frankly believe that the American people will have their trust restored under your leadership as relates to the Federal Reserve.
Amen.
Thank you,
Meeting
Mr.
adjourned.
Chairman.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. All right. Well, that was fun. Day one was a little more exciting. Most people don't care about day two. So we got to hear a little bit, though. I did get a fun fact out of that. I'm glad I listened. There was actually two. One, him talking about the Easter egg of including the money supply and how he was talking about tracking that. And then 2, what he was saying about the data centers, I actually think that's massive. The fact that he even, is addressing that they see, economic and productivity upside, even if AI doesn't work. AKA, they believe these data centers and the electricity and whatever you're doing with this compute is still going to be able to have a crazy value. Yeah, SpaceX is below 135. So that's the first time it's now fell below IPO. We were talking about the first low below the 150, but yeah, that got mollywopped again. I was just explaining there, what's going on here with momentum, this back and forth. So unfortunately, I wouldn't panic, but yeah, I do think today's positioning, some of your big 7 earnings plays, those went up. Some of the plays that were going up the last 5 days, they kind of chilled out with a couple of winners here and there. And then meanwhile, staples, financials, some of those, they're all there. And then again, by end of today, we get a little bit of data tomorrow, but all that really matters. Netflix, then wrap up the week. And then, yeah, you did get one war headline. Netanyahu and Trump are going to be meeting up, but it's there. What price would I buy SanDisk for the long term? $1, Bob. $1. I don't know. When it ever comes down, I mean, we were talking the other day about when Meta came down, when Nvidia came down, Netflix even. So I'm sure there'll be a time. I mean, already chips and, momentum fell off pretty hard. Even Korea, they're down like 30% from their highs. So, we'll see how this next quarter goes. Like I was just saying earlier today, having a lot of cash, in the next couple months, next 45 days, next month or two, you are going to either regret having a lot of cash or you're going to be glad you had a lot of cash. And that's what I'm saying. Again, these bubbles and the way prices move, things could either get dramatically cheaper or it's going to, the story goes on and we keep heating up. And then some of these plays that are already ridiculous, they keep going. So I plan on responding when those times are there. That's something we've been talking about a lot with the long term is, relative value is looking at your portfolio, what you got, putting the money to work. And when it is time to make an investment, just looking around the market and seeing, you're getting the most bang for your buck. All right, man. SPY's still low, bro. Low ticker has been on fire for straight up 30 minutes since we kind of called that out there. That was a good call out, Chad. Because again, you saw it there. We didn't finally break, and now we did. But you're still doing the Mag 7 rotation. I don't know. TLT was going up a little bit more, but you used to see this back in the day. I don't know. There was a time where markets would sell off. They would sell off tech, and then they would buy bonds in Apple. I don't know. You have to be there. You have to be there. But yeah, for the most part, though, I think your real-time leadership moving around ahead of the earnings. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The statistic where 50% of IPOs have gone down in the last couple of years. Yeah, you can't say you weren't warned. But remember, it's it's every 1 month, 3 months, and then 12 months. Not every IPO is bad, but, there's just that performance. But yeah, it might be a good time to check in with that chart again. Where is it? I don't know where they put it, the chart. I look at SpaceX technology. Wow, a SpaceX. When was SpaceX IPO? I have so many pretty pictures. There it is. So, yeah. So again, like we said, the average max drawdown was 50%. But yeah, so 1 week later, I don't know. SpaceX has been a month. Has it even been a month? I don't even think it has been a month. Now that I think about it. So July 12th. No, it has been a month. So 1 month. You're a little bit over 1 month on SpaceX. So the median is actually a gain of 1% or 4%. So almost 60% of the time you're green. That's actually not bad odds. But yeah, some of the big ones, ARM was down 20%. Coinbase, Coupang, DoorDash, Datadog, Cloudflare, Lyft. So yeah, the 1 month, Zoom was up 45. Affirm was up 40 after a month. So it all depends. But yeah, this next quarter now moving in, this is where it starts to, it's actually pretty good. It's after 6 months that's where you start losing the 60% of them go green. But yes, you should be prepared for big swings if you're dealing with those IPOs. It's kind of crazy. It's been 1 month. You need more cash. I mean, I feel that's what if I was operating off adjusted cash, we would only have one deposit. So I feel that's why I'm saying, I mean, although I want to buy stuff and although I see the cash level, I just, without that covered call, I still kind of view myself as cashless. But then again, the midterms too, we are entering the home stretch sooner than not. Getting closer. SPY's still going again, 751. He moved 5 points from the start. Walt Disney expands Disney Plus launches right to left for Arabic and Hebrew. 58 audio language supports. Nice. From the actual IPO or the high. I think from the opening price. So yeah, I don't know if that's counting the I think this is based off of what they sell at, not off the opening. So technically, I think SpaceX just went negative. I think it's off the 130, or it's off of the 130 price, not the 150. So even though it opened on 150, I feel like I think those stats are off of the 130. Adapt. Apple. Oh, is that the data kelp? No way. I say Cyber, not so much today. That even gave up after that little upside. Again, that last even 10 minutes there got a little worse. Apple just went crazy, man. Habibi. Even Microsoft, it's all pretty solid. Then even Amazon, would take it. And then what time is it? 9:18. Still pretty early. We are 30 minutes off a Euro close, so that is right around. The low ticker started picking up right around here, but yeah, ever since Euro close. Meta again as well, so those actually kept going. Again, Meta, Microsoft, Google, literally every Mag 7 except for NVIDIA. Netflix isn't too hot, and then even Tesla, so I guess those are some at the margins. They were doing a little bit better earlier. Like I'm saying, even Netflix was going straight up, but they're only 1%. But then again, I mean, NASDAQ is 1% now. Dow just went red. SPY's red. And Russell is about to go red. So every single gap is about to be filled from last night. So, but just remember, you guys saw it yesterday. You actually had bad news, and then we kind of worked our way through it. This morning, you felt better. So I'm saying, Chips, you had more things in your favor, and then you just flipped it. And now you're kind of back to yesterday's level as we enter to another catalyst tomorrow. But yeah, not bad. Again, gold and silver selling off, which is interesting. They had a nice gain today. And again, the dollar is actually down. So the dollar, oil, I think everything's selling off, but bonds are catching a bid. And low ticker still fully maxed out, 751. I mean, you should remember the levels from yesterday. The 750 and even that 748, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, unless we go to 746. I don't think we could panic. Or even then, is even if we sell off, as long as Apple and all those other guys are doing their thing, I think it's leadership changing around the world. Reversal candle on S daily. Oh no, are you gonna sell it? Should get out of it. Or are you saying the SPY? All of it. I don't know, man. It's either this is the end or just this is earnings. That's why earnings, again, it does some high stakes this quarter, and we're all the back and forth swings, and that's why too, when we make it out of this, that's why I've been saying, I think we're going to look back and you're either going to regret either making a move or not making a move. But for now, we still just got to get through the red light, green light. So red light, that's what we did say about this morning. It was a red light till Netflix. Then after Netflix, you'll get a temporary green light. And then it'll be red light until the next set of earnings after Netflix. And then the data that we get next week. And then you'll do green light after those earnings. and then red light on the next narrative after those earnings, and then whatever narrative they build from there. And then you'll get a green light on the next one, and then the week after that will be all the big companies, and then maybe we start moving a little bit more. So yeah, that's why. So just get ready for the stop and go traffic. Yeah, Tesla's not doing too hot. Okay, low tickers fully maxed out. Respal, Toyota, BMW, and Bosch launch renewable gas car pilot. Do I think tech stocks are worth more now or should be added to the long term on prices of 1 to 2 years? No, I think it's a case-by-case basis. You got to look into every company. That's where the advantage is. That's what I've been seeing as the advantage, is by looking at the, every company case by case. That's why, you could look at tech as a whole, but that's where we find these laggers. And then again, too, also look at the company itself. Even though the price might change, the fundamentals change. So the nominal price may be a lower price, but it still could reflect something different. I could give you guys a great example. Are you ready? Believe it or not, TAP, their book value, it went down. So remember we were talking about their book value being a certain level and buying it below book. At one time it was 46. Their book value went to 43. So even though the price is actually lower, and you could even compare it, the valuation after these companies' reports, depending on what happens, the actual value of the company changes. So that's why even then too, like I'm saying with like Oracle's a weird one because there's 50% less shares than they had last year. So, one share today at that price represents something way different than 5-10 years ago. But then at the same time, Oracle, there's also plans to further dilute. So what would more shares do to the current value? So sometimes, nominal price gives us an idea, but it is not it's not the full story when it's all said and done. Oh, IBM on the low? BB. They were kind of recovering a little bit. Inventory or only machinery and land? Everything. That's as far, again, their book value is just calculating pretty much anything that could be viewed as an asset. So even like receivables. So SPY's still going down. SanDisk, now more chips. I'm seeing a couple of other things sprinkled in there. IBM, Quantinuum, Marvel, a couple of banks. But yeah, NVIDIA, chips. It's no good, Habibi. No good at all. But this is just leadership. But yeah, I guess it's been a while. There's cyber on the low. It's been a while since we've had like an aggressive chip sell-off day. So again, I know some days we've been more worried about Apple, Amazon. Usually NVIDIA and like the big and Microsoft. But yeah, even with some of the big guys good. This goes to show ARM, CoreWeave, Micron, SanDisk, STX, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel. When all of those go on the low in big fashion, this is what the SPY is going to look like. So yeah, Apple going straight up and then the other one's dropping. Is that communication still? Yeah, and then Googling. Again, IGV starting to go to the low. They're actually surprisingly in the green. XLP is getting a rotation candle. Now on the low. Some of these are still green, surprisingly. And then Giggle. But yeah, what about the go another 5 and then another 10 years prior? But I know at one point the share structure did get slashed in half. Korea did good last night. So people were worried about the Korean leverage not too long ago. Now you have to worry about it because that's the irony. Because like coming into this morning, I wouldn't have been worried about it with how Korea did. But yeah, now the Koreans, if we sell off, they might react and then that's it. But then again, it's also too just red light, green light with the narrative and earnings. Like I'm saying, TSM wasn't bad. The ASMIL wasn't bad. You had most of the storylines playing. So I do think this is more of a rotation than not. But at the same time, I mean, this is the high stakes. This is what's been happening at this level. You know, the amount of 3 or 5% swings has been massive. So yeah, I do think it's going to be exciting. But this is also kind of what we got to get used to. Remember the other day, Korea dropped 18%. This was like a month ago. Dropped 18%, and then it literally was back up at a new all-time high, like a week later. That's kind of the general idea there. Took an intraday long. Good luck. I think Netflix is gonna move big after, unless it's somehow the most overwhelmingly what's it called? Like overwhelmingly neutral set of data. EWI is Korea, but there's also like the KOSPI. So again, like the index, EWI is like the ETF. It's compiled of certain stocks, but the actual Korean index does move a little different. You can't trade the KOSPI. I think the EWI is like an ETF. I think there's a KOSPI future, but yeah, you can't like trade the KOSPI directly. The comment. Let's see. Yeah. So it looks like mine. Let's see. Free cash flow. They're just spending it all. But yeah, so in 2012, they had 4.7 billion shares. Today they got 2.8. And then even 2020, they had 2.9. And then 2018, they had 3.7. And then 2016, so 10 years ago, 4.1. So maybe like 40%. But I'm pretty, something around half. Apple, the new tech fix. For now, I mean, that's what we were saying. Remember, just a month ago. Just seeing where Apple, if it becomes like lagger, leader, concentration, it's starting to show as it's kind of inversing. This is becoming the rotation winner from the chip. So, but yeah, I don't know if we could call it the VIX just yet, but as chips have sold off, I mean, they did start to go up here. When do you see it as a fundamental change for tech stocks instead of a rotation? When the economy like downshifts or the companies downshift, which they kind of go hand in hand. But that's why it's like a lot of this stuff, it's what I was talking about the other day, unfortunately, with a lot of these investments, the economy, the plays, I mean, just everything where we're at right now. We can't see the finish line, but then we are way too far from the starting line, and we can't see that either. So yeah, that's why it's like this AI stuff, pretty much all of this stuff has to turn into whether it's only powered off data centers or real AI productivity. Again, when these companies, they're either going to keep reporting more and more, or they're going to stop. Again, the ISM goes to contraction. So the beyond just a rotation is when when the economy or these earnings in companies, when they start to change direction. For now, we're in a direction, and that's the problem, is like we're flying high, and like we don't know if this is the ceiling, the finish line, but then we're definitely off the ground. So yeah, until then, you just time will sift through the winners and losers. And that's why too, with a lot of these, anything in tech, I mean, I think the Oracles to the Microsoft, they're all extremely risky, high risk, high reward with everything I'm saying. Again, even with value and some of these, that's why ideally I've been saying you want something that's going to be around for 10 years. That's going to be your best bet, because if it is high quality, at least you could survive some of this with a certain amount of peace of mind. But yeah, I mean, until we're kind of a long ways out from the economy shifting, or again, maybe it happens this quarter or next quarter. We will see. We hit a plane that took off and hit turbulence. Maybe, yeah. I don't even know if this is like even turbulent. I mean, I think in March it was turbulent. This is like a weird turbulence now. This isn't like I don't know. It's like going to the casino, being on your last like $10 and then hitting a jackpot. And now you're excited, right? You got all your money back and a little bit more. But then you keep winning, and now, I don't know, now all your money is on black, but now you 5x your money, and now there's just more on the line. Does that make sense? So I don't think this is turbulence. I just think it's greed, to be honest. I think it's greed, and people are aware of, again, just where the economy, and like even Kevin Warsh has said, I've even talked to you about it. I'm like, if you really just look at the sheer amount of money being spent on this, there's a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot going in. So it's just like, yeah, I think everybody wants their hand on it. But then that's why it's like, too, if something does shift, if it doesn't play out how people have thought, how it's got us here, if you don't keep winning how you've been winning, there's a lot to lose. So yeah, but I wouldn't call it turbulence. I just think this story has been advancing along the way, and that's why, people want to benefit off of it. But then also too, it's been going on for a while, and whenever this does stop, or if the results change from, or expected to change from what we're expecting now, that could have some dramatic consequences. Bro, SPY still near the low. So again, this little rotation dynamic, sell the chips today, it's been going on, even though it was good yesterday or the day before that. We had one day where the vibes were off, but yeah, the chips loved it. And then now today you had better vibes, but they were like, nah, let's get some value. Dog, high ticker is maxed out to the low. It's anxiety because it shouldn't be going this way, but it is. No, I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly, because that's too negative. Like I told you, I've been saying it this whole time. I have no bias if it goes up or down. I take no pleasure in people making money or losing money if it goes up or down. Just that's why I say that, because it's like, dude, last earnings, it makes sense why the market did what it did. It was really good. The expectations were really low. The question is, can you do it again? It's like, I think the market right now, it's like Steph Curry pulling up from half court. It's still fucking Steph Curry, and he sank the first one. That's what happened in the last 6 months. You actually hit 2 half court shots from Steph Curry, and now they're like, fuck you, do it again. Now they're like, I'll bet everything 3 in a row or it's a fluke. So it's like, that's why it's like, I don't know. But then it's like Steph Curry, he got range and he could hit like that. And then again, he's been hitting some of these. And like, I think the last it makes a lot of sense how we got here. I'm telling you, like even the sheer money amount, the spending, all of that. It's just about it still going, or like do it again. It's kind of the fluke test, more or less, but now this is like our second or third fluke test, and the shots keep going in, so eventually a shot is gonna miss, but that is kind of I feel like what's at stake here. Okay, low ticker is non-stop. Now it's taking down the software, all of your chips. Hot dog. You guys know it's even worse, right? So you better hope it doesn't happen. But what happens if Google, Microsoft, and Apple and Meta come down? Because those are now starting to come down. So if you don't get chips bouncing with the Mag 7, it'll look ugly. So yeah, everything's red now. Dow in the red, SPY in the red, NASDAQ down 1.2. It started so beautiful. Well, listen, if you survive the recession of June, you should be good. But you never know. Recessions, they could happen sooner than you think. It might be. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to do the July 15th recession. I actually think seasonality is in your advantage right now from this point of the month, surprisingly. But yeah, so just see right now, because those Mag 7 winners are starting to go down, but then the chips are still going down. So like I said, if you didn't have that support, it would be ugly. Nothing happened. I think people just, red light, and then somebody moved, and then they got shot, and then poof, and then everybody gets shot a little, and now they're like, hot dog. But then you wait for the next, the green light, the Netflix. I know, it's earning, Habibi, earning. I don't know. This game has fucked me up, you guys. I'm sorry. Because I'm fully prepared to do this about 30 to 45 more times. You know that? I think we're going to have 30 or 40 more of these days. Similar, in between. So just avoid, what do you think day before Amazon and Apple is going to look like? Or 2 days before it? You know what I'm saying? And then the week before that, when it's like Microsoft and then those other ones first. And, Inta Magnoon. And Magnoon Awi, Habibi. So yeah, it's not in the red. It starts with L and ends with a M. Long term, but we have Intel. It should be down unless our covered calls were goated. So let's see. Oh shit, it is up. Well, look at that. I don't know about the big one, but yeah, nice. Long term. I didn't think it would be. I usually don't even look at it till the end or randomly. Yeah, the big account is down, but barely though. I'll take it. Margin call data for this month increased. Yeah, people were just talking about it. Again, I think like 5% of people got liquidated in Korea, but then there's even like a certain point, like if Korea drops pretty much below, this is like, it's at one of those levels where a lot of people started chasing. It's like, yeah. But then after yesterday, people kind of chilled out. But then, yeah, now the Koreans have to respond to us tonight. And then we'll see where chips close, though, too. Like, keep in mind, you guys, this is also part of this earnings day, red light dynamic. You're seeing today, it's been one way, like kind of straight down, even though we gapped up pretty nice. But, yeah, see where chips end up. Let's just see where it is by the close. If you make any sort of straight up move for 2 hours post Philo, who knows? But it's like this thing can also, where it settles, we'll find out, and then we'll see what Korea is gonna work with. IBM is a 52-week low. Get the fuck out of here. I knew it was low yesterday, but I didn't think it was a 52-week low. Am I tripping? IBM. So yeah, again, it's still hitting lows. You need a little bit more dust to settle. But remember 2024 though. It kind of has another like $20, $30 for 2024, the beginning of 2024. Those things are perfectly normal. What, 52-week high to 52-week low in a month? That's all the time. See, but like think about earnings. So like what is happening today? You guys don't get it? That's why I'm saying it's just bullshit and it's going to be annoying. And like you should have the stamina for this. So, because when you just said it, you're like, damn, I got a place marker, but I wish I got more. You don't see what happened? Trump Truth Social? Where are you, Donald? One of the biggest driving forces is job a data center. Kathy Hochul, New York. Yeah, you're just talking shit about data center policy from New York. But yeah, so do you not see what's happening? So look at what just happened after a day like, even with today with chips feeling good. Then you got the scam a little bit on chips in the morning. Now the puts for chip earnings. You could jack those premiums up a little bit more. Slow down the calls. All the Mag 7 front runs, even the shitty out of the monies went up today. Anywhere from 20 to 70% depending on where you positioned. The ones with time also went up. And then now the puts for all the other plays went up. So do you see what I'm saying? Now the cybersecurity, which was leading, and we talked about that bar yesterday. So do you see what's happening? Red light, green light, but it's moving. This is affecting the pricing and the volatility. Meanwhile, we're literally just in the exact same spot as yesterday. And again, that leadership back and forth. But now, Mag 7 earnings plays on the cheap ones now are going to be expensive. So what's going to happen, let those Mag 7 names rip till after Netflix, and then Mag 7 comes down for one day. And then the chips come up. I bet you those Mag 7 out of the monies are still going to be jacked up, but then they're going to come down. And then they're going to bring up the puts. And then you know what's going to happen to those chip stocks? Those puts that were just expensive, they'll come down a little bit, but stay elevated, and now those calls are going to come back up. And then if you do one of those big days, chips go. Do you see it? And then before you know it, you're like a week ahead of earnings. See, so that's what you got to kind of just get. You don't let that fuck with you. And if you do, it'll cost you. But if you could kind of maneuver around it, I think you'll be good. So yeah, let's see where we settle by the end of the day. That Trump Truth Social shouldn't move anything. Chips bottomed, I hope. Like we saying, we just started watching the Mag 7 finally go down. You better pray that they don't go down with the chips. But yeah, we'll see if we can re-rotate and rotate the rotation. You know what I'm saying? It's not too bad of a day. SPY's only a quarter. Dow down by 0.1. Russell 0.0. The NASDAQ's pretty ugly, but yeah, I just think this earnings dynamic. Red light. And then remember, we do have Netflix tomorrow. But yeah, again, you even had good PPI data. I can't even tell. Like, again, today you had good Korea. You had good earnings. I don't even think you had anything. You had nothing bad to happen. Honestly, I hate to break it to you. You bought 2 Oracle. Is it a good pickup? I'd have to see the rest of your portfolio, but individually, I think at that price, I just don't think I think it's a great price. I like it. I'm waiting. I would have bought some things by now, but I just wanted to give myself 30 days with my showcase showdown. I've never had this much money in the long term, believe it or not. The last time I had this much money in the long term, I bought a house, literally. It was all in cash, so I had to buy the house. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it was about a month, and the 22nd will be a month from when I did the covered call. So then, because do you guys get why I'm doing it? I would have bought stuff, but I'm doing it to show you. You know that, right? Y'all don't feel me. Look at that. I'm just trying to set you a good example. Y'all don't even care, huh? You ain't even paying attention, huh? I hope you're paying attention. Do you realize what I'm doing? I'm trying to show you what to do. Because this is something I've always told you. If you ever go into what's it called? If you ever come in contact with a random influx of money, right? You come into a windfall. Don't do anything for 30 days. Again, an inheritance. I got a house. I got money. I won a court case. I sell a covered call and get a year or 2 of deposits. You get a bunch of money, a windfall out of nowhere. What's the first thing you should do? Nothing. Because right when you get a windfall, you'll get a bunch of ideas. You'll get a bunch of ideas, and usually they're bad. So you want to get used to holding the money. Remember, you protecting the money. Get used to having the money. Get used to having the money and the ideas. So now do you see what has been the difference in the last month? Been a very big difference if you think about it. You know why? Because now I've gotten a bunch of ideas of what to buy in the last month. But now this time I have a bunch more money. Spy poppin'! Is that a Truth Social? Hi. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's kind of late, but there's a decent daily there. You need a buku stupid headline though. Where are you, Don Ant? But yeah, I got a little one. I think that could just be Chip stopping the death blow. But then watch too, because Mag 7 might re-rotate. NVIDIA scam candle. Spy got a good one. I think it's just going to be the chips. And Oracle's on the high. So watch. Just see what happens with Mag 7. Microsoft's going to come down. Google. Yeah, oil took a red too. I don't see a Trump, but yeah, spike. Things moving around. Couple of rotations. You got a windfall. It's been 6 months now. That's a little too long. You don't want to wait that. You want to put the money to work. That's why I'm saying, like, sit with it for a month. But yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, it's, you know, the difference over this last month is that I've gotten all these long-term ideas, but this time I've had a lot of money to act on it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's really tempting. But that's why now go through a month of saying no to ideas that you could act on. You're going to learn how to weigh what's worth your time and money. So that's why I didn't want to buy anything, because we got all this money. Again, you guys, I don't even think since I made the long term, you've never seen me sit with this much deposit. I've never had this much cash, because we started the long term and then we deposit and build, deposit and buy. Again, I stacked up maybe 10% cash max once. But yeah, this, you know, to have a year of deposits up front ready to go with no margin, that's insane. So yeah, that's why we'll sit on it. I have had a bunch of ideas in the last month and I can act on all of them, but that's why next week we'll see where things are at, and then we'll go from there. And ta-da, and we'll play the rest of what we got. I mean, it could be war stuff with you got oil and spy. And then again, you did have the chips stopping their death blow. I don't know if Netflix is going to... I think Netflix is going to move big after earnings. So that's the thing. I don't know if it's good or bad. I think that the guidance hasn't changed in so long that if it's good and those bars, those dots move way higher, I think there's a lot of catch up. And then vice versa. I think that those dots haven't moved in a while. If that takes a step down in expectations, I think it's probably going to get slashed to the next level down. So I think there's a potential for big movement after Netflix. I don't really have a idea on how it's going to do, but I think the consequence, how people react to how it does, it's ripe for, you know, a big expectation change. So that's why I'm attracted to it. ACH, are you okay? You said you could only make money in the VU. Your cash is too slow. Well, I mean, so here's the long term. This is the one that we hear. 1 year, 72%. The net withdrawals, 220,000. I got that money in 24 hours. Straight to buy the house. This is better than the VU. What do you... Come on. Long-term monthly. Long-term monthly. It's what you got to do. But then again, to each his own. But I am a big believer that all of this stuff is, I think it's simple. I think you all could do it if you have a certain amount of time. I mean, you can apply. And again, this dynamic of using the long term to house and the accessibility is, it's been done many times, and it's a nice little system here. So I wouldn't be afraid of it. I wouldn't be afraid of it. Long-term monthly, now available in pill form. What 10%? What gains? What long-term? What gove long? Okay, I'm sorry, I ran out. I need another long-term monthly ad. They haven't sent me my marketing material. I thought they were going to give me more for this quarter, but they said long-term monthly's been doing good. It's up in... dude, it's been annoying. This has been a very annoying back and forth rotation. I mean, XLF, healthcare, and the other one, you kind of get it. They've kind of been doing their thing, but yeah, it's that's what I was saying the other day. Unfortunately, it's annoying, and we're in the box. Unfortunately, we are in the box. You wired 200,000 in one day? Yes. You guys saw me do all of it. So I showed the video, but I sold all of the stocks live in the long term. You saw me sell. You watched my taxable gains change. Then I got the money, and then you literally watched me wire it out. The cash left the next day, and then a week later I showed up with the farm. So yeah, it's super easy. It's very, very good. That's why you said, someone said it earlier, you said you want to buy a neighborhood. So I have one. So I did the math. There's one neighborhood in one of these areas. So if we want to do it, Chad, it would be, I think it'd be 3 million. It's actually not bad. So there's pretty much 10 houses. There's the only 10 for sale in this area, but we could buy all of them for 3 mil. They're 200 to 300 grand a pop. So 2.5, 3 mil. So I don't know. That was what I wanted to get organized. I just need to get the lending, and I don't know. It's just doing that many separate transactions is gonna be annoying. Usually when we've purchased, if we try to do 10 at once, you package them all into the same deal. But yeah, these are all different owners. But yeah, we could do it. But we're not living there. These would be flips. That 220,000 that I pulled out of the long term, that was a down payment, surprisingly. So yeah, that it was leveraged. Okay, and then I have other news. I do have a farm development. Are you guys ready? So, and then I don't know though. So let's think about what I just told you with that neighborhood. Oh, we could do this. What if we sold the farm, took the profit from the farm, and then bought out this whole neighborhood? Because that's the other update from the farm. My neighbor at the farm, one of the properties close by, they just sold. I didn't know it. They listed it off market, and then it got ripped quick. But yeah, they sold for 250% more than what I paid for the farm. But their unit is decked the fuck out. But then it's smaller. But then, yeah, it's a very direct neighbor too. So yeah, that's the new good news beyond just it paying for itself, because that was the problem. Like I'm telling you, that's a down payment. So the farm was expensive. It was not cheap, and I don't have a tractor, but essentially, it was the down payment $220. I actually ended up putting a little more. because I had to put down that deposit. It was like $250 total. Remember, I had to put down 20, 30K in the beginning to secure it. But yeah, that was a down payment. So I had to pay the payment still. That's what sucks when you use your long-term, because if it does have a down payment, you still have like a liability. You have the risk. So that's what sucked in the beginning of the farm, because it allowed me to leverage my money very good. That's what I wanted. So like, if I sold the property now and I took that money, the long term will be double. I'm going to put in way more. I will come back with at least $500,000 to wire back into that account, if not a lot more. And that's what I was saying, is like it gave me great leverage where I could turn 200 grand into $500,000 or more a lot faster, and kind of a lot safer. But the problem, it has expenses. So that's why it took the first couple months I lost the money. We kind of still have a negative on the farm, net besides the equity, because, I had to pay for the mortgage. I had to pay for the expenses. And until we learned to get this asset paying for itself, I had to incur the cost. But now that's the great thing that we have right now, because it's literally it's paying for itself. So now the down payment, that was my long term, but now with the cost getting covered by the rentals and stuff that we're doing now, I don't have to spend money on this thing now. Now I'll either make a little bit of a profit or I break even, but now I only wanted that property for the equity. That's what I'm saying. So if you think about it, even this year, so as I got it to pay for itself, somebody else paid for me my holding costs. In the meantime, I got that big comp now to sell. So now, ta-da, my equity is going up. That's the play I wanted with it. We were either going to go, and either use this for events. We're going to do one more in September. But yeah, like I said, we could flip it. We could sell it. I was going to sell it right when I bought it. That was my plan. But I did fall in love with the property, and I did feel like I could get a lot more for it. And I mean, shit, I think I was correct. So we'll find out. Yeah, that's the only update one. Why not sell the long term and keep the farm? I could. I mean, well, that's the thing. There would be enough profit in the farm where I could go buy that whole neighborhood, hopefully. But if not, we could work it. Amazon, Dave Brown to take new role, and then Fed Cook comments. How do you find these good deals on real estate? A little bit of what's the word? Looking? Like, I don't know, plus luck. That's how I found that one. That's how I found the farm. I just started, the farm was hilarious. It was you guys. I thank you for it. The Lord has blessed me. But it was all the Chad. Because everyone was kind of getting annoying last year. When we had to do our little Chad crackdown. And, people were like trolling me at one point, and they were like, I'm going to sell. When do I sell? When do I sell my long term? And I said, it's very simple. I was like, if you want to sell, you sell for a property. And then our long term was growing. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to show these guys what to do. And I said, I'll find a property. Because every time I look at my long term, it's above a certain amount, I think, property. And then everyone kept asking. Some were genuine about it. Some were trolling. So I said, let's just turn it to a real example. So I started looking. And we've talked about getting like a farm or a compound a long time. And I started looking at these like properties, these farm rural compounds for much cheaper. A lot cheaper. I did not plan to spend. So my plan was only use a portion of the long term. So I was finding stuff in a budget initially where I was only going to use 50 grand. So we had like 170, 200 grand in the long term, right? Or 270, shit. And we ended up taking the 220 out of it. But my plan was use 50 grand. You guys know that, right? The first farms I wanted, I was like, okay, let me use 50 grand. That way I could sell a portion of it, give you guys an example. Boom, we have a house and the long term. That was my initial idea. So I started looking for about a month. I was looking at farms for about a month. I wasn't telling you guys. Again, everyone kept asking me. I did say, I was like, okay, I'm going to show you. But I was looking. I kept looking all around. I set up my stuff so any new listings would pop up. I set an area. And then I started asking people. Again, certain agents, I let them know what I was looking for. I showed them what I was interested in. And then, long story short, I have an agent who I talked to, 2 weeks prior. They were like, hey, this property is about to go live. Would you like to see it? And they were like, the bad news, it's substantially more than you wanted to spend. And I was like, well, let me see it. And I looked at the numbers. And holy shit, the numbers were insane. The property was insane. The size, everything about it was really good. So, and it was still off market. It was about to go live. And then, yeah, I put in the offer. I got lucky. It was a mix of lucky, but like I was looking for a month, and then here comes this property below market value because they wanted to sell. They were buying another property. So they needed to get out of this property, close the deal. They were willing to take a very, very low price for this property just so that they could buy the other home they wanted. And they were really weird too. That deal wasn't the easiest, to be honest. You guys remember, it was kind of a nightmare. But, that's what I said. It was they were even weird afterwards, but it was worth it. I think so. Until I still need to get the dirt. Got to fill in that ground, but other than that, it's good. Oracle. Let me just put that one up. The place is great, though. It is. It's very special. That's why. That's why, though. But, like, at the same time, it was expensive. It was way out of my budget. So, but then why did I do it? So, like I'm telling you, I went from I'm going to spend $50K, show the chat an example, to then I ended up literally selling 90% of my lawn term. It was because the equity. That's what I was saying. That's the whole idea. This deal... right off the bat, I figured I was getting at least $200,000 to $300,000 off of the property, but in my mind, I thought it was an easy, like best case, easy $500,000. Conservative, I was getting $200,000 in equity. So that's why I did it. That's why I was like, shit. Why would I want? Again, there's a big difference. You got to think about it. $50K down versus $250,000 down. That's a big chunk. Not to mention the maintenance costs, then the mortgage. And it came with a different set of things, but that's why in this case, I was just like, dude, the equity. I was like, that's big money. It's there. It's a great property, great location. It was even the best location out of any of the other units I was looking at. So that's why it was just like, yeah, I decided to go through with that. And then we just rebuilt the long term too. So it all worked out. What's your opinion on taking a margin loan against the long term to pay for expenses on a property? Assuming it's an amount you could pay out. Do you know what that is? All your precious air leaving your tires. Don't do that. So, ideally, you don't want to get into a property. Like, you should really do your due diligence in budgeting, where you don't want to get into a property. And I wouldn't do a deal if, like, covering expenses would mean we'd have to sell assets or even loan against them. That's not, that you need to find a better deal. But then also, too, it's not only just that, it's just in general, this is something I've been telling people, you don't want to borrow against your stocks. You don't want to collateralize, you don't want to double collateralize an investment. So if someone's going to give you a loan for a property, it's backed by you and the property. But why would you want to now take out a loan, back it by your stocks, and then use that to go back it with the property. You're over collateralizing, and it's just not a good idea. So I'm actually vehemently against borrowing against the long term. I think you should just sell it. And again, that's part of the example of what I showed you guys. The one thing I was telling you is it's a Bible verse. It's if a man finds a field, a valuable field, would he not sell everything he owned to go and buy it? Right? And that's kind of the idea, and not go get a loan, not try to I didn't try to get the best of both worlds. Believe me, I love the stocks. The stocks doubled my money, if not more. It helped out with me getting it, but yeah, I had to decide. So I think you should too. I think I would be very, very, very few instances where borrowing against your long term is a good idea. And like I'm saying, don't be afraid to sell it if you're buying something worth more money, and again, worth more value. Like I'm telling you, in this case, I don't know if I'll sell for what the comp did, but if it does, holy fuck! This was a great move. It was already a good move, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you could do it in a way where, this isn't you shouldn't be afraid to get rid of it for a bigger, better investment. And then guess what? This is the story's not over, unfortunately. Some of you may be here, you may not be for it. It's depending on your patience and your journey. But yeah, you know what the other part of the story is? I am going to sell that farm eventually. Maybe I'll keep it. Maybe I'll keep it for another year. Maybe I'll keep it for another 5 years. Maybe another 10. Who knows? But I'll probably sell it eventually. And then what's going to happen? What's the second part of the story? I would say the final part. You're 66% of the way there. Does anybody know? So we start the long term, move it to the house with big equity. Woo! Okay, is the story over? No, what's the other part of the story? We sell the property, and then it goes back into the stocks. And now we're on to the sequel. And now you write this next story. Now it's the sequel based off the same plot. But now this time the protagonist has accomplished a lot more. You see what I'm saying? And now he's gone through a lot more and has new experience, but now he has new challenges. You see it? You see it now? It's the sequel of this. It's the same story. And now it's back into the stocks. And then we do that again. And then that's what I'm saying. It's just over and over again. But so that's why it's not that's why I'm saying I wouldn't be afraid to, stop trying to just be careful of the debt trap and trying to keep your stocks and leverage when, again, they naturally progress with each other. And then eventually you're going to have all of them. You see, in that case, we still ended up with a little bit of stocks. We got the house. We start the rebuild. Again, that's the beauty. I think in my situation, it was a little unrealistic because I bought the farm and I started the rebuild instantly. That may not happen for everybody. But if you buy a property and you get it rented out right away, so a lot of this year with the property paying for itself, that would be realistic to start rebuilding the long term. Because think about it. I use my down payment. If the property covers its expenses with its income, then yeah, there you go. We're back to rebuilding, and yeah, we keep doing it. Ta-da! And then, yeah, we chilled out after the chips bounced, but not too bad. Spies green and Dow and the Russell, but what a day, Chattadonia. Why would you sell it for stocks? Anything. If the property appreciates heavily, if something changes, it doesn't offer the same value, maybe the rents change, or maybe we hold it for so long, we get all the money out of it, and it's appreciated, but now it needs a lot of repairs, and it would just make more sense to get rid of it. Or again, the easiest example would be if somebody walked up to me tomorrow and if they offered me if they offered me half $500,000 less than what the neighbor just got, I would take it. And because that's multiple years of appreciation just up front right there. I would take it. But then that's what I'm saying. You give me a big enough offer, I'm selling it. But then now what would I do? What would I do with that money? I would maybe sit on it for 30 days, but I would want that money going to work. But if I don't have another property to buy, if I don't have another company to buy, then what am I going to do? I'm going to probably get that money that's not invested working. And then until I find a property, or until it balloons enough where I'm like, I have to find a property. So, yeah, but that's where, there's many reasons to sell a property. I'm just saying eventually the time will come where, whether it's in 1 month or 10 years, when we do sell the property, the next part of that saga is what are we going to do with those proceeds until we have our next investment? You need the money to keep working. You already own a trucking company. Would it be a bad idea to sell some of your long-term to buy another truck? Not if you do it the right way. So if you got a company already, if you just run it, this is how companies do buybacks. Go run your margins. Go look at all of your data. Go look at all of your company. You could even have an AI do it and see what's the margin you're getting on a truck, and then what's going to be the expense, and like pretty much what can you project out of this new truck. And now if you're saying, yeah, I put down 20, 30, 100K, I get a new truck, but then it's going to 30% increase, 40, 50 on my income, and it's going to even make you more than the appreciation on your stocks, or even comparable to a good real estate deal, I would say that would actually be a very good investment. You should buy back into your company and do that, and then rinse and repeat, because then you could either keep buying trucks and grow your business, or eventually, even if that second truck starts bringing in more income, you're saving more, now that's increasing your savings back to your long term, and then rinse and repeat. But it all depends on the numbers of that first truck and being accurate and realistic towards it. If that margin on truck 1 is great and truck 2 would be similar, I again, just compare it to what your investments are doing now. How long would you wait to sell the property? Well, anytime. I mean, I'm not afraid of taxes. I flipped that one property in a month. That was a fucking huge tax liability, but it was still good money. In this case, thank God I've held the farm for over a year now. But yeah, anytime. It's just a matter of offer. So I got an offer right after I bought the farm for the end of the year. They gave me till the end of the year to accept. It would have been a $200,000 profit. So I could have already sold it, but I said no to that deal. So yeah, no real time frame. It's for me, it's more so the offer, the price. But then after enough time, both there's appreciation and less taxes. So in a weird way, that same offer, I'd make more money, but now there's more appreciation and less tax liability. Set? No. That was actually still green. Cyber down 2. IGV, it's not bad. Low tickers stayed active all day. Real estate, my family lost everything in real estate, so known about that. Businesses was just part of both working, and again, it is the stock market. That's the irony of it. If you could actually analyze companies, and just stocks are businesses. I mean, arguably, if you don't know how a good business runs, it's going to be hard to find what a good stock is. But the farm, I have no idea. You guys have no idea. I'm telling you, I've been saying it, but dude, the farm has been, this is my first property like this. I've been winging the fuck out of it. I don't know if you guys have noticed. That's why it's ghetto. I feel bad, dude. There's like weeds now. I need, even though I have landscapers, like, dude, there's still like weeds. I need to get that dirt in there. But like, dude, I've been winging it. I have been winging this farm, dude. I've never owned a property like this. I'm telling you, bro, I've gotten into, again, that's why it's cool, though, learning. I've gotten in calls with people. I've learned about planting, farming, prices, tractors, the cost of all of it, the tax write-offs, the government programs. I mean, holy shit. But the knowledge I do have of just OG real estate was enough. But yeah, I did, that is my first property like that. The Porsche go-kart? Yeah, I was like, dude, I feel like Chad would stone me, though. If I spent the first, like, 10K of equipment on a Porsche go-kart, Ryan's gonna kill me. He'd be like, we needed a mini key truck with a dumpster. And I'm like, yeah, but this old school Porsche go-kart is awesome. I want to make a little dirt bike track. I ran on the high. Okay, chips are still going and more Mag 7s chilling out, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, like I'm saying, it's giving you your room, but yeah, what happened with NeoCloud? NeoCloud bounced with the chips, but IREN is actually back now into the green. Pretty solidly green. The Fed was not bearish, no. Well, Kevin Warsh wasn't. He could have been. And then again, all the data lately has been great. Or dovish than not. All right, man. Come on. Chips are bouncing. Again, NeoClouds are leading it. Why not do a 1031 and purchase another? Well, I could, but yeah, I don't have the house I just saying, I didn't note it. I just saw this the other day. One of the neighbors sold and I didn't hear about it, but yeah, it was a big sell. So, and then I had another area in mind I was telling the Chads about 2 weeks ago. I found a really good area in real estate that I want to make an investment in. I was gonna do a bunch, but yeah. So I was figuring I brought them both up, but they kind of connected. It was a nice chip. I mean, it was at least I think 1% from that low, man. That was a very, very bad early. A very, very bad early, rather. I'm telling you. Dell collapsed. All the chips collapsed. What time is it? 10:19. I ain't seen no wires, and then I heard long turn from the amplifiers. Save the 10. All right, well, you recovered that. That was like 30 minutes. That was where the low ticker started picking up. Or I think it was like, yeah, it was like right here. So you're getting there, still right below VWAP, though. I think a lot of them did. Again, it's NeoCloud. Now Wolf is on the high. So again, those are starting. A lot of energy is doing pretty well. AMD, Intel, NVIDIA. Wow, Habibi. So again, Meta, Google, Amazon, Apple, they're still up. They just chilled out. Again, IGV, that gave up some of its outperformance. That'll suck if it just led to both of them red. Man, the low ticker again, but you're right at the level. This time it's chips, and then, yeah, but Mag 7 is not giving it up too much. Let's see your checkup. Dow Jones 17 green, 13 in the red. NASDAQ 50-50. And then SPY 250, 259, 245, 241. NVIDIA, it depends what you paid for the stock. Is it? No way. I think, well, I guess so. Damn, we went below the PPI level. That's what I'm saying too, man. Yesterday and today, your data was actually very favorable. It's very chill, Habibi, very. NVIDIA and Kawasaki to build AI robot equipment in Japan. Robot-equipped shipyard. Didn't we get that today, or is that Mitsubishi? NVIDIA and Kawasaki. I feel like that's old. Did we? Yeah. Well, again, chips. It's not bad. It's just now it'll be, if we spend another hour or two with the chips chilling out, like I was saying not too long ago, it's just going to be a matter of where we settle. Bro, Kawasaki Banshee AI shipyard. Yeah, son. All right, ALMS. That is a biotech. Okay. Why do people think Micron is overpriced when forward PE is low? Because they believe it's not going to last like that. So that's why. But it is. It's one of the lowest PEs. It's crazy. But it's like my cabin. It's my Airbnb I have. I have an Airbnb cabin. And during the winter, you make like 4 or 5 times the mortgage. But then during the summer, you make like double the mortgage, which is still great. Just how it works out there. But you wouldn't value the property based on the winter, essentially. And that's what people are saying with Micron. It's like the 8 PE is hot season. But what happens when chip memory stops going up in price? And stops doing, which eventually it will, because that's what happens. So, but then again, that's the debate. Some people think this time is different. They think it's going to be summer forever or winter forever. Well, on that note, I think that's a great segue. I think maybe probably one of the better segues into philo. Can I interest you in a philo today? It's already it's 10:15, 10:25. Oh man, what a day! What a day. Maybe we should. I got a good one for you today. We could talk about life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, all of it, baby, all of it. All right. So yeah, go get your cloaks. If you wear a cloak for philo, go just bring your presents, attention. It's good for it. That's it. You're gonna have to pay something. You might as well pay attention. It's everything got a cost. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, praise the Lord. All right, I'll BRB. Jesus. Praise God.
talk, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, Chadadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I got a philo for you. We gotta talk about life, my friends. Honestly, I feel like life is a lot like earnings season. Red light, green light, red light, green light. You know, you gotta deal with life on a day-to-day basis. So I hope earnings don't frustrate you too much, man. I hope you guys are ready for all of it. I hope you're ready for opportunity. I hope you're awake and aware during the opportunity. And man, if I could just give you another reminder to kill a thing called desperation. You know that? A thing called desperation. I don't know, just a reminder. I love you know why I love this? Because every time somebody hears this for the first time, they light up. They know it's true. Luck hates desperation. So that's it. That's it. That's all I could tell you for now. But my friends, today's philo is so simple. You know that? I have a very simple one for you. I'm going to just show you a clip, and then that's it. It's very easy philo today. But, I hope you remember it. I've given you this philo before, but I think we should talk about it. I hope you remember, middle of July, July 15th, right in the middle of July. I was going to play you guys. I was going to show you one clip, and then I was going to play you a National Geographic video. I wanted you guys, that's what we're talking about today. You'll see. You'll see what we're going to talk. I wanted you guys to study a National Geographic video. So, don't let me hype it up too much. Let me just have Jim Rohn say something to you real quick, okay?
I teach kids, and you'll find it on those cassettes, the ant philosophy. Let me just give you the quick scenario on the ant philosophy. Number one, ants never quit. What a good philosophy. If they're going somewhere, you stop them, and guess what? They'll look for another way. How long will they look? Till they find it, or till they die. What a great philosophy. But here's number two. I can't give them all to you, but here's number two. Ants think winter all summer. You've at least got to be that bright. You can't think summer all summer. You got to do some winter thinking in the summer. You say, well, the sky is blue, the clouds are fleecy. You can't be faked out by that. Ancient story says, don't build your house on the sand in the summer. Why would we be cautioned not to build our house on the sand in the summer? Because it's easy to get faked out. So what should you do during the summer? Think winter. Think storm. That'll drive you to find a rock in the summer when the sky is blue. Key, negative is normal. I teach.
So, Chad, you want to know what we're talking about today? What do you think I want to talk to you about today? After hearing that, what do you want to talk? What do you think we're going to talk about today? Did you hear that? Oh, that was beautiful. Golubov, enemy strategy has not changed. And then Vance, Israel more effective than most at influencing us. Speaks on Joe Rogan podcast. Seasons. Sowing and reaping. Preparation. Oh, I want to say you guys are close, but... My friends. Today I want to talk to you about the ant. Oh, the ant. The ant, my brother. Oh, the ant is so amazing. That's why I said I wanted this today's philo, bro. I wanted to just get a National Geographic video and make you damn learn about ants. You know that? Because I don't think y'all really understand the ant. I don't think you realize this little ant has been telling you the secret to life this whole time. You know that? Do you realize how inspiring the ant is? Did you not hear what he just said? Oh, I love the ant. I love the ant. You know why? Because once the ant is like, I'm going to go somewhere. Even if you get in its way, if you move it, the ant won't go around things, up, over, it doesn't matter. It still goes to it. It will either go another way or it's going to die. That is the ant's mentality. Oh, I vibe with that ant, dog. That's it. That's the ant's options. You know that? The ant's not like, oh, am I going to backslide? No, the ant just goes. It either goes around or it dies. That's it. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. You know? And I don't know, man. You hear it. Because I've said this many times. We've been talking about this a lot since last year. When it's winter, plan for the summer. When it's summer, you worry about the winter. Yeah, that's what we learned from the ant. You remember? That's what... I know that's such a... Bro, I'm telling you, it's if you really understand, think about winter and summer, think about summer and winter, God bless you if you truly understand it. Because that is a powerful thing. That's what I'm saying. Even now, even last quarter, that would have helped you. Last year, that would have helped you. Oh, but do you not get it? That's the principle we learned from the ant, brother. Imagine how small... does the ant even have a brain? So even the ant figured this out. Even the ant knows it's not always going to stay winter. Even the ant knows it's not always going to stay summer. So the ant don't even get tricked off of that. It's easy to get faked out. Oh, but isn't that weird? The ant. So this is what I wanted to talk to you about today. Because, unironically, the Bible also mentions learning from the ant. The Bible says this. It says, look, you sluggards, look at how the ant works. No leader. It stores up in the winter. Works all summer. This is biblical. But do you know, are you ready for this? You know ants like low-key invented farming? I wanted to just play you videos of all the fun facts of ants. Because the lessons you could learn about life. Oh my bro, you know that? I don't know if this is, I've seen people, bro, and they tell me they care about nature, the environment, and they're all hippie, but they're not really. I'm like, you ain't learning from the animals, dog. I'm telling you to study the ant and become like the ant, brother. Oh, you will learn so much. They invented farming. Go look into it. You know that there's ants that would go on plants and they would like farm and like feed these like aphids for like food. And then they would organize them, then they would protect them in the winter. They'll farm fungus. You know that some of the earliest concepts of farming, this idea of reaping and sowing, the ants were on it. Isn't that crazy? Ants. The damn ant was planting. The ant got equity. The Lord said you're going to have vineyards. The ant understood this. Wow. Dog, are you ready for this one? The ants invented the reserve. Do you know ants have a reserve system? Do you understand how crazy that is? You know how they say like ants work hard? And they do, and like they said, you learn working from the ant. But believe it or not, it's not like these ants are working all the time. You know why? They think about catastrophe, bad weather. There's a portion of the working ants that sit around and do nothing because they're there on reserve. So if the weather gets bad, something happens, and it strains out the other worker ants and they need backup and that they can't handle it, there's a whole set ready to go waiting. My guy, the ant understood the cash balance, for crying out loud. You mean to tell me the ant understood the damn stress test better than the Fed? Think about it. The Federal Reserve, there's an ant reserve. Oh, y'all playing with me, dog. I'm telling you, the ant. See, you think I'm crazy. I think you're crazy. You know that? I think all of you, if you are not fascinated by the ant and you have ignored this little being in life and it's telling you all of these beautiful principles that if you just followed from it and you're missing it, I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy for missing the ant. You don't think this is wild? My brother, the ant is, you already know it's strong. An ant can lift 100 times its body weight, 50 times. They know how to leverage. If they want to move food and pieces of stuff, they know how to get leverage. It's fascinating. And like I'm telling you, you guys don't get it. Why should you learn from this? This is like one of the smallest things on this planet. This is do not despise the days of small beginning. It's tiny. Imagine how much more superior you are to an ant. I would agree you are superior to an ant. That's why this is so fascinating. Because oddly enough, we will act inferior, and these ants are doing more sophisticated things that build and grow things in communities. Meanwhile, it's the simplest creature on this planet. But it has a way to move things. Do you realize that the ants, like I'm telling you, as simple as this creature is, it has a complex social structure? I told you, bro, I should have just played you guys National Geographic videos. You don't think that's weird? There's a hierarchy, there's queens, there's worker ants, there's soldier ants. They have a method to communicate. Oh, food, danger. Dog, they use chemicals. You think social media go hard? Dog, they got chemicals to have. Their social media is a smell. Oh, that's y'all don't feel, bro. Dog, they could communicate with each other. They build tunnels and a nest. My brother, that's engineering. Oh. So yes, my brother, you should learn from the ant. Oh, I hope all of you get inspired and look up the ant. And I actually hope you look into it. But the easiest lesson we got from the ant is that without a leader, it knows how to work. It knows how to store up in the summer. It knows how to work. It knows how to store up in the summer, how to handle the winters. It knows it. So I want you to remember this, but I'm telling you all this other stuff so you realize there is a lot to learn from the ant. Like I'm telling you, reserves, farming, communication, hierarchy, social, engineering. You do know, bro, are you ready? Do you know ants go to war? You guys know that, right? Go look it up. Ants go to war. One nest will fight another nest, and they will try to take over the other nest. And they will even kidnap the baby eggs and enslave the ants and get them to work when they hatch. I'm telling you, what I'm saying is when the Bible said learn from the ant, I think it told you the one thing to learn from it. But I think there's a lot of other signals there. And with complex society and where we are now, I would argue the ant's complexity kind of matches the moment. But let me put it this way. Don't get caught not doing what the ant is doing. Okay? Don't get caught letting an ant do what you're not doing. Don't let an ant think about the future and have a reserve and you don't. Don't let an ant do the right thing without anybody telling it what to do. Don't you don't have to wait for somebody. My brother, I hope you communicate. I hope you communicate to me. I hope you communicate to the people around you, the people you work with, your family. You know why the ant does that. My brother, I hope you start realizing and thinking of ways to move things a lot bigger than you. The ant does that. Are you getting it? They plant, they reap, they sow. Why is the ant thinking about this, but you're not? And then, if something gets in your way, what are you going to do? Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the Streamlabs.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches out, these sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basics. basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll bought more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways, and life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Seismic.
Like, for real though, what are you doing this for? Like, ask yourself that.
Hey, Fly J, turn this shit out.
Took a while to get here, told the daddies take care. You could ask my mama, been hustling since daycare. So I had a lot of time to get me all these haters. Talking God in every song because he showed me favor. But don't get it wrong, Tyrone, you meet the maker, I'm a weirdo. Study coaches, ran the planet, learned the earnings in the balance. Serve a purpose, not a man. I'm a working in the famine, I learned working from the end. I'm the sickest motherfucker that you never seen before. I care about the final score, ain't worry about the leaderboard. What the fuck you smiling for? Start acting like you been before. I'm just trying to live my life, watch all the seeds I'm planting grow. Yeah, there's some shit you probably read about. Business it constituents, some words that make you sleepy, yeah. But I just made $1 million trading news up off the TV, yeah. I put that shit on YouTube, now the youth is trying to be me now. So, take notes and not granted. Stay woke and upstanding. Buy hope and sell panic. That's a lesson in disguise, so you might wanna rewind that. Sell it on the high, decay time, then I buy back. I'ma take it, it's flagrant, but take patience. I'm stalking, then waiting, then trade it. Support it or hate it. I love your engagement. I came from the basement, like Drake said. Started from the bottom, how I get here. Lots of risk management, I focus on the 10-year. All that matters what's not when, just patient till it get here. I'ma do this till I'm dead, I hope I'm making this clear. Feel me, you should kill me, otherwise pay me no mind. But if you wise, pay me your time up. Try to fly and pay the fine, do what you want, your life ain't mine. Ask my brother, ask my bitch, everything I take my time. You tryna ride, I'ma teach you how to move. When the only option losing, the environment is fools. Let me inspire what to do, give them some value, speak the truth. The shit I'm speaking, this ain't new. The way I speak it, make it cool. I dumb it down, I act a fool. I'ma kick this lesson in, this one encompass all of it. You only get one life to live. You blow it, then you dumb as shit. Money you start coming in, make sure you pay the government. Just learn the game, do what they say to teach you how to duck that shit. I'm talking escorts, LLCs. This a loophole melody. Feel like I'm Pablo Medellin. I gave my people what they need. I told my God I had a dreamy life for real. You telling me you think it's coming that easy? So, yeah. Why you think I'm on my grind? I treat this life like it ain't mine. For that been beaten and despised. I've been seen, I've been admired. I've been angry all the time. I've been tired, uninspired. But that's the devil, he a lie.
Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya, stocks go up, my friend. Stocks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Okay. You said that you thought that they were demons.
Oh, what? Is this new? Yeah, I think this is so new.
I did say that.
What a great way to end.
Well,
Yeah, Trump says strikes
first of all,
against Iran
they're
will
not
expand
just in
next
Christianity, but in a number of world religions, there are a number of mystical things that happened, extra dimensional, extra. I'm not one of these people who's like a hyper rationalist. I think that there are things happening in the world that we're not always seeing.
Oh my God, I had a dream. He
I
for real,
believe in
you
God.
telling
I
me?
think that there is a
You
kind
think
of-
it's coming
what's
that
the word I'm
easy,
looking
so?
for? Not extra real.
Supernatural.
Supernatural. There are supernatural things that are happening. Okay. So if you look historically at,
I don't believe in aliens, you guys. You know that? Or I just don't believe we're going to see them. You know what I believe they're going to do? I think they're going to tell you there's aliens. Then they're going to hook up a fucking fable to AI with drones, and you're going to think it's Jesus. Okay, but or you're going to think it's an alien. But I don't believe in the aliens. After hearing what's his name? Our boy Feynman. He had a very compelling argument. Uber deal will split delivery hero 12.5 billion euros. And chips, dude. We're chilling now. Apple didn't go down, so honestly, chips just stopped dying. Cyber, unfortunately, that's finally a losing day for them. But not too bad. And then software is still a little bit clobbered. And then, yeah, Uber news on Delivery Hero. SPY is 7 hours to nowhere, baby. I mean, you're right under the open, so still a little bit more work to do. NASDAQ still down by 0.3, but SPY, Russell's actually the leader, which is interesting considering how strong how strong this all moved. That SPY, didn't I tell you there was one for I was like, they're good, bro, but I didn't end up taking it. I was like, it was just a little late, but that was an hour ago. I think those went 6 to 18. And then if you got 2 more in the money, they went 12 to 80. So those are good. Yeah, bro. I mean, yeah, maybe they exist. I don't think we're going to see them, though. It's been so long. Iron Condors. I haven't in a while. I mean, with the last 3 years have just been record double-digit gains on the market. And then even individual stocks have really high volatility. It's, when you get trapped in the box, it's great to sell premium, but yeah, we are in an environment where one thing changes and things do get blown out. But yeah, I haven't done one in a while. I have a bunch of old videos on them, though. Why did SPY run today? This is what I was saying. This is earnings. I hope you guys remember this. You've already gone through this, but I was even saying this morning, red light, but we were explaining it earlier. I was explaining it at the low. If you guys don't know what's happening, you're changing the leadership, but just simply, this is just fucking with the premium. I mean, that's it. You guys, this is exactly how it feels, because now Mag 7 out of the money premiums are high. And then now the put premiums for chip names are going to go up. Chips are going to bounce. That put premium is going to stay. Then the call premium goes up. And then you're going to keep rotating back and forth until we get the earnings tomorrow. And you're going to kind of get these moves. So I wouldn't be, I just don't think, I don't think these moves are really indicative of anything until we kind of wrap up the earnings. But we're just starting. So like I'm saying, I think May and June, you experienced this, but then, you got to see how we kind of, where was it? April 17th? That was pretty much around there. So yeah, actually. So we ran up into the earnings. You did back and forth. And then as you got out of those zones, we started to advance depending on how things went. Then as you got into the later stage, we got kind of boxed in, but just, yeah, you gotta, taking takes patience. But I wouldn't, you know, the only problem is we spend 7 hours a day here. So it might throw you off, but yeah, this is, you better get used to this. We've done a lot of days like this already, but I just, the moral of the story is don't freak out. I wouldn't read too much into these moves, and I would, you know, just kind of keep focusing on both the micro events with like earnings and what it's moving, and then ultimately, yeah, if this broadly continues or fails, it's going to be a macro shift in earnings or the economy. Until then, you know, we've been in this box for a minute now. Not to mention, we just kind of had a pretty crazy earnings experience. Explosions in Iraq. That's weird. I'm surprised Uber didn't react to that. It reacted more on the headlines yesterday. Dollar Tree. Dog, Zscaler. I could have just got a discount. Oh, my lagger. But I think I've got, actually there's 2 more laggers I didn't get, but I think I might stop after Zscaler. Kumbaya, my long term. I'm glad the dollar went down. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, everything. Tesla was kind of in the middle. But I think the chip recovery, it was good, but I mean, actually SanDisk recovered 8% from the bottom. So yeah, that was pretty brutal in the morning here, but that just goes to show, I mean, the chips, they're pretty weighty. It's either chips or the other Mag 7 dynamic. But then again, too, like which one do you guys like? Do you like just going straight down in slow fashion like you just experienced, or do you like going kind of straight up but then not really advancing? Which one do you prefer? Do you prefer the rotationary straight sell-off led by chips, or do you prefer 7 hours to nowhere? Do you have a preference, or are they both kind of equally dog shit? Because that's kind of the annoying part until you get into these events. But like I've been saying, you know, once we actually get a green light, absorb earnings, or again, it'll be a mix of both absorbing earnings and then people push together a narrative, or again, after a couple of earnings, analysts are going to start more upgrades and downgrades. That's going to kick off some things. They'll throw in a clear move every now and then, but yeah, just today, get used to what you saw today. Rotating market parts. Hey, that beyond the days. The Netflix premiums are disgustingly equivalent. Like I was saying yesterday, like the puts went up 30%, the calls went down 30%. Today, same exact thing. So it's kind of fascinating how specific they are. Like they're moving almost in tandem. So yeah, the calls are... Oh, actually, it broke a little bit. So look, fuck me. That just changed in 20 minutes. That was in the last 20 minutes. VIX on the low, 52-week low on the VIX. What are you guys worried about, brother? This is no volatility fear. What do you mean the fear? Look at that. 52-week low on all of the VIX. Oh, brother, why is there a problem? I'm so confused. You guys, back in my day, a VIX, a low VIX, so we have a party. Everybody, no problem. A low VIX. You guys have a really bad market breadth. That's why this means nothing to you now. Oh my God, it's at a low, 52 low. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, here's an update. Netflix. Are you ready for this? The already expensive puts, they are up 50% right now. But the calls, they are only down 30%. The calls went down more yesterday. And then, like I'm saying, at one point today, the calls were only down 20, but then the puts were down 20. So they were moving exactly the same. So now, but in the last, literally last 20 minutes, somehow here, the puts are now up 50, but then the calls, they didn't go down in the same way. But yeah, they're down 34. So, ta-da. But yeah, and then again, you still have a whole nother day tomorrow. Remember, Netflix is going to be after the bell on Thursday. So keep that. You still got to wake up to Korea, everything else, and do all of that. And then you get the report. But yeah, interesting. Again, I didn't like the puts on Netflix because they were already jacked up leading into it. They were cheaper from a couple days prior, but it's not like you were getting too crazy of a deal. Kroger on the lows and CG and BX, but Kroger flushing with that little candle there, down 2.8. I like it, bro. Dollar on the low. That's another thing. I mean, this is actually very good. So even with the Mag 7, I mean, but the dollar coming down, it's funny it hit the chips, but yeah, this is your this has been your best momentum indicator since the since the 24th. Yeah, literally, that has been your most bullish move on the dollar. We have only moved when the dollar finally chilled out. Remember, I was freaking out about it here. So I take it as good. I think the market's actually kind of lagging behind it. But then again, we have too many events in the way. Let me check Netflix. I'm going to check it every morning until tomorrow. They still haven't moved it on the analyst. Sweet Green's on the low. I think UNH is Thursday or Wednesday. Wait, UNH also has earnings. Asmil. SPY is right at open, which was a 0.3 gap up. And then remember, we had good PPI today. Good PPI, a good CPI. Everything was a good, brother. I think it's all earnings, man. Just we very quickly forget it, but you've been through enough earnings. This all feels familiar. And like we were saying, I was saying red light in the morning. Again, the weird part about this morning is that we didn't even know the algo. I was saying nothing was really turned on this morning. I thought it was gonna lean to the chips, but yeah, the chips just sold off, and then after that, it was just more this idea. We get you got a bunch of bank earnings, you get a couple more this morning. It was really now about digestion and then setting up for the anticipation of Netflix tomorrow. So we're saying red light, and I do hope today sticks with you guys. So when we say red light, just imagine, kind of one of these days, or even going down. The prospect of still moving was there, but you're still gonna, again, headlines we haven't really reacted to, and we're kind of just floating along. Time goes on, but then we are looking ahead to the next event, which at this point, I do think Netflix, you can imagine that could either add or take away from some risk sentiment right now, so that could be interesting. It's not like Netflix causes the biggest moves, but individually it could have some nice ones. Yes, a yo-yo, you could call it. That's a good way to look at it. A DB, nothing caused the chip recovery. That's it. We just bounced the Mag 7. It was just a computer program. So it felt like, I'm telling you, just Mag 7 stopped going down. That's why I was like, oh shit. If Mag 7 starts going down with chips, we're screwed. But then Mag 7 came down, that brought the chips up, and then yeah, we just started chilling after that. I think I'm saying we even saw some things with like software and other leaders like cyber, and then the staples and financials. Just today seems very rotationary. It's just you had one of your biggest industries move down the biggest, but then your biggest companies moved up pretty decently. And then that's leaving us here ahead of one set of big earnings, and then getting ready to close out the first week of earnings. I like Oracle. I'm going to wait a week once I give myself my 1 month, and then we'll see where Oracle's at. If it bounces up too much, though, I won't touch it. And then, yeah, we'll see where anything else is at. But yeah, anything below where I bought it, I'm a fan. I think you've had 18 or 19 days now. There's been 19 days in the last 3 or 4 months that Oracle has been below where I bought it. So yeah, if you ask me about it when it's below my price, it's an easy answer. It has almost been a month, 3 weeks since the covered call on Intel. More of the Neo Cloud. Hut and Wolf are on the high. Remember Iren, that started leading up there. But yeah, now you got them kind of taking turns. Compass, wasn't there psychedelic stuff yesterday? But that's one of the psychedelic stocks. And then there's Comp, Open, Zillow, Lulu on the low. Yeah, Korea bounced there too. They're all kind of connected. It's still pretty bad for them. But remember too, though, all of the chips had an awesome day because IBM. Everybody freaked out with the IBM stuff. So remember, that sparked a lot for the chips. So some of today is kind of giving that back up too. That's why, I mean, the overall market, you were it's a gap up, and now we are back to green. But yeah, I guess you're higher than yesterday. That's why I'm like, I wouldn't, even at the low here, I wouldn't be surprised if we're not. Just yesterday was a weird day too. So we're kind of in the middle of it. But Wednesday, not bad. Not bad. Halfway through July. Would I consider stacking 100 Oracle to have the option to sell calls? No. I would go just how you saw me do it with Intel. I never buy stocks just for I don't care about the amount that I have of a stock. Covered calls are cool and all, but I'm not making decisions based off of that. So, right, the only time I did, that's why even Intel, we had 90 shares or whatever, so I had to buy some more. But if we need to do it, we could find a way if it all makes sense. But I'm not going out of my way to get 100 shares. I know some people do that, but I don't think that's a good decision. Just because it's you're not, at that point, you're not really looking at the company or the equity or your budget. You're starting to be oh, I want shares. It's a very arbitrary thing to go for when making an investment. So yeah, I don't give a shit how many shares I own. I would buy Oracle as the portfolio allows it, as the portfolio needs it, as the portfolio stays balanced, as my deposits and everything balance out with it. So and I'd go off of that. If it's just so happens to have 100 shares, awesome. If you get more or less, even better. But it's just not. I wouldn't be concerned with the share amount. Just be concerned with the ownership and the equity. Yeah, sister account only has a fraction of Intuit. Now when you put it that way, amen. Just give me the equity, baby. Just give me the equity. The covered call? There is no covered call. Like, I guess it's like if a girl was like a really good cook, I wouldn't marry her just because she's a really good cook. Because even if she's a really good cook, she might be bad as just a terrible human. She could just be a demon. So you never know. That's how I view the shares. If that makes, I don't know if that's a good example, but there's more. It'd be a nice benefit. I'm like, oh, that's cool. You could cook extremely well. Oh, I got 100 shares, but it'll never seek that out to be your number one priority when buying stock. It's like the people, I've said it, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Anybody who goes and does the wheel, they usually ironically get ran over, because the people who do the wheel naturally do well, but the people who do it when they set out to buy a stock with this idea of like premium and shares, think you're not looking at the stock anymore. You're just looking at numbers, hoping, and then you're plugging in any company into it. And so usually buying a stock for like premium or share amount sake usually backfires. So just look at the factors that matter, and then the shares are just an added bonus. Canada has reached deal to become observer to advanced fighter jet program pursued by Japan, Britain, and Italy. Illumina. LYV dumping, or at least a candle. Yeah, LYV down 1.6. Viatris. Well, VTR, Ventus. I just had a big pop and lock. I don't know if that's related. Is that related to the Canada headline? Yeah, you have that, and then you have Live Nation on the low. No, they're a REIT. How do you determine how many shares to buy? I buy whatever I can, with that whatever the budget is. So I don't really look. I view it as how much I'm putting into the stock. I don't care about shares. So the beauty, whether it's the big account or the small account, you guys have seen me do it. So like you could even see how we even built this entire account. I'm starting with 1 share, 2, 3, 2, 9, drip 0.9, 1, drip 0.06, 1 share, 1 share, 2 shares. And again, that's a 3-month gap between these, might I add. So my ass will literally wait 1 to 3 months to go buy my ass 1 share, 20 shares, 5 shares, 3 shares, 2 shares, 1 month later, 7 shares, 2 months later, 2 shares, 1 month later, 7 shares, 2 months later, 10 shares, ooh, 20 shares, ooh, 5 shares, another month. Do you see what I'm saying? So I don't care how many shares. I care about how much money I have, and then it's about building the position. I get the money, put it to work. We're trying to build it and grow it. So, but the shares, it just tells me what I'm left with. It just tells me how much of that I ended up with, but I'm not looking at that essentially. But whatever you get your deposit, save, put it to work. Again, follow the rules. You don't want to have too much cash. Don't want to have too little. Balance it around. Take advantage of the good deals, but that's exactly what we're doing. I get my money. I don't necessarily buy right away. And like we've seen, we've sat for like a month or two. But then, we see a stock, we'll put whatever we can into it. So that's why I've been doing like Microsoft into it, Oracle. I see whatever amount I have left and whatever amount I'm comfortable putting into it. So whether it's like the full deposit or half a deposit, I'm calculating that. And then however many shares that gets me, I get it. And then, we wait till next month. Then we do it again. Elijah. Interesting. Eli Lilly up now, and then NVO came down a little. And SPY chilling. I mean, you just got right back up to open after a pretty big chip sell-off. I mean, chips are still down. A couple more moving pieces. It's more 50-50 on the day. It balanced out. You are much more green in the morning, but Here we are, my brethren. That was just the chips, dude. That's it. They were down 4, now they're down 2. Still pretty bad, and then at the same time, the recovery didn't cost you too much of the Mag 7. But yeah, red light. I might. Do we have to do? I think we should watch it every day. You know that? I'm gonna make you guys watch the Squid Games video again. It's just too relevant. It sucks though. Then we got to go to bed, and you got to wait. You got to go through day after day, bro. It's very tenacious. True, but that's what I'm saying. There's like a weird bad earnings and running. This is what it's gonna. So please, if I could direct your attention to the screen. Be like, do you guys remember this? I don't think you guys remember.
Here is the first game. You will be playing red light, green light.
So
you are allowed to move forward when it shouts out green light. Stop when it shouts red light.
Everybody knows the rules, right? And then look, you see 5 minutes, you got 5 weeks. It's like 5 to 6 weeks.
Green light.
Okay, this is the bank earnings. That's actually Pepsi and General Mills. See, and you see that little wobble? You're like, I thought they beat guidance. They're like, that wasn't even a bad earnings. It doesn't matter. They showed fear in their eyes. Kill the stock 15%. It's a fucking value stock. Who gives a shit?
Green light.
Okay, bank earnings. But now do you see what's happening? Do you see how once people know the rules, and then do you see how people are like hesitating? This is kind of where we're at right now. After this one, we're like in between. I don't know exactly where. You guys get what I'm saying? I don't know exactly where we're at, obviously. This takes a little bit of art, so show me some grace. I don't know exactly, you know what I'm saying? I don't really have a fucking crystal ball. I know you think I do, but I don't. Okay, I got really good AI tools, but that's a different topic. But the whole idea, we're somewhere around after here. That's what I'm saying with how this is moving, and then even how people reacted with the chips sparking up and now sparking down, even up until today. So yeah, just keep. And you see, and you're like, oh shit. They're like, dude, General Mills just got popped. They're like, he just had good earnings and they just popped him. So then again, now you're gonna go the next day, next set, people are gonna hesitate a little bit.
Red light.
You got eliminated, idiot.
See? And then what's going to happen? AI doom loop narrative, or you get one really, really bad earnings. This is why I'm saying it's weird, because I don't know if this was IBM yesterday, halfway today retail with the chips. So it's but then again, we still haven't even had we still have an opportunity for more of that. So there's a lot more eliminations is what I'm trying, you know what I'm saying? Or a little bit more freak out in between the red light, green light is what I'm trying to say. So yeah. And they're like, oh my gosh, the consumer is dead, AI. Then everybody panics and then boom, 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 but it's still earnings season. You see what I'm saying?
I will now repeat the rules. Green light.
See, and now, that's me right there. See, then you're gonna start walking through. That's when you buy the dip for the tech after that.
Green light.
Okay, but then look, then everybody starts seeing.
You won't get caught if you're behind somebody else.
Do you get it? Yeah. See, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna go behind the other guy. That's the strategy. And this is when the earnings gets fun, but that's what I'm saying. So now we have 1 or 2 more rounds we need to get through before everybody kind of hopefully picks up in correlation, but we'll see. I might as well let you finish it, but it's a good learning lesson. That's my dead play. You see you see how it's on the ground? See, but then it's coming back because it had enough time to cover earnings.
Green light.
And then people are gonna follow. One company's gonna follow the other. And then even the traders in the positioning, one's gonna follow the other. Well, bad guidance. Green line. You see? Are you getting it?
Green light. Red light.
That's when AMD does better than Intel and it takes market share.
Green light. Red light. Green light.
I don't care, man. That's crypto.
Red light.
Trying to be like, why can't I get on? Risk on.
Hold my
Okay, then this is the last week. And then this is where everybody feels confident enough, so then they all make the final rush. But then nothing's going to happen for the next month because then you got to wait a month till NVIDIA. So yeah. Do you get it? That's what's going to happen in the Squid Games. If you make it, you're going to pass through. Yeah, and then you get rewarded. Isn't that fun? So yeah, man. You got to get ready to the round. Red light. That's it. So that's why I said red light at 5 a.m. this morning. So I'm just telling you, bro, it's red light for now. It's even red light tomorrow. And then again, maybe we get a little bit higher or lower, but after that, it's going to lead into Netflix. And then after Netflix, you'll get a little bit of a green light. But then that green light turns red. But then hopefully, again, we get through a couple of rounds. Let's get some movement. We'll see where it leads. We'll see where it leads. That creeped you out? You never watched Squid Games? Oh, man, Squid Games was phenomenal. Phenomenal. But, yeah, I do think it's a great example for earnings, though. Because earnings is, because, like, you're telling me this doesn't feel like the Squid Games? And then every day, it's like one industry runs, and then the next day it gets popped. And then the one that got popped goes up. And then every day, just going back and forth. Dog, you don't think it's weird every other week you've had a recession and then a boom? Dog, you went from Great Depression to fucking Roaring 20s. Back to the Great Depression. Back to the Roaring 20s. You don't think that's weird every other week? So again, this is just also a sign of the times. That's what we're talking about with the chips, the economy, the momentum, all of that. So, but yeah, it's very, very Squid Games like. I think there's a lot of emotions, and like we said earlier today, just is this going to continue? Oracle, I don't think we're up for no reason. It's everyone's just like, do it again. That's what I don't think you guys are realizing, some of you. This market, I know some of you like to think it's built off of toothpicks, but I assure you it's built off of trillions of dollars of free cash flow hoarded by several companies that they finally have now decided to spend, and then add another $4 trillion from Orange Man. Do you get what I'm saying? So I really hope you guys are understanding this. I don't know. Oracle. I don't see a headline, but a couple of other software moved. I don't know if something else is turning on. Oh, but what was I saying before that? What was I saying? You guys aren't understanding. I blanked. I got headline distracted. I thought I saw one. Oh, how we got here. Yes, it's the do it again. Just do it again. That, and don't underestimate, the market is like that. You guys don't realize. You know how I know the market is never satisfied and will always tell you do it again? Because even if I have still hit 1,000% every single week for like 4 months in a row, they still say do it again and they're not happy. You see that? Isn't that funny? So same thing with the whole entire market. We got here after the earnings were good, when they were like, you're not going to do good. We did good. And then they're like, do it again, do it again, do it again. And that's where we're at this quarter. Just like, we're kind of doubtful of that it'll do it again. But if it does it again, oh my gosh. And then we're going to just keep playing this game till eventually you run out of do it again. And then you're like, ha, see? And then there you go. Ta-da. Oracle is an easy buy at this price. Listen, man, I'm glad you guys are talking about it now. You know, because I won't lie to you. I heard the same exact shit at $225. So I just am much more favorable towards it now that it is at a lower price. The only thing that sucks, beyond any of the other fundamental analysis we've talked about with it, is that their earnings aren't for a really long time. So especially as everybody's talking about earnings, it's going to react to sympathies and whatnot. But yeah, they're not, they don't report soon. So keep that. I mean, again, they already reported very early. So just keep that in mind. Okay, high tickers picking up more. Again, more of these NeoCloud and the miners. Otherwise, and Meta, Google, they just stopped advancing, but they didn't give up the gains. That's why I think the market's doing good. Meanwhile, chip stopped dying again. You got software picking up. I think cyber's the only victim today, down 1.5. Again, there was even the downgrade on Checkpoint. See that one. TSM? No, I don't. I think you'll get a little bit off of TSM, but it shouldn't do too much. Simply because TSM, you already got those preliminary numbers. PayPal's cool. I mean, if they get bought out, that'd be awesome. Sadly, I think the buyout price is where we bought it, unless you average down on it, because we still have old PayPal. So yeah, I would lose money if they got bought out, because we're right at 62 assholes. So yeah, but I'm not thinking about buying it. No, but we've played this a couple times. That's actually the first PayPal rumor we haven't hit. We hit every single one of these because all the rumors were intraday. Oh, what time is it? 11:28? Is that White House thing? Again, I think there's gonna be a defense thing. I think. I'm not too sure, brother. The White House, yeah, defense and innovation. Yeah, so there is the White House thing. It is scheduled. There's a couple that are live right now. I ran a NeoCloud. CMG. Yeah, man. Again, I don't know. Is this a safe place? Is this a safe space, you guys? Can I tell you something? I don't know. I want to tell you. Maybe I'll admit to you. But then at the same time too, I also hope it like, I don't know, encourages you. Maybe you'll realize. I hope it does. But like, bro, do you know how bad I just want to buy and spend all of that cash in the long term? Chad, do you know how much I struggle with it? Chad, do you realize every day I think about spending it all? Chad, I've got that. Chad, can I be honest with you? Can I be real honest with you? I even have some bad ideas for that cash. You know that? I've thought of bad things. Forgive me. Sounds dirty. But I have, dude. You know, remember last time I told you? Remember last time I was, what was it? Fucking Fiven? That one went up 100%, but still, I have another bad one, dude. I have a terrible, terrible idea. It's wrong. But it feels right. No, bro. Oh, Oh, man. So, just get ready, though. Next week, I'll either do it or I won't. Nah, I have one idea. I don't know. It'll make STRC look like a kitten. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's weird. I have one weird one. I might do it, but that's what I'm saying. Everything else though, even then, I might even just buy fucking. I was like, I'll just buy just all dividends. I've thought of so many things. Yeah, bro. TLTK, calm the fuck down. I'm not that. I said I had a bad idea. I said I didn't lose my fucking mind and ignore everything around me and all of history and everything Josh said. You know what I'm saying? I said I was fantasizing dirty thoughts about high risk stocks. Okay, I didn't say I'm in the loony bin. I didn't say I have TLT derangement syndrome. That's a very serious accusation. So not that. I don't know what this guy's thinking. Oh, you'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I won't. Last time I ended up telling you Fiven, but I'll tell you this one eventually. But yeah, this one, I don't know. Maybe I think I might do it though this time. I don't know. And then I got high quality. I got a low quality play. Every other day I see a stock. I saw IBM too, you guys. Shit, I see what you see. I see it too. It's the same price for me too. See all of it, man. Oh, you know how many times I fantasized about owning McDonald's McChicken in the long term? I said, that's a great idea. That's established. That's safe. Oh, man, you have no idea. It's like I love Home Depot. So, yeah, we'll see, though. Next Wednesday, we get the green light. So now all my restrictions. But that's what I was trying to tell y'all. I was like, dude, you know, that way now, sitting with that money, I've had all these ideas. So, but I've had to say no to all of them. And that way I could weigh them now after a month. Trump asked if he'd give a deadline before bombing Iran. I don't like giving deadlines. They better behave. Trump speaking right now to reporters. Where are you, Donald? I will find you, Donald. Where are you reporting? Find him. Find it, Donald. Donald John. Where is this guy? Well, yeah, he's speaking somewhere. That's probably on one of those plane things. Is this it? I think he just left. But they're probably going to play the clip. Unless this is him landing. I think it's this is gonna circulate. There's gonna be another headline or two. But yeah, he did the whole board the helicopter thing.
Check 1 2 1 2. Microphone check 1
That's for the
2
event.
1 2. Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Check 1 2. Check.
I guess it's a quick flight. Pennsylvania to DC. Because it starts in like 30 minutes. Oil jumbo. He said something. That's what I'm saying. I got 2 lines on the wire. And then I have the old recording of him boarding and then taking off. But I don't see him talking. But yeah, so he said something where I know he didn't say only one sentence. That's not like Donald. Well, my lockup period on the cash is going to expire. Well, I've got great ideas. I got some bad ideas. You know, we'll see, man. Elijah Qualis now on the low. Another RPD. All of them, brother. All of a cyber securitization. Did not secure the high today. Dude, you know what we haven't had in a really long time? Do you guys not know? There's something we haven't had in a really long time. Military planners examine the possibility of a Cuba raid. Yeah. Good guess. You're quick. Dude, we haven't had a press briefing. I know Caroline Levitt got pregnant, but I think she had the kid. I think she's a little bit more than pregnant. But like, yeah, dude, what happened to press briefings? You know, especially midterm elections. I feel like we haven't had a lot. All right, bro. I can't find these Trump comments. I don't see any more coming in. I don't know where this guy's at. Microsoft Hyatt Gallant has replaced 8 executives who reported to former boss Charlie Bell. New security chief replaces execs to force AI overhaul. Huh? I don't know if this is important. U.S. tells CBS Cuba planning is not indicative of a decision. We haven't had a hurricane land since Trump's been elected. That's kind of weird. So do you think he controls the weather, Kodak Black? Is that what you're implying? Because I could entertain it. I mean, why not? I don't know. I've seen a lot. Why you call it Hurricane Harvey? We got Hurricane Harvest on. Do you know what I'm talking about? Man. I hope I don't see. Bro, so you guys understand. I don't want to piss some of you off right now, okay? Look it. Some of you think I enjoy pissing some of you off. I don't. I love you. But I also love having fun. And I know this is going to piss some of you off. And I don't want to, but it could be educational. Because you know how I've interpreted Uncle Answer songs for you? And I've showed you like the lyrics of Uncle Answer songs? Well, you know who's really good at that? Or like who has even deeper lyrics sometimes? Kodak Black. And he has some songs, man, that you could really, really, really learn from. Hold on, I want to hear that other one.
Man, I like the depth for the song, you know what I'm saying? Not the depth for the song, but the D-E-P-T-H of the song.
The D-E-P-T-H of the song.
The complexity and shit.
The complexity and shit.
Kodak Black, man. Ain't old enough to hit the cup and fill my cup with rum, but I can go die in the army going to war for them. Ain't old enough for marijuana, cigar, to spark my blunt, but old enough to spend my life behind bars. That's dumb. Toting magazines.
See, so what the rapper Kodak Black is talking about, by using a juxtaposition of the things you could do at certain ages, he believes it is foolish how you can do things at certain ages, even die for your country, but you would get punished for other things at other ages. A very, very scathing critique of the modern system.
It got me in the articles. When I'm in Washington, D.C., I'm doing fraud and stuff.
When he is in Washington, D.C., despite being known for a place of government and politics, he is instead doing fraud due to the way his lifestyle and choices have brought them there.
Worry about Donald Trump, I ain't worried about seeing no monuments.
He is in fact not in Donald Trump or in Washington, D.C. to see Donald Trump, nor any monuments.
These people got weather control. Where the hell you think Hurricane Harvey from? The wind ain't got no name. Where the hell you think Hurricane Harvey from?
He then goes on to imply that these people in D.C. have weather control. That is why he asks you where Hurricane Harvey came from. He then asks the deep question of why you would personify and name an inanimate object like a hurricane and call it Harvey, implying that it is much more deeper than what you think.
These people control the rain. These people be digging bunkers up, but they only got 2 more years of slavery to do harm to us.
He then goes on to say they are building bunkers and other things, and implies that in 2 years at the election cycle that some more freedom will be gained. Although that song was old, he may have realized by now that was all a farce.
I feel like Kunta Kinte, nigga, I'm the one who fought for us. I was in the
He then believes he feels like Kunta Kinte, the notorious slave story where he feels he is defending the honor and fighting back against the system. Telling you guys, y'all don't understand how deep this guy is. He even reflects this on growing up when he was young, fighting the adults and stuff. Again, alluding to fighting the system as the small guy against the big guy.
Like Kunta Kinte, nigga, I'm the one who fought for us. Ever since the 6th grade nigga, I was the one who fought for us. Ever since the 10th grade nigga, I was the one who fought for
Even
us.
since the 10th
so I feel
grade.
like Kunta Kinte, nigga, I'm the one who fought for us. Yeah.
So deep, dude. I'm telling you, though. Do you not get it? Bro, he's the simplest genius you've ever encountered. It's so deep. And some of y'all cannot catch the deepness because of the shallowness, which I understand, but that's what I'm saying, bro. It's an illusion. Nah, bro. I'm telling you, the way he touches on life, success, business. It's terrible, bro. It's terrible. This is 60 minutes. This one? This is a deep song.
Of course I want to see you make it. Shit, only if you taking me with you. Shit, if you ain't taking me with you, nah, I don't know. Shit.
The young rapper Kodak Black begins the song with a satire skit of somebody insinuating that they would only like to have him have success if they benefit off of it. Then the hook comes in.
Oh, cause I ain't looking out no more, so you ain't fucking with me. You don't wanna see me making no more since you ain't coming with me. And when I'm riding through the city, I don't need no soldiers with me. Cause when I'm sliding on a nigga, I don't need no co-defendant. Oh, cause I see me making no more.
He begins the song by saying, you don't want to see him winning no more because you are not benefiting off of it.
Since you ain't coming with me. And when I'm riding through this.
As he sets the analogy of people only wanting to see him win if they benefit off of it, he gives the analogy of committing a crime and not needing a co-defendant, giving the deep analogy of self-reliance, while also maintaining the street code of not snitching and obviously raising the odds of snitching if you have a co-defendant. This deep allegory and analogy to a co-defendant and self-reliance sets the stage for Kodak Black's deepest song.
City, I don't need no soldiers with me. Cause when I'm sliding on a nigga, I don't need no co-defendant. Oh, cause I ain't looking out no more, so you ain't fucking with me. You don't wanna see me making no more, since you ain't
You don't want to see him make more money
when I'm
if you don't get
riding through
any.
the city, I don't need no soldiers with me. Cause when I'm sliding on a nigga, I don't need no co-defendant no more. I ain't your brother no more, cause I don't give you nothing no more. I ain't your brother no more, oh, cause I ain't looking out for the city all the morning. You ain't have to ask you, I ask, I don't even be nobody. I don't really got my number, no butter. Nigga, how you got my number? I don't really owe nobody. Matter of fact, I don't know nobody.
As he explains people contacting him unwantedly, he says he does not owe anybody. As a matter of fact, to build on the analogy, he even insinuates he does not even know anybody individually at all, therefore rendering this whole line of questioning and conversation useless and to leave him independent, for he does not want to relapse on your ass, meaning go back to his old ways and fuck you up. It's a deep... I'm telling you! Anyways, I just had to show you that. I don't know how I forgot what sparked the Kodak Black, but you got that out of me. That was on my mind. I'm telling you, so deep, dude. So deep. He's a genius. He's a genius. See, that's the difference. He's like Kanye West. But Kanye is like, I'm a genius. You see what I'm saying? Kodak Black never said that. You know that? I think I'm the only one telling you Kodak Black is a genius. That's what I'm saying. I think he really... I don't think y'all understand it, bro. It's not... You don't even believe in Jesus. Why do you have a Jesus piece? For real, man. That was a question that should have defined a generation. You know that? Some of you, if any of you are in college, you should write your thesis, your graduate thesis on that concept. Those are the types of philosophical questions Kodak is indeed asking. I don't think people are really picking up on it. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, if you hear some of what he is saying, I mean, it's crazy because he is no Lupe Fiasco, but he is also just in a league of his own. Because, like, Lupe Fiasco, you know he's smart. Spy. Uh-oh, hot dog. I don't want to do this again. Why are the chips? You're going to bring the chips down. I don't... Where are we going? I thought it's earnings. I thought... So, yeah. PSNL popping, too. I see nothing, brother. I see nothing. These guys, they play game, you know? They all play game, brother. They all play game. I know these guys. They play game. He's always high? Well, yeah, I can only imagine what's the thoughts in his mind. I think the sheer genius of Kodak is too much for him to bear. That's why no one's taught him how to control his mind, so he's had to resort to drugs. I'm telling you, he's just... I'll pray for him, though. You know, but he is... I hope he is in the future philosophy books. 3 officials' recent strikes on Iran are strengthening options for potential U.S. escalation. I don't know if that's what we're reacting to. I mean, you already had those other Iran headlines and nothing budged. Kind of all day, even yesterday, but yeah, you got your first little reds here. Remember this this dynamic, this rotation, the Mag 7s, all that good stuff. Honestly, they're all pretty stable. Even Nvidia's not as bad. But yeah, I don't know if we're moving off that headline. If we are, oil will move a lot more. And a couple of other things. Matter of fact, I don't know nobody. I don't even know nobody. It would be too much for anybody to bear. Wow. Deep. Deep, bro. Or buy, didn't it buy? Yeah, IBB was on the high earlier. Enjoy the game. Enjoy it, baby. Have a good day. Have a good Wednesday. It's kind of crazy. It's only middle of the week, so... Well, yeah, I mean, this is it's a good day to be done, I would say. I mean, it's going to suck till pretty much tomorrow and afterwards. Unless you get a little mover here, relay. Talked about PayPal yeah, just a second ago. I mean, we didn't go into too much depth, but... I also do feel like we've done PayPal a couple of times this year already. So it just feels like there was finally a real offer and continuation off of that. But I don't really think there's a play on there. Unless it turns into a bidding war. Or unless there's a higher offer. I don't even know if they'll take it. Matter of fact, I don't know nobody. Matter of fact, leave me alone. Oh, Argentina versus England. Is that today? I can't believe France lost. So that'll be. Is it today? Doesn't that mean it starts soon, or I don't know the times? That's it, bro. Sad, man. My Egyptians, the Americans, the Swiss. I have no teams now. I had 3 potential teams and they're all gone, dude. It's crazy. I know like 5 Argentinians. So I'm like, damn, I can't even. Oh, I guess I speak English. Maybe. But I don't like England like that. You know that? What do they do on England when they win the game? They start singing like rock songs. What do they do, bro? It's the weirdest white people shit I've ever seen, man. What do they start doing? What's that song? Wunderblock? I forgot what it is. What's the song they sing, bro? I know one of you soccer fans know what I'm talking about. Eaton just popped, and then UPC. There's a couple of small cap movers, surprisingly. Wonderwall. Wonderwall. This is what they sing, bro.
Never really had a doubt.
It's a good song.
I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do.
Come on, bro. They just sing it. The whole crowd, I'm like, come on, you guys. This is the weirdest. I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen like a sports team and then like they just all like the crowd, they all just sing a song together. It's kind of dope the more I talk about it. Fuck you guys. But I don't know. I don't even like Argentina like that. There's too much Argentina. After the Egyptian thing, I can't. The Argentinians, I can't, but I didn't know they cheat like that. Do people get so mad when you say that? You know that? I've gotten a lot of hate comments for my love of Egypt. You know, if you know that if you say FIFA is rigged, people get mad. I feel like they're gonna ban me. But I mean, the way I do. But English. Jude Bellingham is really good though. It's so funny though. You know, he's only 23 years old. Jude Bellingham is 23. I swear I thought he was like 35. And then the other guy, Harry Kane, looks like a accountant. He does not look like he looks like he does everything but play soccer. So good for them. Good for them. But yeah, I like Jude. Jude Bellingham he has game. But yeah, I don't know. I like Messi, but like I'm saying, I'm a little salty over the whole Egypt debacle. I didn't think we were gonna win until we won, and then we lost. So now, just very conflicted. Argentina is being openly helped. All right, but do you guys want tinfoil? I have imported tinfoil. I don't know if I should even tell you guys this. Because see, this is why tinfoil is dangerous. Because I love you guys, but some of y'all fucked up, man. And if I tell you something and you know what I'm saying, that's the problem. And then so I have imported tinfoil. I got the tinfoil they're saying in Egypt. My mom told me this one, and I laughed so hard. But I don't know if I should share this with the Western world. I don't know if you guys could handle this. Especially because, imagine, you got to think, Egyptians are funny. Egyptians very fun. They say tinfoil. You know what I'm saying? They don't take it that deep. Some Americans, bro, some of y'all, bro, y'all take it way too deep. So are you sure you want this one, bro? I have the craziest tinfoil related to FIFA. Oh, dude, you don't want to hear it. It's too Lord. I might have to flip a coin. I'm going to have to flip a coin, you guy. No, this one's from my mom. This is from straight out of Egypt. Soccer tinfoil. Global elites. I'm telling you, bro, it's the best tin. Oh, dude. Probably nothing new. Just say it. Oh, come on. Now you make me want to bet. You want to bet? Are you challenging an Egyptian? Did you not learn anything from the World Cup? Just let me fuck it up on my own. Don't doubt the Egyptians, bro. We will. That's. Oh, Habibi. I need. Where's my coin? Where's this? I don't. Damn, bro. That's how bad silver's doing. I don't even know where my coin is. Damn. Okay, I feel. Yeah. Fuck, bro. Silver, man. That's so fucked. That's how bearish silver is, bro. I didn't know where it is. Isn't that sad? Silver at 120. I know exactly where that silver is. Oh, man. Still sounds the same. All right. Heads, I'll tell you. Tails, you'll have to wait. Tails, you'll have to wait till the farm. So, no coin. I want to tell you, but it's too dangerous. It's really dangerous. Tails, I tell you. I'll tell if you bet. Would you like to bet with me? 'Cause you said it's nothing new. So let's just bet. Let's just bet a cool. What should the bet be? You have to knock on 10 doors. If you've heard it before, I'll give you $1,000. No, that's not. That doesn't work. You have to knock on 1,000 doors. Oh shit! False start. I flipped it. It went above my head. I think I pulled my shoulder trying to catch it. Been a while since I flipped the coin. Chatadonia. It was tails. Damn. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be heads. That's why I thought I wouldn't get in trouble for hyping it up so much. But yeah, it's tails. No, I thought tails means I don't tell you. Oh. Shit. No, bro. It's such good. It's really good. It's really good, but, you know. Another time, another place, brother. Another time, another place. The coin is spoken. How am I going to hype it up and not say anything? I know. You should cancel. You should cancel your locked in and leave. That's why. The other guy yesterday was complaining about the noise, and I was like, that's what you should do. You should cancel the locked in. Punish me. And then that way you can move forward from it. But yeah, otherwise, that's all I got for you today. Now, I believe me, I shouldn't have flipped the coin. I wanted to tell you guys. But like I said, it's pretty dangerous. Ask me tomorrow. Ask me tomorrow. That sounds haram. Punish me. Okay, now I think you're flirting with me, or trying to. Okay, we're not gonna accept that. All right, just get the long term. I am killing. No, you're gonna wait till tomorrow. Ask me tomorrow, and I'll flip the coin. I'll flip the coin tomorrow on it. It's too deep, dude. You have to get me on. You have to talk to me about FIFA and ask me about this tomorrow. I don't make the rules. I set the rule, and then the coin determined where we're going with this. So, I wish I could help, man. That's too much. Makes me feel the way I do, 'cause I about you now. It's a pretty good song. It's not hype though. The White House thing is supposed to start in 15 minutes. They have the White House live, but... Mm-hmm. ENR insider buy 2 million. Didn't we see that one yesterday? ENR. The rule of the coin. Yeah, man. The rule of the coin. It's done well. And then actually, speaking of coin and the rule of the coin, the Lambo index. You know, the coin has gotten me good and bad things. But then, bro, Chad, can I be honest with you? I'm really pissed I did not buy that Ferrari 812 last year. You know that? And it's weird because the Lambo index is still running, but certain Ferraris are going crazy. But then, are you ready for this? This one's the crazy one. Guess what is climbing back up again? They're selling a 4. Dude, it's disgusting. I would have made 200-300 grand on any of those 812s last year. Even if you bought a F12 for 180 grand, they're going for 400 grand now. It's insane. But guess what else is coming back up? Very 2020-21-esque. Here, I'll give you a hint. It's not a car. So think about it. We're talking, like I'm telling you, you're starting to watch cars go up in value. Used car prices are going up. We're starting to watch certain luxury cars. It's funny, the new luxury cars aren't going up. Houses are not going up. It just all depends where they are. I mean, yeah, again, you already got your Pokemon cards. You have your stocks up. Dude, believe it or not, I saw this the other day. Bro, the watches. So the watches now, this is the highest they've been since like 2022 or 2023. No, Rolexes and shit. Very weird. Because they were pretty clobbered not too long ago. At end of this year, beginning of this year. But yeah, like low-key, there's been some watches have had a very sizable increase this year. And in mass. It's so weird. So yeah, like I'm telling you, in the last like 6 to 8 months, there's been some inflation in certain dumb items that we've witnessed before. From Ferraris to Rolexes. It's mainly luxury goods, but and then fucking chips. But yeah, kind of nuts. Art's been gradual. We haven't seen it. There was a comic book. There's a record comic book sale, but otherwise, like art hasn't. It's still just been climbing like 15% a year, but there hasn't been any like crazy record sales. The luxury stocks are doing bad. That's what I'm saying. I mean, because remember, like Rolexes and shit did pretty bad for a while. That's what I'm saying. Even Ferraris and cars, it's not like even the Lambo index. I mean, I've shown you guys that because that one is crazy. Because like again, the prices have dropped a lot. So and they're still down, but it's it's not like all luxury goods. They've had a pretty bad 2 years of not necessarily doing bad, but kind of falling off from the last couple years. But yeah, it's interesting to see some of what we, again, like cars going crazy. I think that's a 2020 phenomenon. Again, watches going up 20, 30, 40% in value. That's a 2020 phenomenon. But to see it kind of pop up here and there is very fascinating. Which again, there's everybody talking about all the inflation stuff. So let's see. Yeah. So, like I'm saying, this is insane. So, like, the Lamborghini index is 1,200 cars. Remember, when I was showing you this, this was at, like, 300. But, yeah, like, so not all cars are, like, these Lambos have dropped substantially in value. It's not like every car. That's why even, like, there's Ferraris that are cheap. It was just after these, like, cars kept getting released, and all these new cars are, like, hybrids and shit, and they're pretty whack. And everybody's like, I want an old V8 or a V12. But yeah, it's like a lot of luxury items are depressed, but some stuff just started kind of picking back up again. But yeah, there's a lot of supply now compared to what it was a couple years ago. But that's why the watches, though, is weird, because there's genuinely a pretty wide supply of watches, especially as the prices slowed down. You know, Rolex kept selling them, but even then, like, it's a lot easier to even just go to a Rolex and get a watch. But yeah, it's weird to see those prices go up. What is this? Airbus has shifted fuel shipments from sea to air to reduce supply chain delays. So did Boeing. I don't know if there's a handbag index. I think there's a Birkin index. But yeah, I don't know how those have been. I don't think so. I think they leveled out. They look like the watch chart from a couple, like from last year. On 7 to 10 year loans. Well, I think the average amount is crazy. It's like, I think $48,000 or $58,000. That is the average financing amount for a vehicle in the United States. So the average loan is, I think it's $48,000, which is that's crazy to me, because I don't know, bro. I remember when, like, a Ford Focus was like $12,000 from a dealer. Even after inflation, wouldn't that be 24 grand? Like, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean for? I don't know, bro. I've had this talk before. I think not too long ago, where I remember where $700 a month would get you the fucking dopest car. $700 a month would get you a very nice car on a payment. And now that is literally the average payment in the United States, which I think is insane. Asmil. There is good lease deals coming back. I've seen a lot lately. I looked for my girlfriend's friend. She didn't want any of those cars. So actually right now, if any of you want a Benz, I don't know, or if you want, like, I think it's mainly the, like, Benz SUVs, because they're going to come out with, like, a new body style. But yeah, they have crazy lease deals on all of the Benzes, and they're trying to get rid of them. I've seen, like, $300 a month GLEs or GLCs, and then you could get a GLE for, like, $499, but then it's like a $70,000, $80,000 MSRP. I think most are in Cali, but you could even find those, like, little lease brokers who will have them for you. But yeah, the Mercedes, up until the new model, they're changing the body style on one of them, but if you're down to take the current body style, they'll give you, it's a 2-year lease for just a couple hundred on a, you know, again, pretty much you're getting, like, the payments half the MSRP. Toyotas are not cheap anymore. Well, Toyotas don't go down in value, though. That's the thing. I mean, that's been like that, though. So even before COVID, like, Forerunners, you would buy them and you would see a used one for the same price, or like $5,000, $2,000 cheaper. So that's, like, kind of one of the good things. If you want a car, if you drive a lot, and you don't want to throw your money away to it when you're going to finance instead of lease, I mean, some of those, any car that holds value, I mean, the weird part is not just Toyota, but Toyota has a couple of models, several models that, like, especially their like RAV4, the 4Runner, and then the little like the Land Cruiser or the Lexus one, those just hold their value insanely. Oh yeah, not to mention the trucks. So, but then again, like Jeep Wranglers, I don't know, G-Wagons, that's another one. That's at the higher level, but they're all like, there's certain cars that hold very, very well. So if you drive a lot, and at the very least, but I've seen people buy 4Runners for like 45, 55 grand. They're kind of expensive. You could even spend 60 grand on a 4Runner, but then you could put 10,000, 20,000 miles and then literally sell it for the same price. That in any market, which is kind of weird. Your Camry XSE is down 20%. How many miles do you have on it? The racist Argentinian started with the bullshit? No. I've heard just the, what's it called? The conspiracy that the Argentinians must win at all costs. That's what they say. That's what they say. Sweet Caroline. That's what that song reminds me of. Yeah, FJ Cruisers, they stopped making them. Only 35,000 miles? Really? How much did you overpay for your... That's crazy. 35,000 on a Camry and you're down 20%. It is 5 years old, but still. It's actually very low mileage. Military at 3 p.m. Eastern. Forces launched second wave of operations against Iran. Strikes are targeting military capabilities used to threaten vessels freely transiting the strait. Straight up. It's lit. Oh, so is the game on right now? I think the game is on, my friends. Sweet Caroline. The FJ, I don't know how they perform, but I'm pretty sure the FJ is actually like a great buy, especially if you keep them in good condition, because they don't make them anymore, and that's like a cult car. You know that? Like the FJ, people fucking love it. So yeah, that's actually crazy. Remember, I don't know how are Miatas. Same thing happened with the Miata. Remember, dude, at one point, that was in when we started, when I was showing you guys the when I was showing you the Lamborghini index within that like month or so, that quarter, they literally that's when even Miatas were going up. Miatas were going crazy. Because Miata's a cool car. I remember, dude, there was Miatas, like the old 1993, 1997 Miatas going for like 15 to 25 grand. That's insane. Like, we're talking 150,000 mile Miatas. So yeah, there's all of them. I didn't know the game started. I didn't know it was even today. Inglaterra versus Argentina. Caroline. Oh, 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 so good. So good. Can't fit in them. I love Miatas are cool. I even think the new little Mazda MXs, They just look like fun cars. I mean, if you ever just want like a small two-door convertible. I mean, again, at one point, it was, Miatas and Porsche 911s. You know that. The only other two-door sports car, technically, that has been mass manufactured it's 911s and Miatas. Those are the number one mass manufactured sports cars in America that have been sold. But yeah, Miata used to do Porsche 911 numbers. So that's why that's why it has a weird following behind it, but it's truly, truly fascinated. The drivers were the original current BMW drivers. Damn. So the old Miata people, they did not know how to use turn signals? That's amazing. Caroline. Oh, so good. So good. Do you have an own version for West Virginia? Really? It's funny because I keep singing Sweet Caroline, but does it have the same melody as this? And all the roads we have to walk. I don't know why, but instead out comes Sweet Caroline. So this is all because of the soccer game. Oh, football. I'm sorry, football. Calm down. Trump, I wish I could use tariffs faster. Oil price will yo-yo for a while. I think inflation at year end will be lower than where it is now. It's better to pause rates than to raise them. Oh! Yo, Kevin Warsh got Donald Trump saying pause instead of cut. Wow, better to pause. That's kind of new. Well, that could be that thing I was looking for earlier because he's not live. So that could still just be those delayed reporter comments. And then 3 explosion in Iran, Shabahad. And all the ones who want to winding. I might listen to that one at the gym today. I don't know where he's at. Come on, bro. Come on, DJT. Oh, they're streaming it on the Department Award too. But yeah, you got these little comments. Tariff. He says Iran wants to meet, but surprisingly, oil took a candle up. He's saying stuff now, or at least there's 3 of them. Like I'm telling you, I don't know if this is coming from. I don't know if this is coming from him getting on the plane or not. him.
Regulators like the SEC. Regulators like the SEC.
Trump, Iran wants to meet. That's hitting again. But yeah, this thing, I mean, it was supposed to start like 5 minutes ago. But here we are. Yeah, they have a feed, but it's just not live. I just kept seeing these one-liners. That's why. And then I have a video feed of his helicopter, but there's no him. That's why I'm saying it sounds like one of those where he's outside and just saying one-liners, but because then right ahead of whatever he's going to announce here. I don't know. Well, he's flying there from D.C. to Pennsylvania. So it's something there, and then there. Yeah. I don't know if they're going to party. I don't know how they plan to do it, brother. You know? Roll. Low ticker's actually active. We're at VWAP. You are below open. I mean, we chilled out after seeing the depths of all of this. Yeah, we'll find out. Back to Chop City. I know it kind of like I was saying earlier, I don't know which one do you guys prefer. Like heavy rotation down but nothing really changing, or straight melt up recovery up but then no real advancing. You know, I think both are kind of shit, and then either way, you know, no matter what, we always just get left looking ahead. So I would keep looking ahead, my friends. I would keep looking ahead. Well, yeah, you're gonna get Trump, but you guys know it's Power Hour, right? I feel bad. I feel like we should have thrown like a party or something, or done something, because it is Power Hour. But there's only like 40 minutes left. I know. And then France versus England, or excuse me, Argentina versus England. It should have been France versus Argentina. So maybe it's not as rigged after all. But yeah, and then earnings today, I don't think too hot. I think, though, you do get CRM or UNH in the morning. Oh, no, today after the bell. No shit. No. UNH is in the... United is after the bell. But, yeah, tomorrow morning you'll get UNH. TSMC, you already got the numbers. Again, GE, the aerospace unit's been pretty active. Again, Abbott, they have been a underperformer in healthcare, too. And then State Street and all those other ones are related to financials. And then Netflix. But yeah, UNH, though, that had a big earnings last time. And then healthcare expectations have been hotly debated. Happy Power half hour. SPB Walmart on the low. That's interesting. So again, that was kind of one of your rotations this morning. Yeah, that flipped hard. So Staples might even go negative. That would suck too. Like I said, let's see where we settle. But in a weird way, look at where you are right now. If you, I mean, SPY is technically green. I mean, where's IGV? That's still technically green. But yeah, dude, your Staples, your financials are hold, but Staples and healthcare, they didn't really rotate. They're about to be negative. So yeah, kind of shitty. And then you just had gigantic Mag 7 chip moves. I think that is defined all day. Just burned a day. 7 hours to nowhere. And then for all of the reactions, just after hours and then tomorrow morning. Because again, a lot of it was waking up to this morning and people were feeling good off Asmil and all that. And then Cash Open triggered a couple of things. And then, but yeah, nothing has advanced us. Even a couple of headlines we've ignored. Woosah. The long term did good. Just get ready, man. And get ready, Squid Games. Yeah, big long term. I don't know why the small long term did so good today. Big long term's a little down. CTRI. You still have, I mean, low ticker is pretty active, but yeah, you still got a couple names. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, PayPal. PayPal helped, Airbnb. Yeah, I guess just a lot more names in the more diversified one. Yeah, Airbnb hit a 52-week high earlier. All right, Chad. Well, if I could give you any tips, I would wrap a rune and then even think about, again, kind of the stop and go, what is rotated, what hasn't. Think about tomorrow. Again, you have a couple of earnings, but yeah, I would wrap up your plays. I don't think Trump is going to say much. I mean, he'll probably rant. Again, it is a defense, like innovation thing, so I'm sure things like AI and robotics and other things you may hear about, but then again, too, we've gotten a lot of other contracts and stuff this week, and the reactions have been quite minimal. So that's the other thing you got to keep in mind. Oh, are they here now? Oh, I thought they were gonna lag. VCYT. Cardinal Health, though. Actually.
Now, please welcome to the stage the United States Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, United States Senator for Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick, and the Honorable Dina Powell McCormick.
How we doing? How we doing? Pete Hegseth. How we doing? Feeling good, guys. If it was up to Pete Hegseth, you know those like t-shirts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Armor. He would get him hyped. He'd be like, yeah, woo! Ready to fight. That's funny, bro. You guys don't, they copyright in the White House too? It's either the White House watches my stream or they also copyright the White House. because the White House be doing the exact same thing I do when that song come on. we love this song, bro. I'm just telling you, those publishing whores. I'm telling you, these wicked scoundrels. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Oh, no. To the hills of Tennessee. Well, I gotta mute it now. So, one or the other, brother. On the hills of Tennessee. He poured down a new tone. It's a good song, dude. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hickson. Okay, we're gonna battle. Okay. Oil is on the hot. Uh-oh. Better watch out, okay? Okay. Yeah, Oil, stick up, spy down. He hasn't said anything yet, though, so... But watch out, maybe Aragach. 10 minutes ago, I had that headline on... There was one explosion in Chabar. Trump leans towards expanding military. We had that earlier. I don't know if this is a delayed reaction or not. But yeah, Oil took a pretty big stick. I think it's because the Chad went long on a micro WTI. And then they're just like, fuck yeah, liquidity. And then they ripped it. Yeah, I got the Bonder. There's another one too in Chabahar. Chabahar, brother. Chabahar. No, it's Kandahar. Chabahar. It's not your stupid Russell movie. Fuck you, man. Your psychological warfare. Why does Donald Trump, his toupee looks different? Doesn't it? It looks like flatter.
We've all heard it. It became hot. Lee became very wealthy.
We're the hottest in the world right now.
I want to thank him. He's been with us from the beginning. A great guy, great talent. And Pennsylvania, you are really rocking. You got the big ones here. And David, I'm in a world where I'm shaking hands with all celebrity business people mostly, but they're biggest names in business, and they're all spending money in our country, but they're all spending money in Pennsylvania. So I just want to say thank you. But this is a hot place. We would say it's a hot commonwealth. Never call it a state, you're in deep trouble. I've seen people's political careers end over that. Just call it a commonwealth. A lot of people don't remember that. But I think it's great to see what's going on and to see the kind of genius that I'm surrounded by. All of the people that I met backstage, but it's pure genius. I want to thank Senator David McCormick for organizing this extraordinary event. And I came to another one with you about a year ago. And that was a monster, but it wasn't like this one. This is even beyond. That was on energy.
Expanded efforts in Iran could include ground forces.
Crazy what's going on.
Trump discussed seizing Card Island in meeting yesterday. It's Wall Street Journal pumping oil.
He followed me along the campaign
it's not Iran
trail,
and it's not Trump. It's the Wall Street Journal headline.
Had the courage to do it.
Talking ground forces. You've seen this before.
Don't know that.
Months
Only the
ago.
people that never get there know it. But the fact that you did what you did it once and you did it really well, but things didn't work out, and you did it a second time against actually a much tougher opponent, and it wasn't even close. So I think he's a great guy, great, spectacular guy with a great helper, right? But we're here today to celebrate a colossal victory for this Commonwealth and for the entire nation. This afternoon, we're announcing nearly $10 billion of new investments in our defense industrial base right here in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And these investments will create more than 4,000 jobs. Pennsylvania workers will build the ships, submarines, trucks, weapons, and industries that will ensure America remains the strongest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. We're doing better now than we've ever done. We have $19.2 trillion. We used to go million, then we went billion, now we're into the trillions, but there's never been anything like it. The country is as hot as it's ever been, and we're doing really well. with Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran is not happy right now. Should have been done 47 years ago. Should have been done at least during the 47-year period. And it wasn't. Other presidents didn't do what was right. They should have done it a long time ago. It would have been much easier. And they want to settle so badly. They don't like what we're doing. And they do want to settle. We'll find out whether or not we settle with them or we just finish it off. But I want to thank Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He's been amazing.
Hananalan!
Pete, thank you very much. Great job.
Hananalan, thank you very much, Secretary of Membership.
He's been really amazing.
He's been really
He
good.
used to do interviews. All he wanted to talk about is war. Sir, would you give a pardon to 19 soldiers? Why? Well, they killed a lot of people. They were trained to kill, and that's what they did. And I pardoned a lot of people. But they've all been well behaved, right? Okay, good. Otherwise, it'll be a big story. Trump shouldn't have let him go. But I'm blaming you, Pete, okay? But he was very successful, actually, on television. I think he probably hated it because he can't love anything more than what he's doing right now, and he's doing it incredibly well. So great job, Pete. Appreciate it. Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. She's great. Secretary of the Army Dan Driscoll, who's really out there with that beautiful smile. With that beautiful smile, but he's actually a killer. Look at that beautiful, nice face. Everything's so happy. He's a killer. Would you believe it? Those are the best kinds, actually. Commanding General of the Army, Trevor Bredenkamp. Trevor, thank you very much. And a couple of warriors in a different way, but they are great. Scott Perry and John Joyce, congressmen, and they are fantastic, and they've been my friends for a long time. Where are you? You've been my friends for a long time. They're tough cookies, and they want what's right for the country. Thanks as well to your amazing state treasurer, Stacey Garrity, who is running for governor, and I'm telling you, this guy Shapiro is totally overrated. I watched him the other night doing a speech, and he does not have what it takes. Maybe he'll win, and he's expected to win, but I hear things about Stacey, and I'm hearing some poll numbers that are very good, but Shapiro is, he doesn't have what it takes. Now, people think that's a horrible statement to make, but that's the way politics is. That's the way it is. I tell the truth. Attorney General David Sunday. David, thank you very much. Great job, I hear. And probably the most important person in the room is Senator McCormick's wife, Dina. I mean, I know Dina. Dina worked for me for 4 years. She worked for me. I know her almost as well as David, hopefully not quite as well. But Dina has been, she's been amazing, and she's gotten a very nice position as the president of Meta, working with a very good guy. So a lot of good people, but one in particular, so good luck, and doing a fantastic job, thank you. She was great. She worked in the administration, first term, and she was fantastic. We also have a big name, a very big name, a very brilliant name, somebody who's done, I guess, in the history, I'll make enemies when I say this, but I shouldn't because I think it's true. Jamie Dimon is maybe the greatest banker in this country in many, many decades. So, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase. Thank you, Jamie.
Interesting. Jamie?
The president of
They've
General
not
Dynamics,
been too tight.
Danny Deep. And, you know, they make the greatest submarine in the world. They just have to make them faster. Danny, will you please make them faster? That's true with all of the munitions people, actually. Faster. We need a little more speed. We have the best quality in the world, but we need a little more speed. The president of Hanwha Defense USA, Michael Coulter. Thank you, Michael. Out there. The president and total boss of Boeing, that's Kelly Ortberg, who's a terrific guy. I mean,
see,
he just gave me
sometimes
the
the companies,
award
I mean,
for being the salesman.
Surprising the people that are there, at least Jamie
He started
Dimon.
by the,
Yeah,
of
that
the year.
surprised me.
I said, that's not the year. Then he said, what about the decade? Nope, much more than that. So it's the salesman in the history of Boeing. I have sold more Boeing planes, over 1,000, and nobody comes close. You know what I got for that? Nothing. I get nothing. Now, if I was in the private sector, I'd say I want a piece of the company for that, right? But Kelly, you've done a great job.
Sammy
You're
like
bringing
bing,
it really
bing.
back, and you're up to 44 planes now. Or 44. They're producing the planes at a very rapid rate, and Kelly has done a tremendous job. President of Northrop Grumman, Kathy Wharton, showed us a plane that I like a lot. President of Lockheed Martin, Jim Takelet. Jim, thank you very much. Thank you, Jim. Good job you're doing. President and COO of Blackstone, a friend of mine from the real estate wars. He was a brilliant guy. I always said, this guy's always there first. What's with him? John Gray, he's a real estate genius, and other geniuses. Now real estate, he doesn't even have to participate, he said, but you've done a great job, and say hello to you-know-who. He's a tremendous guy. He's been a big help. Steve has been a big help. Co-chairman of TWG Global, Thomas Tull. Thank you, Thomas. CEO of Divergent Technologies,
Arm is there,
Lucas
Palantir's
Zinger.
there.
I just saw some of their technology. It's amazing. I saw
Blackstone,
some of those things backstage. You don't want to talk about them. They're pretty amazing. CEO of EQT, Toby Rice. Thank you.
Yeah, he's going through the list. There's a
President
whole list of all the people who were there.
North America's Building Trades Unions is the most powerful man in the room. It's Dina for the women, and it's this guy for the men, Sean McGarvey. Thanks, Sean. Sean McGarvey, good guy too. And the founder of Valor Equity Partners, Antonio Gracious, and he's somebody highly respected by everybody, including my family, my kids, and also helped us tremendously working at the early stages of the administration with costs, because we inherited a cost mess, and he was fantastic, and I want to thank him, and Elon too. Elon did a fantastic job. This year we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of American freedom, and no state has been more central to protecting that freedom than the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is where America declared its independence, where George Washington crossed to Delaware, where the Union was saved by the heroes of Gettysburg. What a war that was when you read about it. And where Pennsylvania workers poured the iron and steel that won 2 world wars and won lots of other things in addition. With today's announcement, Pennsylvania will play a key role in building the arsenal of freedom to defend our nation in the modern world.
No,
we
Intel
have
was not
things
there.
happening in this state. I think really people don't know what's happening in Pennsylvania. People aren't really, literally, they're not able to even fathom what's going on. And I'm just sitting back there. I thought I was very well aware of it, and then I'm meeting people, very well-known people, and they're saying what they're doing here. We got to get the word out a little bit, because this is very much of a miracle, very much of a miracle. Highly respected people. The talent and innovation in this room will keep America safe for many years to come. They are very advanced, the most advanced equipment anywhere in the world. Under the Trump administration, we've invested a record $1 trillion in the United States military, and next year, I'm proud to say, and Pete, we have to get moving on this, $1.5 trillion we're going up to. We need it. It's all made in the USA, so it's not, as Sean, it's not fully a cost. It's cost. We got to take something, but it's called jobs, and when you think of it that way. But 1.5, I built the military in my first term, and I used it in my second term, and as you know, Venezuela was actually 48 minutes, but let's call it 1 day. And we've paid for the cost of that war 50 times over, more than 50 times over already. And they've been great, the people from Venezuela. The leadership has been fantastic, and we're working with them, and the big oil companies are moving in. They've made more money for themselves in the last few months than they made in the history of the country. And it's just it's being properly run. They have oil. They have so much oil. You find the oil there, Pete, you just look down on the ground and you say, oh, that's oil. Just drill it. There's very few places that have anything like that. But we have a great relationship with the leadership. We've worked with them very closely, and we're bringing all the big American companies in, and it's been very much of a miracle. Millions and millions of barrels a day. The spirit of our armed forces is the highest it's ever been, with every branch setting records for recruitment. And I will tell you, during the campaign, when I was running against Kamala, she had no clue, but Joe had no clue either. That's why they got him out of there. I had to run against 2 people. Everyone else runs against 1 person. You do well. Joe wasn't doing too well. He was down like 28 points. So they said, let's replace him. That's like replacing a fighter. You're doing great against the guy. I said, let's put somebody else in. Fortunately, she wasn't much better than he was. And somebody said she's leading in the polls. That's not possible. But if she is, that's fine. You got to go out. You got to win. But what's happened with the election, this was an amazing election. Think of it. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won 82%, 87% of the counties in America. That's a big one. We won the Electoral College. We won everything. But all 7 swing states, the big thing was, could anybody ever win all 7? We won all 7 swing states, and we won them by a lot. So it was a great achievement. But when it came to joining the military, we had vacancies, empties. We had a situation that actually it was remedied largely, Pete, I think on November 5th when we won. It was even before we took office, it was remedied to a certain extent. And when we took office, so now we have overflow crowds trying to get into the military, and that includes our policemen, our firemen, anybody with a uniform on. They were very ashamed of our country, and now they're very proud of our country. And we're setting recruitment records like we've never had before. In fact, it's a great time if you want to expand the military a little bit. It wouldn't be bad because we have unbelievable talented, in good shape, in unbelievably good shape. You know, we had something pass in the United States Supreme Court.
In the world.
It was called merit, and nobody thought that was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen, actually. We're trying to get it. And everything now in our country,
he told you that the war's over yet, or no?
Getting into colleges is based on merit. When you have somebody with great boards, great marks, all A pluses and A's and the highest board marks, and then doesn't get it because somebody with far less capability gets in. It's nasty, but it's, you know, our country was built on greatness, and it was based on success. It was based on merit. And now we have that, and that includes the military. And the people that we have in this military, you can send most of them to Hollywood, and they could become like movie stars. They are unbelievable, and you saw that in Venezuela. I met them backstage.
Not only are they qualified,
people that are
merit-based,
it's a
the best
whole
soldiers,
ball game. So I just
honor their country in high demand.
Everybody, that was a decision.
But they're also
extremely
attractive.
And it took courage to make that decision.
We're
Nobody
dangerous.
thought that was going to be made.
Oh, but we're sexy.
But they gave us back our beautiful merit system, and now the best people get into the best positions. They get into the best schools. They get into the military. We actually have strong people going into the military now, as opposed to people that aren't strong or that shouldn't be there. And it's like, I call it central
Chips
casting.
Are going up.
Washington,
Banks are kind of moving around.
Using the military
Some J&J
our crime rate's down 92%, and it's gone from an unsafe city to one of the safest cities, the capital, one of the safest cities anywhere in the country. Restaurants are booming. The restaurants were all closing. People were afraid to go to a restaurant. We took out over 5,000 criminals. We got them out of here. We got them, sent them back to their country. Many of them came through the Biden open borders, which was insanity. We got them out of this country, and we did a real job in Washington, D.C., and I will say Memphis is a similar kind of a thing, a little bit. We started it a little bit later, but they're down in crime 78%, and New Orleans, Louisiana, the governor called me up, Jeff Landry, great guy. He called me and he said, we have a problem. We have the Mardi Gras coming up, and this place is loaded up with crime. And we sent in the National Guard and others, and it was the safest, that is on record, the safest Mardi Gras on record. They've never had anything like it. He called me two days later. He said, I've never seen anything like it. It's a terrible expression. He said, nobody was killed. Well, that doesn't sound so good to say, frankly, in one way, but in another way, many people would be killed during Mardi Gras consistently, and now it was the safest they've had, he said, in 67 years, so it's pretty good. But we're going out for the $1.5 trillion this year, and I think we're going to be able to get it. And we're going to get it because we have so much money coming in. The tariffs have made this country so rich, and they've made this country so competitive. In order to not pay tariffs, people are coming out and they're leaving Mexico and they're leaving In fact, it was just announced that Toyota is leaving Mexico. Toyota is going to build one of the largest plants in the world, car plants in the world, in Texas. But many companies, they left us and they went to Mexico, Canada, Japan, Germany. They went all over the place, South Korea. They're all pouring back. The car plants, the AI plants, they're all coming back. If they don't, they have to pay taxes. The chips, we had this ridiculous CHIPS Act where you give billions of dollars to a company and they didn't even know what the hell to do with it. You give them billions of dollars, they say they're going to build. Nobody knew what to do with it. And of course, the standards were so high. If you weren't transgender, as an example, you didn't qualify. So they'd get the money, they'd look all over for transgender people to run the company, large portions. They couldn't find them. They weren't into the chip-making business, I guess, right? They had other things on their mind. But this was the Biden fools, those idiots.
I wish there was
that
a
almost
camera on
destroyed
Jamie
our country.
Diamond.
But we're also reasserting the
him
fundamental
sitting through
truth. To be a strong nation, you must be a manufacturing nation, manufacturing jobs. When you see these plants start to open, so we're building now at a record that we've never even, I don't think any country's ever approached this record. Again, we have 19.2 trillion being invested, and there's never been anything like it. You go back years and years, and it's China had the record. Came up with $3 trillion. We couldn't even and function. We're at 2 years ago in this country. We couldn't get anything built. We couldn't get approvals. We couldn't do anything. And now we cannot imagine the change. They said 5 or 6 of the people building defense-oriented things, they said, we have no idea how this has happened to this extent. He said, we look forward to going to work. We get our approvals fast. We came up with a concept like on AI and other things that are big. Rather than going to our old, very old and fragile grid, we maintain it, but it's old and not up to date. It was let go by a lot of people that were in my position. They shouldn't have done that. But I came up with the idea to let them build their own power plants. So they're building their own power plants. So, people would complain about the grid, but actually they're giving their excess electricity back into the grid. It's a phenomenal thing. But they're coming up with power. They're doing their own. They're really becoming a utility. They're becoming, actually, in addition to AI, they're also becoming utility. And they're building some of the greatest power plants anyone has ever seen. We don't want wind because it's
7 hours to
doesn't work. These countries that go to wind, you go to wind, you lose your way, you go out of business. Look at what's happening in the United Kingdom. Wind all over the place. Doesn't work. Too expensive. Everything's made in China. And remember, you have to replace them after 8 or 9 years. It's wonderful if they were there, but you got to replace them all the time because they wear out. The salt water kills them. It's ridiculous. And we have the oil and gas. We have a number of people back there with the nuclear. Nuclear is hot. It's become safe. And we got to keep it safe, but it's become safe. But we have tremendous new things happening. And some of these power plants that are being used for AI and other things that they're building are so far advanced from what you're used to. When you look at Con Edison, you look at the old companies, it's fine.
We keep hearing it too much today,
these are tremendous
There's been a slight narrative
nobody would
shift.
have ever come up
and
with
I'm gonna
except
go
for
off
this
of the
group
Fed.
of seriously brilliant people.
Do you notice
After
how everyone
decades
keeps
of foreign
mentioning
countries
other things
ransacking
today?
Pennsylvania and all of our country, they ransacked our country
Like
and stealing
like
our
a data
jobs. I
center
imposed
for AI
historic tariffs to protect the American
and
copper,
other
aluminum,
things.
steel, and many
This
other
idea
projects,
of if
like
it doesn't
cars.
work for AI, it's going to
And,
work for something.
because
There's
of that,
something I don't know, man.
They're all coming
Maybe
back.
I'm
This
bored
could have been
today,
done by
but
a
I feel like
president.
I've heard this.
If he knew, you wouldn't have a
this is,
Taiwan making
this sounds
100%
new,
of the
more or
chips.
less. I feel like
I think
people
by the
are
time I
mentioning
leave, we'll have almost
in a different
50% of
capacity.
the chips being made in the United States. Worldwide, they're moving here like you wouldn't believe it. With no investment. I'm not giving people billions of dollars. I'm not saying to some chip company, here's $30 billion. Good luck in finding a site. That's what this stupid CHIPS Act was. Hundreds of billions of dollars just wasted. Half of the people never even used the money. I didn't give them 10 cents. I said, you're going to pay nothing for a year. After that, you're going to pay 10%. Gives you 2.5 years to build your factory. If you don't build it by that time, you pay 200%, meaning you're sending chips in. You have a 200% tariff. They're building like crazy. And the biggest chip company in the world is building, and they just announced that they're expanding by another $200 billion. They're spending most of their money in Arizona, a great place to invest. But they're spending an extra $200 billion. It's the biggest chip company in the world. But we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. We delivered 100% expensing. That's a big one. That's, I think, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. We then got hit with COVID, but even including COVID, we did a great job in COVID. We never got credit for it, but every country was ripped apart by that disaster. We know where it came from.
Yo,
It came
TW.
from Wuhan.
This had a pop
And
the
I
other
said
day.
that.
I think even this
we were all ripped apart.
showed
And
up on
China got hit
options.
very, very hard. It was
Unusual
delayed.
options.
They got
Just had
hit
a
very
spike
hard
and
at
drop.
the end. But it was a terrible thing. But we had the greatest economy in history. And before COVID, nobody had ever seen anything like it. But if you just took those 3 years and look at what we're doing now, we're going to blow them away.
Day's almost over. You're
some
going to
horrible
close
event
near
happens,
open,
which
give
is
or
always
take.
possible. You know, we always have to at least think about the
IBM.
horrible events. Who would have thought that COVID could have happened? A thing like that could have happened. But we delivered 100% expensing, and that expensing, I think, we write it off in 1 year. I have friends that bought things that, frankly, they didn't need. I have a friend that never flew in a private plane in his life, and he ended up going out buying a very expensive private plane because of expensing 1 year. And a lot of you're building your plants, more importantly than an example like that. You're building your plant and equipment. Jamie can expand his bank right off.
I don't even know what a data
year.
center is. I bought one.
And you're doing a nice job. Your building is beautiful.
It's
by
like the
way. It's
Bitcoin.
great.
Maybe, who
you
knows?
can write
Maybe
that
we
sucker
use it
off in
not
1
for
year. Can you believe?
other things.
Steel, I want to know that steel contractor. He did a good job, a great job actually. But we delivered 100%, and I felt it was very important to do so. And it goes for a 10-year period, so it doesn't just. I actually want to make it for 1 year, because I figured everybody's going to come. 10 years is too long, but we had a couple of senators that really wanted, including a man named Lindsey Graham, who we love.
1 minute.
It was a big proponent of 10 years instead of 1. In other words, you could use this for 10 years instead of 1. I said, but Lindsey, 10
Go,
years
go,
is too
go,
long.
go,
Let's
go,
do-
go, go,
it-
go,
it
go,
gives them
go,
too much
go,
time.
go,
He said, "Oh, we have to do this."
go.
I said, no, go ahead,
Ladies
Lindsey.
and
What the hell do you
gentlemen,
know about
boys
business,
and
Lindsey?
girls, time
But
to
he
wrap
was-
it up.
He was great. We're
Bring
gonna
it
miss
home.
him, right,
What a
David?
day.
We're gonna
What
miss
a
that
day.
guy. What
calm
a
day,
way he
but
was.
kind of
yeah.
dramatic. But you know what to expect. The Rapparoon. Well, I think you got a couple early of UAL
he's a
after
guy,
the bell.
I'm just thinking he's a guy that we.
But yeah, you know
some
Trump.
people you don't appreciate until
He goes
they're
on
not
his
here,
rants.
right?
He ruins
And
it at
you
the end of the
just
day.
saw
But
all
less
the
than 10
quality that he
seconds.
had. He got things
Tomorrow,
done.
Netflix and Friday
He could
Junior.
even deal with
You'll
Democrats.
get a
If
green
I
light
needed a
after hours.
Democrat,
But yeah,
I
get
could
ready.
go to Lindsey,
4,
and Lindsey
3,
would take him out
2,
and wine him
1.
and dine him and say, I got him for you, right? There aren't too
Ding
many
ding ding
people
ding ding
that
ding
do
ding ding
that.
ding 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 ding
But
ding
the
ding
expensing
ding.
was so important. I think it's really what led to the tremendous success, because we had it in the first year. And in the first
GG,
administration, and I think that was
God
what
bless you, a
led
good
to
game.
the
I hope you had a good
single
day.
most important thing
I
I
hope
think
you're
in
ready
terms
for
of
the green
investment
light.
was
I mean, literally,
the 1 year
you did not.
expensing.
You closed
I think
at 7
people
hours
were
to nowhere.
building- Sometimes
The Lord is
maybe
with
they
you,
shouldn't
Chad.
have been, but they were building
God
at
bless.
levels, and then it
I'll
caught
give you a
up.
proper GG.
We
after
passed the
this. I'll give him a
largest
couple minutes. I'll
regulation
go to the
cuts in
bathroom.
American history
I'll wait,
by
maybe
far,
get a
and
surprise earnings.
we unleashed American
Who knows,
energy,
maybe a
including
pre-result, but no, you'll
Pennsylvania
get
oil,
UAL.
gas, and clean, beautiful
But I love you,
coal.
Chad.
We're
I
back
hope
in
you
the
had a
coal
good day.
business.
I hope
We
you're ready
have
for
so
more.
much,
That's
so
it, Friday
much
Junior.
technology and changes
The big
have
boys
been
have
made
it.
in coal. And in the Trump administration, you're not allowed to use the word coal without preceding it by the words clean, beautiful, and Chris Wright, who you know so well, and Doug Burgum. They've been a fantastic team, and they were making a speech, and I said, you preceding it with clean, beautiful, but this whole kept saying clean, beautiful coal, clean, beautiful coal. And I said, okay, it's enough. You know, but it is. It's and look, you know, I hate to say it, but it's what China uses. They're building now 58 massive coal plants, and you know, they're responsible for building the windmills. And I said, how many windmills are they building in terms of using on their land, John? I want to know. If you see any, let us know. They got coal plants all over the place, but they build the windmills. But the only one they have that I know of is one that they want to use. They use it as those poor suckers buy those windmills and lose their ass. But it's a terrible form of energy, most expensive form of energy. It's intermittent, doesn't work, and in my opinion, it kills the environment. It kills the birds, but it's visually, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. And I'm proud to say that we have approved almost none, I think none, and let somebody else use them. But everybody using them is in very big trouble. They're in energy trouble because they don't work, and very expensive, most expensive form of energy, and they don't work. And I've been saying it for 4 or 5 years, and people still buy them. Maybe not quite like they used to, but people still buy them. It's crazy. But we unleashed American energy, including the Pennsylvania oil, and the Pennsylvania oil is doing unbelievably well. We saved the great American company, U.S. Steel, and I worked with Selena Zito. I don't know if Selena's here. Selena here?
There has to be a story.
Where's Selena?
That could be a whole movie. I would watch it.
Selena. Where is she? She's queen of the Rust Belt.
Donald Trump.
But you're no longer the Rust Belt. You're really the money belt.
She buys a property one day.
Selena, are you here?
And then there's a windmill. But then
Come
something
on
happens.
Here, Selena,
it fucks up his car.
She's
the
the queen.
He gets sued over it. He loses a bunch of money.
She is the queen of the Rust Belt.
Maybe he gets an ex-wife over those
now
windmills.
She's the queen
Something
of
had
the
to have
and be
happened,
careful. Don't fall down the stairs like Biden.
Very intuitive.
Come on, Selena, get down here. Grab her, everybody. I want to show you a woman that knows what she's doing.
What were you going to say?
She knows what she's doing.
All right, Chad.
I had no idea she'd be here, but anything having to do with Pennsylvania, any of these great states, she's around.
ASTS, unless that was
Selena,
bad news,
I want to thank you. You're really talented.
That,
it's only because she writes so well about me.
Get ready
if she wrote
for
badly,
tomorrow.
I'd say, get her the hell
You get
out of
Netflix
here.
after the bell, so even all day tomorrow.
Selena, thank you, honey.
It'll be
very
interesting
much. We
with
appreciate
what we wake
it.
up with.
Really amazing person. Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, Chad, I love you all. No watch list tonight. I'll try to get you a video on Instagram since I didn't, Since I didn't have a video yesterday. But yeah, man, tomorrow might be like this. I mean, today was just annoying. It wasn't really that bad. If you look, you're right at open, held the gap up. We had data. Again, high stakes, baby. But yeah, when it's all said and done, tomorrow after the bell, we'll get Netflix. One of your first bigger names. I mean, a lot of people have been eyeing that all year. Let's see if it triggers any consumer sentiment, you name it. And yeah, my friends, it should be a good time from there. But other than that, thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed today. For real, man, if y'all really contributing or a part of it, got the long-term, kept up the long-term honor, my brother. And if you learned something from the ant, my friend, God bless you. But thank you for your time. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Why, my friends? We think about the summer and the winter and the summer. We think about the reserves, about the planting, the harvest. Oh my, why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, and God bless you. I think UAL came out. They're moving a little, but again, by the earning or by the morning. And again, any of these consumer ones, it's really what sentiment, they give towards oil, energy, the consumer, all that. So these are the morning things we're going to chew on. So I'll see you there, baby. Have a good night. Make the most out of the rest of your day. God willing, I'll see you very soon, Chad. Peace. No, I'm not leaving yet. You need your sponsorship. You know that? Because long-term monthly, bro. Long-term monthly. I heard a lot of things today, and my answer is long-term monthly.
Put your moderate to severe volatility
Changed
in check.
my life.
Long-term once monthly
saved my life.
And high quality.
Made my life.
Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future.
Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years.
Long-term monthly. Pay your